Now it'll work. Now it'll work. Give it a second. Sifty, hey, 57 months. The ads are tilting me. Get an ad blocker then. Sifty, thank you for 57 months. Thank you. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Jesus Christ, 3 ads. If you don't want ads, get an ad blocker. Not difficult. Right, is it working? Right, it's literally because I forgot to click go live on YouTube dashboard. Now it should be working. Thank you so much. Sorry, Sifty, mate. We were just in a slight YouTube faffing there, but we're live now. Right, good. We're on YouTube. Hello, YouTubers. Sorry, YouTubers. I apologize. I forgot to click the go live button on YouTube. This is the first time I've done a scheduled stream on YouTube. So I set everything up correctly, but I forgot to click go live on the YouTube dashboard. Apologies. Very quickly, for those of you on YouTube, hello. I've got the afternoon off of work today, so we're doing an extended live stream. We're in the 777-300. We're going to be doing a time-accelerated long haul to Nassau in the Caribbean. And then in real world, they do a Caribbean shuttle in the 777. Flights about 1 hour each way between Nassau and Providenciales and back again. So hopefully we're going to do all 3 flights today. And not only that, we are being joined by a very dear friend of the stream who is a real world 777 pilot who's going to give us some insights into all of these things. So yeah. Ad blockers don't really work on Twitch. There are a number of ways to get around Twitch ads. Whether you use an ad blocker, whether you use Twitch Prime to sub to a channel, whether you get Twitch Turbo to get no ads anywhere on the website, whether you just sub to a channel. There are all sorts of things. Again, I have to play ads on my channel. If I don't play ads regularly every 30 minutes, it means whenever you join my channel, you will get an ad straight away, and it's a faff. So this is the only way around it. Sorry if it's annoying, but there are ways that you can do it. Right, okay, let's get going, let's get going, let's get going. Sorry for the delay there, but here we are. Hello there. Thank you for your follows coming as well. Luke Postman and Matthew Swift. Thanks, I appreciate these folks. Really good to see you all. So, of course, here we are down on the ground in Londres Heathrow. Londres Heathrow. By INI Builds, INI Builds. This scenery, you folks know this one right now. It looks absolutely awesome. Love it. Aircraft we're in today, as you can see, we're in the PMDG Boeing 777-300ER. And this is our first kind of long haul on stream with it, even though we are time accelerated. So we're on Terminal 5C today. We're not on the real world stand, purely for the reason, if I move forward, that the real world aircraft went on... Actually, I don't even know if it's there. Whereabouts is it? Oh, it went on one of these. It went off like 583. Oh, look at that. There's a 777-300ER Egypt Air takes off. Nice. It's so cool seeing all the traffic on VATSIM now. So it parked on a remote, and I was like, yeah, no thanks, I'm right with that. Aircraft we're in today, we're in Golf Sierra Tango Bravo Alpha today. This is an Atarium livery, which you can get on flightsim.to, and it's phenomenal. It's really good. The only thing... actually, no, it's even got a cabin. The only thing with it is that the config for the aircraft is, even though they've included their own config, it's very slightly incorrect. There were just a few things that needed to be amended, but yes, it's all good apart from that. But yeah, absolutely awesome livery. It looks great. Who was that? Did I miss a cheer? It was Berry. Hey, Berry, thank you for the flight level 50,000 cheer for 100 bits. Could you walk in airports in MSFF 2024? I can't answer that, mate. It's not information that's publicly available. Sorry, buddy. Welcome everybody coming on YouTube as well. Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. Where to get the fleet pack for the 777? I don't know. I don't know if there is a fleet pack for the BA 777s. I just got this one off flightsim.to. So, as we say, first things first, we're going to go and walk through the flight plan. Whilst Fraser and I are kind of discussing this, if any alerts come through, I'm going to grab them afterwards because I just want to make sure we get this conversation. So, I'm not going to, like, interrupt the discussion and stuff. So, alerts might be a bit slow just whilst we're prepping stuff, all right? But it's going to be fun. I'm really excited for this. I'm really excited for this. Is the new MSFS going to have something revolutionary to be worth upgrading so soon? Well, you can get it free on Game Pass day one, so you don't even have to purchase it so soon if you don't want to. Go and have a look at the trailers and all the seminars that we've spoken about the new MSFS, and you'll find out for yourself. You can make your own mind up on that one, but yeah, you can download it on Game Pass. So there you go. Cool. Right. Let's jump into the aircraft then. And what we've done is we've put ourselves in a state of how a typical 777 pilot would kind of find the aircraft. So you can see the last crew have left over the altitude at 3,000 feet, which is normally the go around. They've got the runway heading in here, and we've got the overhead panel in a good state as well. Tom, I've literally just answered that question. So, let's go and unmute, and we'll say hello, and you guys can let me know if you can hear Fraser okay. If I click the right button, there we go. Hello, Fraser, can you hear me? You should be able to.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Chat, can you let me know how the volume is on Fraser's microphone, hello.
I have to mute you because listening to you
twice
once is enough.
Yeah, I was going to say listening to me once is painful, let alone twice. A little low. A little low. There we go. I can turn him up a bit. I can turn him up.
Can you hear me now?
No, surely you can hear him now. Surely you can. I can turn him up a little bit more. Better. Perfect. All good. There we go. Right. Brilliant. So first things first, we're going to have a look at the flight plan, right?
Indeed. Yes. Just a quick sort of caveat with me. I've been on the triple about a year, so I know some things, not everything. So if somebody finds something, they go, "Oh, I thought you did it that way," or the operator that I watch videos of, they do it that way, then that might be the case. My knowledge is extremely limited of what we're told to do and how we do it. So I thought I'd just throw that in there as a caveat.
Always a good disclaimer to give.
Just as a sort of disclaimer before I start getting corrected by everybody in chat. But no, here we go. Yeah. So yeah, well, I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much. I think it's going to be a nice little fun stream. Heathrow to Nassau, and then onwards to PLS, Providencialis.
I hope I've said those correctly, because I was like, it's one of those things where I was like, is that even correct?
Your pronunciation of Nassau, how did you say it?
Well, for some people say Nassau, and then some people say Nassau or Nassau, or I don't know, but it's in, try not to offend the nations here on stream.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, you can say it either way. I always say Nassau, but yeah, often Nassau or whatever. But yeah, no, it's one of my favourite places to go. I end up probably going once a month, if not more at the moment. So.
Lucky, isn't it? Aren't these real pilots lucky, chat? Just once a month to the Caribbean, if not more, you know, as you do. As you do.
Nassau, yeah.
Nassau. There we go. People are correcting
46.
us.
You fly the plane and you don't know everything. I know what I need to know, and I know where to find the answer to the question that I don't know the answer to. So it's all about resource management and knowing where to find the correct answer to something. And if the things that you need to know and need to recall quickly, then yes, of course I do know them. But
he doesn't know how many rivets there are on the plane.
Yes, quite right. If you ask me some detailed engineering question about something, then I'll probably refer to either a manual or an engineer. But there we go. There we go.
Top notch.
Excuse me. Well, I've got a copy of the flight plan which I generated, but I think we went off the same sort of data.
Yeah, I don't know if I can send this directly to you. Will that work if I send that or not?
Hang on, let me load that up.
If not, I'll have it on the... So we're speaking via Discord, and I'm sharing my screen with Fraser, so you shouldn't have any delays or anything like that. By the way, chat, if you want to do, like, we can do, like, as long as Fraser's comfortable with answering any questions. Again, Fraser's not going to be answering anything about his specific operator or anything like that. No. And we're going to, if he wants to skip over a question, he can. But if we've got time a little bit later, especially once we're airborne and on our way, yeah, I'm sure Fraser will be happy to answer some questions and stuff. But we want to get this aircraft airborne, so forgive us if we don't answer any questions just at the moment. But yeah, we're going to have a look through the flight plan properly first, and then we'll get the aircraft set up and get going.
Yeah, exactly that. I don't want to bring my employer into it, because as soon as I do that, then there's a whole world of complications. So I just keep it nice and simple. I'm here today to sort of pass on what I know, not necessarily the view etc. from my employee. Blah blah blah. God, Atom, is this the first aircraft you've flown? No, if the 777 was the first aircraft I ever flew, I think that'd be awesome.
That'd be impressive.
Very impressive. But no, I flew the Airbus the 320 for 10 years at various airlines and operators. But there we go. So yes, flight plan. Hang on, let me just bring your sort of screen back up so you follow it through. So yeah, first things first. If we scroll almost to the bottom to the first chart that you see there, the first overview.
One of these.
One more. Yep. Is that? So, yep, that one there. There you go. So first thing we sort of look at, we talk about the sort of the big picture. So rather than going diving into the data and things like that, you actually sort of try and build up your SA, your situational awareness, and just build that big picture really of A to B. What sort of way are we going in a rough direction, and then you sort of dive into the details from there really. So as we saw with the Speedbird 253, it says there at the bottom, we're going from Heathrow to Nassau. And the first thing I'm sort of looking at here is the route that we're going on. Is it a generically northern route? Is it quite a southerly route? Today, going down towards Nassau, it's a pretty southerly route. It normally is quite a southerly route. It can be more southerly. It can go right over the Azores, and depending on what the winds are, it might be quite a northerly route where you come down the sort of eastern seaboard and down that way, down past Florida, etc. So the first thing that I'm sort of looking at right here, you can see the blue lines in the middle there. It says D, E, F, and G. They are the NAT tracks, the North Atlantic tracks, the sort of crossings as such. You don't have to fly on them. Down to the Caribbean, you very rarely will be flying them. You'll be on a thing that we call a random routing, which is just a tiled pair of lat and longs, basically all the way down to your destination, or the majority of the way over. But in this case, it looks like we're actually clipping the start of it. So the first thing that I'll be thinking about here is, well, that portion of that entry or the crossing of the Oceanic part is probably going to be quite busy with traffic, but also potentially from a fuel planning point of view. If you're on a random routing, you have slightly less priority than the organised track system. So it might be that we actually get capped at a low altitude until we are clear of the track system there. So that's sort of the first thing that I'm thinking about, or that brings to my attention. The other thing that I'm looking at on this chart here, excuse me, is the circles that you see there. So those black circles that are drawn there, you see that we got some labels around some airports, and we got ETP 1, 2, exit, entry, and all this sort of stuff. And what these are here is the ETOPS rings. So ETOPS being the extended twin-engine operation. The 777 being a twin-engine aircraft, we have to remain with 180 minutes of an airport, so 3 hours of an airport, which is still actually a very long time to be away.
You think about it, that's quite a long time actually, when you come to think about how long that is. Yeah.
It is, and in those times where you want to have somewhere nearby, being 3 hours from somewhere can be relatively isolating. But what I'm sort of looking at here is a general picture, without diving into what the airports are, is does the route remain within the planned circles? So the ETOPS is a planning exercise. The airports that are listed here just allow us to fly the route that has been planned for us. Not necessarily the airports that we have to go to if something happened. We just have to tick a box from a planning perspective that's sorry. What I should probably not do, Chewy, is on the side try and read chat at the same time.
Yeah, I know. Story of my life.
I know. I'm actually going to hide chat just so I don't get distracted by any questions. It's purely at this point a box ticking exercise of are there some suitable airports that allow us to fly the route that's been planned? Yes, it has. Great. Then from there onwards, I would go down to the next chart, which should be the SIG weather charts down there. So the SIG weather chart here, the details at the bottom are relatively important as well. Because the time period of the charts actually, when you're doing 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14-hour flights, obviously the time period you can actually be in multiple SIG weather windows. So it's worth noticing, or at least looking at what the time validity is and the flight level, etc. of the SIG weather chart that we're looking at. So Speedbird 253 at the bottom there, Heathrow to Nassau. It's still the chart that we want for our route today. SIG weather flight level, so 250 to 630. I would like to think that that's probably the bracket that we'll be flying in today. And Washington, not entirely sure. I think that might be the sort of the charts that it's the geolocation that it's sort of from, or maybe it's published.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. Validity there, 12 UTC, so that's from now onwards today on the 4th of July. What you can see there to the right of it is the number 1, and then a chevron and XXX to 300. So a very quick sort of Met lesson. People probably know, or they might not know what the different symbols mean. There aren't that many on this chart today for me to sort of show you, but what you can see there is that next to the 1 there's that single chevron. That means that you could expect moderate turbulence in section 1. Well, where is section 1? It's a long way north. You see that's just on the sort of southern tip of Greenland. at the top there. That's not going to be relevant for our route today, obviously, but in terms of what the chart is telling us, that's where the only place really is forecasted turbulence on our route, or sort of in this chart anyway. However, if we start from the right-hand side, obviously departing Heathrow, you can see there that there's a looking at a jet at flight level 370. And what's the sort of wind speed? Are you familiar with that, Chewy?
So I can't remember is it 10 knots for the full line and then 5 knots for half a line? I can't remember off the top of my head.
So the thick ones are 50.
50.
So the 50, then it's 10 knots for each full line.
Yeah.
And then the half line is there'll be 50, 60,
so it's 95,
70.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That.
50,
So
yeah, 60, 70, 90, yeah, so 95 knots, yeah. Cool. I couldn't remember what that one was.
So basically, and then as you can see, it's 350 just to the right of that, and then there's 2 filled-in lines, and so that's looking at 110 or maybe 105 knots. So basically, as we cross Land's End, we're expecting quite a strong wind in excess of 100 knots. So I'd be thinking maybe a little bit of bumps just for that first hour, or the way I would describe it to the crew for the first service. We tend to describe portions of the flight to the crew in terms of things that are relevant for them. It's quite hard to track 6.5 hours into the flight for them. But first service and second service, the first couple of hours of the flight and the last couple of hours is a good way of describing events of when to expect turbulence and things like that. So I'd be thinking maybe a little bit of bumps just for the first hour or so. But then from there onwards, the route looks like it's going to be pretty good conditions. Towards the end of the route there, you can see there's some isolated and embedded thunderstorms from surface to 450. We're just clipping the northern part of that. So yeah, maybe a few bumps. If you scroll down to the next chart, Chewy, SIG weather 2 of 2, this, if we look at the bottom, the validity is from 18 UTC onwards. Well, what's our arrival time? You stay there, I'm just going to scroll to the top here, 22:20 UTC. So we're towards the end of that window, but that is the next sort of SIG weather chart that we've got. That is showing that weather is sort of moving northerly compared to the previous chart that we've got. So at the time we arrive, there might be have to do a little bit of dodging. Yes, you just pointed out there. That means tropical. So that tropical cyclone. That's the symbol for tropical cyclone.
There it is. So there you go, folks. So when we're talking about the storm chasing and everything today and where we're going, we know that we are northerly of it, but it's good that we're aware of it and we've got it on this chart. So there you go. But on our route, we've got these kind of. Although I don't think this one on the right is going to be much of a factor, but we might get a bit bumpy there, I guess, towards the end.
Exactly that. And this. Although that Beryl isn't at NASA right now, it does just add to that essay and that awareness of what the weather is generically down in the Caribbean right now. I wouldn't actually say realistically that's going to affect us today. Nassau is quite far north in the Caribbean, and actually a lot of our alternates as well are either Miami, Orlando, PLS, and some places in Cuba you might end up going to. But realistically, maybe yesterday or the day before, that weather would have been much more significant and relevant, I would say. But today it's sort of moved its way west.
Perfect.
Good. So that's a sort of overview, really. You can sort of see where we are. What I would now be doing is going to the front page right to the top and just sort of going through some of the finer details of the flight plan, really. So going from the top, really, line, don't really care about it too much, the top line, but the next one we're looking at is the BA253 on the 4th. That's today. Heathrow to Nassau, and we've got an estimated time of departure of 1300. We're a Boeing 777 Whiskey, and that's the registration. The call sign is Speedbird 53 Mike. The P is that we are +1 hour on UTC time locally in Heathrow, and we're going Heathrow Nassau, which is -4 UTC local time as well. It's flight plan, so they're 4 hours behind us, basically, 5 hours behind us. Flight plan number 3, that's what I've got, that's what you've got, and that's one thing that we check as a crew, is that we've all got the latest version, or the same version at least. It's quite easy, and the flight plan gets updated quite regularly, that you're not actually on the same version. When it was generated, 11:37 on the 4th. Signature we don't do anymore because it's all digitally done. The next line we're looking at is ETOPS, critical fuel, time validated for 180 minutes. That means that the computer and somebody has actually checked our route and has done the planning element for us, and it means that this flight plan has passed the ETOPS validation for 180 minutes. So we check it, but according to that line there, it's met the criteria.
Perfect.
Great. Going down the sort of like weights, we're in a 300 today, so you expect the weights to be relatively high. Takeoff weight nearly 300 tons there, and the landing weight 230. The payload 46 is relatively busy, and there's just one thing to note is that we kind of look at payload and see that as quite a high number and go, oh yeah, we are quite heavy today. Great. Moving down from there, you can see the route then. Flight level 320 to start with, so the initial flight level we've been fired at is 320, and a few steps there at 30 west of 34, and at 50 west climbing up to 36 as well. We might not get 32, as I said earlier, depending on if you get capped or not for the ocean. Next thing we're just looking at for the fuel, taxi time, they've given us 20 minutes of taxi fuel, which is pretty common for Heathrow. Trip fuel, 8 hours and 27 is the flight time, and 66.6. So 8 hours 27. If we compare that to the block time, which is above it of 9:25, if you just move up a little bit there, 9:25 that you see there is the scheduled block time, 8 hours 27. So we've got nearly an hour in hand. That allows the taxi at both ends. So there's a good chance that we'll be getting in a little bit early, if not at least on time. That's a good thing that we look at there. Route distance, 3,800 miles to the right of that there, and the wind component there is -12. The way I always try and remember that is minus. Well, I remember that plus helps us and minus doesn't, basically. So it's just an easy way of remembering. So we've got an average component of 12 knots headwind all the way down to the Caribbean. We can sort of ignore the en route alternate of Bermuda there. We wouldn't have that at work because we've sort of played with the numbers a little bit today, so we haven't got such a high contingency. So we've got 12 minutes contingency today. A lot of airlines now, and what we use at the company I work for, is statistical contingency. So the minimum contingency, according to ICAO, is 5 minutes. 5% of your route, or 15 minutes as a minimum. However, if you have statistical contingency, so if your airline operates to a route enough times, then you can gather enough data to actually justify taking less than that.
Right.
And I'm sure you can appreciate 5% of a long-haul flight is a lot of fuel.
Quite a lot, yeah.
So it is. So having the statistical data actually allows us to have more relevant information, but saves fuel in the long run as well.
Cool.
Because obviously, even if you don't burn it, carrying that extra fuel is a cost in itself.
Somebody literally just asked a straight-up question. What is contingency?
So contingency basically is you normally carry enough fuel to taxi out, enough fuel to get to your destination, you have enough fuel to get to an alternate, and that's about it, right? And the 30 minutes legally that you've also got to carry. Contingency is the other bits of any delay, any bits of weather that you've got to avoid. So basically, under law in IAK, you cannot carry exactly how much fuel you need to the kilogram, basically, or to the pound. You have to have a little bit of extra fat, and there is a legally defined minimum of how much extra fat that you have to carry, and that's what the contingency is. It is for that contingency planning, that contingency of the things that get thrown at you out of the ordinary, basically.
You can't plan for in some regards.
Exactly that, yeah.
Cool. There you go.
Cool. Moving down from there. I'm just going to have a look at something quickly, because that ETOPS fuel we shouldn't actually have. It's added some extra fuel for ETOPS there, but it's not actually required. It might be a sim brief thing.
Oh, okay.
It isn't. And then the required fuel, how much we need, and tank fuel at the bottom. So we're looking at 84.2 tons. To the right there, cost index of 57. That's pretty common. And the next line that we're looking down below is Heathrow 27 left, and Nassau runway 14. So have it actually been planned on the correct runway configuration that we'd be expecting, which we're going to check in a moment? Because if it had Heathrow 09, or it had 09 and it was going to go 27, then we would go, well, we need a bit of extra fuel because we're going to go, that's a bit of extra track mileage, basically. So it's one thing that definitely is worth considering. Great. Sorry, I thought someone was at the door there. Cool. So if we now scroll down to the next page, we'll see the ETOPS summary. So as I said earlier about the ETOPS, we have to remain within a certain distance and time of an airport to allow us to go over the ocean. on the routing that we're on today. So today we're looking at having en route alternates under ETOPS of Shannon, EINN, Larges down in the Azores, Gander, and Orlando. We don't have to worry about it too much at this point. The biggest thing that we're actually just cross-checking is to the right there where it says ETOPS weather minima. That column there is what, in terms of for it to be designated as an ETOPS alternate, what the weather has to be. That is cloud-based visibility, and you can see on the right-hand side the actual Met forecast weather. So the next column to the right is significantly higher than what the ETOPS requirement is as a minimum. So all we're actually really checking for is that the weather on the right-hand side is greater than the required minimum on the left-hand side at that point there. On the right-hand side, you can see crosswind component as well. It's quite easily missed from a planning point of view from the companies because a lot of it's done by computer. Sometimes the crosswind component isn't actually accounted for, so that's one thing that we always have to check for as well, is that it's actually within aircraft limitations for that. Great. Next thing down, so we can actually say fine that they've the weather's suitable. What we looked at earlier in terms of are they remaining in the circles, we were able to look at visually, but what we can see on this next sort of section here is actually the numbers of what that means. So we're looking at Shannon to Larges and the Larges to Gander sort of legs there. Those are going to be the sort of ETOPS points, and we can see fuel on board on the right hand side versus the critical fuel. So the critical fuel being, if something were to happen, what is the absolute minimum that we would have to have at that point to be able to get to that airport? So if we had to have a drift down, so we had to depressurization down to 15,000, or we lost an engine, basically depending on how heavy you were at the time, the computer knows what would be the most limiting, and that's what the crit fuel is. So what we're looking at is the fuel on board at the sort of go no go point is greater than what the absolute minimum would need to be for us to reach that airport, as you can see, and because the circles overlapped by a long way, you'd expect those numbers to be quite significantly conservative. If we were going somewhere where the circles were just about touching, I'd expect that fuel on board and the crit fuel to be very similar.
Closer. Wow. Cool.
Yeah. Great. Just go down, have a quick look at the weather, and then we'll go from there.
Cool. So...
I appreciate that I've just been talking at you.
No, this is great. This is exactly. This is. I think. Hopefully, it seems that Chad are very much appreciating this. Again, folks, if there are any questions, we're going to try and come to them later because we want to actually get the aircraft airborne. If you folks are getting subs and things through, I've just paused them for now whilst we go through this, and then I'll grab the subs in a bit. And then again, any operator. Just as another reminder, we're going to keep giving this out today. Any operators kind of specific questions, Fraser isn't going to answer today. Fraser's just here as a generic 777 pilot who flies the aircraft a lot to give us some tips and look at this flight planning stuff and everything. So he's not going to be answering any kind of like operator specific questions today. All right. Right. Have I gone past where we want to go?
Just go up to the ATC route. So just go up one more. Keep
going.
Keep going. Yeah. There you go. So just as we pass the ATC route here. So this is obviously the filed format that all the controllers receive our flight plan. What we're checking here is, first of all, about 5 lines down, it says 777 Whiskey. That is what we are. We are looking at the route. So initially 32. On the next one down, and we're looking at Gogsi, Evtez, Adkig, Jomza. I just have a quick summary. Does that kind of match what we were expecting? Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of it at this point right now. But in that ATC route, what you'll see is the lat and longs, and what we would expect to be on this routing is on that random routing, latitudes and longitudes. If we were on that organised track system with the NAT tracks, as we saw earlier with those blue lines across the ocean, we would expect to see NAT Bravo, NAT Alpha, NAT Charlie, whatever the designator of the track that we were filed on was, filed in that flight plan. So this is a good way of finding out, am I filed on a random route or am I filed on a Oceanic NAT track, is to look at actually what has been filed to air traffic. Great. That's kind of all we do at that point from there. You can scroll down. There we go. So if we were on a NAT track, you could look at, because if it just said NAT Bravo, you could expand the waypoints to go, I'm actually going to go 60 north, 20 west, 61 north, 30 west, etc. So you could expand it, but that's not the case today. Cool. So keep going down, past the charts. to the point where we get to the weathers.
These bits again, or?
Yeah, no, keep going past the charts. Keep going past the charts.
Cool.
Yeah, and then keep going, keep going, keep going. Here. Excellent.
Yeah.
So we are looking at today, just a quick summary then. Heathrow, current weather 260 at 15, all the 9s, no cloud detected, 18 degrees, 10-10. In our window, so what are we, 12 to 19, that top line, prob 40, 270 at 16, gust 26. So basically 25 knots down the runway. All I care about is it going to stay within Cat 1 conditions for a easy reland and an easy return? And is there anything that's actually going to affect our departure in terms of significant weather? Strong winds down the runway and 10 knots, a bit of rain here and there, a bit of drizzle, a bit of low cloud. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. All I care about from a generic point of view is what is the wind, what's the direction, and is it going to be Cat 1 weather conditions and visibility for an immediate return if needed. That's all that you care about. The next line down we're looking at is Nassau. The weather at the moment, 090 at 5, all the 9s, scattered at 2000, broken at 20,000, 28 degrees, altimeter 3000, and in our window, 19 to 000, prob 30, 080 at 10 knots, 8,000 showers of rain, few CBs. So that kind of ties in with that look of the SIG weather chart where there might be some dotted sort of rain showers, CBs around. But with that prob 30, they are just putting that in the forecast, absolutely no doubt, as a sort of arse covering element of, we don't think it's going to happen, but we kind of need to put it in our forecast anyway, just as a, you know, in case they blow this way, etc., etc. If it was a prob 40, they probably think, oh, it actually is going to likely to happen. It's quite funny, really. Pilots will say a prob 40 is, oh yeah, it will happen, and a prob 30, chances are it's not going to. Which, for the sake of 30 and 40, you think it's a bit crazy.
I love that. I love that.
I know. Orlando, at the moment, 080 at 4, 10 miles visibility, few at 15, 27, that's all good. Forecast for a little bit later on, 18 and 19 Zulu. We're looking at thunderstorms in the vicinity, broken at 5,000, and from 20 Zulu onwards temporarily, 3 miles thunderstorms rain, broken at 2,500 CB. So not fantastic. In terms of weighing up the probability, is it still a suitable alternate to have? At this point, I would probably say yes, because you weigh up what are the chances of us actually wanting to go to Orlando? Are there airports that are actually closer to Orlando that the Orlando fuel itself will automatically give us a few other alternates anyway, without us having to dive into calling the company to refile a new alternate for us? So there's a slightly element of practicality there of going, well, actually Orlando fuel covers us for quite a few options anyway, so I'm not super concerned at this point really on what that weather there.
Sure.
Bermuda we're going to fly over the top of, so that's absolutely fine. And then we're looking at here, it says ETOPS alternates. ETOPS alternates, Shannon at the moment, 5,000, light rain, low cloud, but absolutely doable at this point. All I care about is it actually doable? Largesse, there's never a METAR available for Largesse, there's never a wind readout on the METAR. That's their anemometer, I can never say that word, has been unserviceable for many years. They do not publish
That's brilliant.
They never publish an actual wind, so you normally have to go off the forecast, or you get Santa Maria, which is next door to it if you're concerned. But the forecast there is absolutely wide open. Gander, don't really want to go there, but just to tick a box, weather is suitable at Gander. And Orlando we've already looked at as well for the ETOPS alternate. Great.
Cool.
So that's kind of about it really. So we've done all that, so just scroll right to the top again, just to the overview of the front page. So just to summarise, we're going to Nassau, 12 minutes contingency fuel with Orlando. Realistically, according to that, we should be arriving with Nassau with 1 hour and 20 minutes of additional fuel if you add up the alternate and the contingency fuel. So, as we already mentioned, Orlando itself will give us closer airports or closer options. You've got Miami, you've got just to the north of Nassau, we've got Freeport.
Yeah.
So there are actually options itself. So I'd be going, right, are we happy to arrive at Nassau with an hour and 20 fuel in our back pocket. If there's a bit of weather, we could hang around. So we would probably today actually come to the conclusion we'll take flight plan fuel as advertised.
Cool.
So 84.2.
Brilliant. Right. Well then, shall we get in the sim?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Quickly,
if you
let me quickly run through something. So we have a quick ETOPS thing that we have to check. And I'm just going to, it's a quick tick box. And we go, have we got an ATC flight plan? Yes. Have we got a SIG weather chart? Yes. Is the ETOPS rule valid? Yes. Is the ETOPS weather better than the minimum? Yes. Is the crit fuel limiting? No. Departure alternate needed? No. Destination weather suitable? Yes. Destination alternate weather suitable? It is suitable. And then the next thing we look at when we get on the aircraft, is the aircraft capable of ETOPS? And has an ETOPS transit check been completed, which one of your lovely viewers already said that he'd do for us. So that's good. Excellent. Right, here we go. In the aircraft. So, first thing first, sit in the aircraft. This is probably the state that you'll find either first flight of the day where the engineers have powered it up for us. Very rarely will we find the aircraft in a cold and dark state. It's already had the electrical power up done. So, first thing we can do here, we'd sit in the aircraft, we'd have a look at the tech log. Let's assume that the aircraft state is good, there's no defects, it's had a daily check done this morning, and it's already had an ETOPS transit check done as well. Just a very quick thing on what an ETOPS transit check is. It's an enhanced engineering check to make sure that the aircraft is actually capable itself of flying 3 hours away from an airport. It just has to have a slightly enhanced check to be capable of doing that extended twin engine operation. So, first things first, on the overhead panel, we can align the ADARU. We can turn the voice recorder on the overhead.
Where is that?
At the top on the
next
panel. So we turn that to on because in auto it won't actually start recording until I think the engine's started.
Right.
So we turn it to on so it includes our briefing as well, if there was an incident. The window heats can be on. They actually would have already been on at that case. So we missed that earlier. And that's all we do at that point there. If we just come next down to and hit the status page. What we're looking at here is hydraulic quantity. So 9.9, basically close to as 1 as possible. We're looking at the crew oxygen is 1850. The minimum, I'd have to check the MEL, I think is actually 1200, and then you want to get it topped up. If you then go to the panel again on the selection, sorry, where you hit status. And hit the hide page, not the hide, the checklist page. And if you go resets.
Checklist reset, yeah?
No, at the top,
Oh,
resets.
sorry. Resets, yeah.
And hit reset all. So what we do at this point is, because it's a fresh flight, we want to make sure that any non-normal checklists are all reset. All the normal checklists are going to start from the beginning. And there's no lines that, there's no actions that are basically being completed already.
Cool.
Great. So now that's kind of the main thing you do at this point. All we're doing really was turning the ADARU on, the voice recorder, check the status page to check the sort of consumables, as we'd say. It's the hydraulics, the engine. That's what I wanted to say is engine. So hit the engine button. There we go. And we're just checking oil quantity there. So it says 25 and 24. Great. So we're checking oils, hydraulics, and oxygen. Lovely. If you were the pilot flying in this case, so now we're going to go into the box and start doing some of the box stuff. Yeah, we're checking that obviously the air rack is valid for what we are, and the drag fuel factor in this case is just going to be 0. We're at a GE90 and those are our engines. Great. We can put the ref airport in first as Heathrow, just as a quick gross error check. Doesn't have to be too similar, but yeah, close enough.
I think we're on 566, but it will do.
Yeah, and then you can just carry over the GPS position into the set inertial. Great, and then onto the route page. And this obviously we've just hit route request and it would start requesting it.
Oh, why has that not come through with my sim brief?
Well, you got to do the tablet first, haven't you?
Oh, that'll be why. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
So obviously these are.
Yeah, you remember. There we are. Simisms.
Yeah.
Aha. Right, let's go get it in. So we're just going to load the payload and the fuel. Obviously, this would be done differently, but we've confirmed it here that we've got what we've just checked. So because we've done the flight planning, we've got that 0 fuel weight, 214.7. We've got the block fuel. We already know that's the correct one. So I'm just going to, obviously this isn't in the real thing. Could you imagine if it was that easy? And we'll just get those set in place there and get that out of the way. Again, just chat. Folks, thanks all so much for viewing in. I know there are alerts that come through. We're going to grab those before we push back, I think, and stuff. We're just going to go and get the aircraft set up so that we can get airborne because we don't want to be delayed too much. So, so select the route as well. We'll get that loaded in. Get that requested in.
So while that's requesting, the other pilot in this case, if you go to the overhead panel, would be doing the panel flow. So you go left, then middle left, then middle right, then right hand side. So obviously ADRI we've already done. Process imagery computer's on. Everything else is there. We can probably fire up the APU because we'll be going shortly. Great. Hydraulic panel, that's all as it is. Seatbelts, fuel's on board now, so we put the seatbelt signs on. Put the no smoke into auto. We normally have it in auto. There we are. And if you do top right, auto start is selected to on. Everything else is as it is. Fuel pumps are off. Nav light is on. If it was a night flight, we'd have logo on at this point, but at this point it's not needed because it's a day flight. Air conditioning on the top right, everything is selected to auto. Reset fans are on and nothing else needs to be done. Great. Now you can come down, and if you go to the turn the flight directors to on, so you would do this normally individually. Great, that's what you do at this point. And then if you turn the order brake to RTO, great, and have a look at the center pedestal. And what we're checking at here, obviously that the radios are set up correctly, the weather radar is off, which it will be. The TCAS is to above standby and 2000.
Standby and 2000.
Great. That's all we care about at this point here. We would also do some sort of like security check, but obviously that's not required. So in the box then for the other guy.
That's the wrong view.
Hello.
There we go.
Load and activate.
So would you put in the runway and anything here, or like change?
No,
do you change like the 3-letter code or?
Yeah. So it needs to be the 3-letter.
Speedbirds. So that's something that's incorrect, chat. On the when it loads in it from SimBrief, it'll do it as the 2-letter code for the airline. Just make sure that you change that to the 3-letter code, and then activate. Yeah.
Epic Gamer says, why do we set the TCAS to above? Because I'm happy to be corrected by somebody, but I think that the TCAS brackets for above are 6,000 above you, 3,000 below. In normal, it's like 4 above and below, and then below it's like 6 below and 3 above. So it's basically where do I want the higher envelope of scanning to be done. And Horgie's in chat, so he'll answer any questions as well. Great. So if you've requested the route, you've loaded it, you've activated it. That's all you need to do at this point.
I've buggered it up because I activated before loading it. I thought I clicked it. So there we go. So now we've got it. Now I can execute it.
Yeah, great. Heathrow is 27 left, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh no, we don't have to put that in, sorry. You just hit raise on that. There you go, cool. But in terms of departure and alternate, put departure and arrival page. Down on the buttons.
Oh, okay, in here?
No, the actual physical button, departure, arrival.
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay.
There you go. 27 left, Golf C2 Golf. Great, execute, go back. Index, arrival is going to be the RNAV runway 14 because the ILS is unreliable in Nassau, and it will be, let me just tell you now, Nassau RNAV 14 via HECOP.
HECOP, yeah.
Great, execute, legs page, and if you could go to next page, next page, next page, next page, next page. Right, great, go to ZQA. So type in ZQA. There you go, that's fine. Do /-20. So ZQA is the overhead of the airport. We're not going to go to the overhead. So I want a waypoint 20 miles before ZQA and then direct to HECOP. It makes much more sense. So just click on ZQA. Click on the ZQA. Great, and then delete ZQA itself. And then join HECOP underneath. And then execute.
Cool.
Great. That just takes 5 seconds, and it saves forgetting it at the other end. That's all like that. So I'd always do that. Great. So now hit the init ref page. We're going to fill in what we can. Oh, some of it's uplinked already actually here. So just hit reject. Great. So what we would actually enter in this case here is the reserves. So if you go to the flight plan again,
let's have a looky. The reserves today.
and the reserves are the right-hand number, the lower number. That's it, 11.5. And the reason it's the lower number is we don't want it to include that contingency. We don't want the aircraft to shout at us insufficient fuel when we're not actually close to being low. Great cruising altitude, I think, was it 32 initially?
Yeah.
And costing exit of 57. Great. So you've done this bit here now, and rather than putting in all the weights at this point, you wait for the other guy to come together, and then you put the zero fuel weights and the gross and all the performance in a while, because it's quite an important step. So you can do all this by yourself, basically, before you put all the critical data and the performance in, which we'll do shortly. Great. So that's done there. So now if you go to the MCP, and as the pilot flying, we can start to just set up some of the stuff that we were going to have here. So initial climb 6,000, runway heading 271, flight directors are on. We don't do anything else at this point. We're just sort of setting the altitude and the heading, really, and that's about it. Great. So if we now go to the EFB and start getting the performance, so if we get the takeoff performance here.
So I will just import this. Actually, no, I can do it as all it is. So 27 left.
So while you're doing that, Daddy says, do you manually select the step climbs or RVSM? At this point, we leave it in RVSM. When we get to the ocean, which I'll come back to later, we actually change where it says RVSM to 1000 because on the ocean you don't have to follow the semicircular rule. But we fiddle with the box a little bit later on at that point.
Cool. So we put in the details here. Now, obviously, one thing that it's not accounted for is any sort of intersection departure here. So no. I don't know if we wanted to look at that.
What you can do, yep, so Heathrow, I'll do it for you quickly. November Bravo 3 Dewey is 400 metres less, so if you want to take off 400 metres...
Cool.
I'd make that 30, take off, if you do 32...
Yeah, oh, sorry, I didn't know, 32...
3200.
Sorry, it was my number pad, there we go.
There you go. So that would set us for November 03.
Everything happy with
flap
everything
config, just change the flap to 5. I don't want it to come back in as anything other than that, really. We would leave it in optimum, but that's just an airline thing. Great. That's about it, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I've just realised. It's in. That doesn't matter. The Q&A. Screw that. No,
it's still come over. It's fine. Great. So if you move the tablet to the middle.
I love this feature in the 777. Apart from the Casper the Ghost hand, it's very useful.
So we would actually have a load sheet at this point with a slightly more accurate zero fuel weight. But if you go to the flight plan, we can use. In this case, we'll use the zero fuel weight from the flight plan. So we'll use the plan zero fuel weight rather than the load sheet actual. So 214.7 in the zero fuel weight, 84.1 takeoff or 298.8. 297.9, that's close enough, so that's absolutely fine. So if we now go to the performance, great, thrust limb page on the CDU. So what we're looking at here is a thrust limit selected temperature of 45 degrees. Great, so that what we're checking here is that has come across as 45. So although we typed in 45, it doesn't always have 45 because there might be a minimum, it might be limiting because of the conditions. So it still says 45 and it says climb 1. If you just hide the EFB just for a second.
Back over here.
Yeah, sorry. And then check the top line of that upper ICAS screen. And then you'll see DTO 45. So that's what we're checking, is that basically the aircraft and the computer have now actually armed the selected temperature, so the auto throttle will now follow that. So that whole thing of rubbish in, rubbish out, what you actually enter in the box, you want to check the aircraft actually has acknowledged that. Great. So if you bring the EFB back, we'll put the rest in. Excuse me. Just before we go on, this is a thing that we do at my operator and most airlines. Just have a look at the V2 there, G, of 180. When the other guy, or in this case in some airlines, when you create your performance, before you actually enter anything, you put 180 on the MCP and the V2 in the speed window. And that's just as a fail-safe in case we forget to do it later. that's there already. So when the performance comes in, the first thing we do is put 180 in the window, then we go and enter it. So it's just a I'm telling him to enter it, but then the other guy is already up. It's like a double cross check sort of thing.
Got it.
So takeoff page then, it's going to be flat 5, all standard accelerations, C or G, carry across, and the speeds are going to be in this case 168, 175, and 180. So yeah, exactly that.
Perfect.
Great. So that's in there. So if you now just hide the EFB and go to the MCP. We are checking that we have a flight director on the left hand side. We've got 180 knots. The auto throttle is armed. LNAV and VNAV can now be armed. Heading for the runway heading. The vertical speed is blank. We've got 6,000 feet and flight director on the other side as well. We now do a little quick summary here of the sort of performance. So the first thing that we check is it says DTO 45 on the top ICAS. We check this again. We now check the ND. It says runway 27 left, where the actual runway symbol is. You can see runway 27 left is loaded.
Oh, it's just hidden behind that, but yeah, you could see it. Yeah.
Exactly, that's what we do. At the top of the ICAS, we check the runway. We then go on the PFD and we do 180 knots V2, LNAV and VNAV armed, 6,000 feet. And then if you go to the box and hit the route page, we've got runway 27 left and hit next page. Gogsy 2 Golf, and the squawk code in this case, if we've been given clearance, but I think we've got 2,000 set.
Yeah.
So what that does in itself is it does a performance summary and you're checking your clearance all in one sort of check.
Cool.
Great. So now that we've done that, that's all loaded up. We can do the pre-flight checklist.
Cool. So I say we've done the oxygen. Give it a little go. You've always got to give it a go. So
it works in this. I skipped it because I didn't think it was.
Yeah, you can actually do it. It's the same sound as it was in P3D, but you can do it. It's quite cool.
Oh, that's good.
And then flight instruments, we've got a heading of 269 and altimeter 1010 indicating just below 100 feet.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's checked once, twice, and 3 times. So
the philosophy for the 777s, if you leave that checklist up, is you tick the item, it then says at the bottom checklist complete, right? So you will say pre-flight checklist complete. The other guy checks that that actual green band at the bottom is there, and he says checklist complete. So he says pre-flight, you say pre-flight checklist complete. I actually physically look and see that it says checklist complete, and I announce also checklist complete.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's the and a lot of operators have that sort of 777 ICAS philosophy. Excellent. So we're now in the position that we can go right. How's loading going? Are the ground crew ready downstairs? Have we got a tug connected? Speak to air traffic and things like that.
Cool. Do we need to do anything with wind data? Because I've not loaded the wind data in on the
so if you go to FMC.com, I don't know how you got to that actually. If you just, there you go, FMC.com uplink wind. So
I did it on the I've always done it on the legs page, but I forgot you could do it through here. Yeah.
So sorry. So the other guy, just after you've entered the performance gate data, the other pilot then requests the wind.
And would you do the descent
sorry,
as well?
I'm trying to combine 2 roles into one.
Into one, yeah, that's it.
So, yeah, I actually missed to mention that. Transition level, Chewy, you can actually change that as well, because that would auto have changed for us in our case. Oh, that's descent, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I don't think there's anything for climb.
No, the transition altitude. No, the transition altitude should be 6. Yeah, great.
Good.
So you've go to the winds. You've just requested them.
So I did. So we've got we've got those on the legs, and then I just went into VNAV and descent to load them into here because they weren't auto-loaded.
Just so people know how to get to it, if you hit FMC.com and wind on the left, great, that's the same page. Go FMC.com and go to descent forecast.
Oh, and then it's there as well.
Yeah.
So there we go.
That's the quickest way of getting to the wind data. Yeah.
By the way, folks, quick one on that whole SimBrief stuff here. Again, don't forget all this flight plan and everything like that. This is just free, available on SimBrief. We forgot to mention that all that detail that we've gone into here with the SimBrief flight plan right at the start, and all of that. You know, all of this you folks have got access to. Everybody's got access to this publicly, so you guys can go into that level of detail. When we jump into an aircraft and, you know, we set up a plane in 5 minutes and get flying, you know, you don't realise how much there actually is to get a real aircraft airborne. No. And this is just the pilot's roles. We're not even talking about everybody else involved with the aircraft. So, cool. Right. So yes.
And I am obviously. When I talk through things, it takes me longer than actually just doing it. So I know it's taken us, you know, a while to get to this point. It wouldn't take you this long in the actual aircraft. It's just because I'm embellishing the element of it as well. Lovely. Yeah, have we got ATC?
I don't know how I'm hearing that person because I'm on 1198. I don't think that person's changed their COM1 frequency to Unicom. I'm going to turn it. Actually,
Right, so it's still
yeah, I'll leave it on for the moment. That's fine.
I think it's really annoying.
Yes.
So we now are loaded. Everybody's on board. We've got clearance from air traffic, but we haven't yet called for push. The ground crew are ready, so we'll speak to the ground crew downstairs, and they'll go, "Can we remove the ground power?" And before they do that, we will remove it on the overhead. So make sure that they both says avail, right? But we do that before they disconnect it, so no one gets injured.
And I'm guessing you'd verify the APU running on the upper ICAS and everything first as well, right?
Yes, but if you see avail on the overhead,
then you know. Okay.
Yeah, the gen is on the APU.
Cool.
Great. So you can get, yes, you can remove the ground power.
So I think I do that through here. I can't. Oh no, it's ground operations in this now, isn't it? So I'll get rid of the chocks and everything as well. Shall I?
Yeah.
Get rid of all of that. Now, is that going to get rid of the jetway? It should have done.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, somebody else is pushing back at the same time on the stand next to us.
That's fine.
That's
take a minute. So they removed the ground power.
Yeah. Yeah. So ground power's removed.
Great. So we'll go.
Traffic United 148 in
Tell you what.
okay,
let's do that.
Are we clear to pressurize?
Yeah.
So you have to get permission to pressurize the hydraulics. So you can get rid of that page on the lower ICAS now. Right, go to the overhead panel, and we're cleared to pressurize. So there's a specific order that we do this, and it's for a reason. So if you go to the right elect hydraulic.
Let me just. Chat. Have we got an ad break? I tell you what, I might, because this is an important step. We've got an ad break for a minute or so. So let's just get. I'll get GSX going, and then I'll wait for the ad break to finish because there's some important stuff here that people might not want to miss. So and it gives Fraser a chance to have a drink and have a break. Have you got a drink or something? Because I'm like, yeah, okay, good.
Flipping Twitch ads.
Yeah, I know.
I've realised that Horgie's here as well, which is actually
yes,
extremely useful. Him being here, I think.
Yeah. By the way, folks, again, very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you to all those alerts that came through. So we had Fishy with a tier 3 for 39 months. Thank you, Fishy. Of course, Mr. Horgie with 68 months. Delaney with 82 months as well. We had MJ Coops with 61 months and Darth Vader with 76. I don't know if those folks are still here. I hope they are. I will get them and we'll do the mask and everything and all of those kind of things a bit later. But obviously we're doing quite a lot here and we're quite busy. Before we go anywhere, and whilst the ad break's going, I'm actually going to get my yoke in place. And that's always a thing that's useful to have, right?
I shall answer a question so Donkey says, what do you enter into the FMC for the ETOPS details like entry point, etc.? So at this point, nothing. A bit later on, we put some fixed rings in, get some weathers and things like that. We'll talk about that a little bit later once we get going. But for now, we don't actually enter anything in the box for that.
Cool. Right, are we all back from the ad break? Is this stream going to be available later on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, it will stay as a VOD on Twitch, but I'm also streaming on YouTube as well. So you folks will be able to get it on YouTube. Absolutely, you will. It'll be on the live tab on my YouTube. What the hell just happened there with GSX? That was weird. Oh my goodness, Matt, thank you so much for the huge donation. I will get to these subs. Incarnate, thank you for 83 months. And Matt, thank you for the Aussie $77.73 donation. I will.
£4, isn't it?
I don't even know how much it is, but with Fraser's generosity today, I will use it to buy him some beers and things. Not on an operating day, obviously. Thank you, Matt. That's very generous of you. There we go. Right, we should all be back from the ad break now. For those of you who were on the ad break, you didn't miss a thing. We paused for you, so we're here. So we're back onto the hydraulic panel.
Yeah, so now that the ground crew are ready downstairs, we're just about to call for push. We could have to get permission and go, are we cleared to pressurize? So we don't do this as part of the original panel scan and the panel setup, because having the aircraft pressurized is actually relatively dangerous if people are maneuvering around the aircraft. You don't want flaps to move and things like that. Flight controls where you can injure people and people working on the aircraft. So the way that we go, yep, flight to ground, yep, go ahead. Are you ready? Yes, we are. And are we cleared to pressurize? So the other guy, I will say, okay, pressurize please. So it will be right elect to auto on the hydraulic panel. And what we do is we wait here a second for the fault light to go out. The reason for that is that that has more pressure than the other hydraulic systems. So we have to have the right elect one done first, so we don't get any sort of back transfer of hydraulic fluid and pressure going the opposite. So it's all to do with the architecture of the hydraulic system. The right elect has to be on first, or in auto first. So we've waited for the fault light's gone out now, and the other ones can now go on in anti-clockwise order. So the elect C2 and C1 can go on. We don't have to wait for the fault lights on these ones before the next one. Auto, auto, and auto for the left elect, C1 air-driven and C2 air-driven. So that anti-clockwise flow starting from the right elect auto. Fuel pumps can now go to on.
We got fuel in the centre. I didn't actually check that.
So you'll find out here. There you go. So
Yeah.
give it a second. So the order of that is that you go left fuel pumps on, right
Yeah.
fuel pumps on, and then you give it a second and you wait, and the aircraft will say and generate an ICAS message, fuel in center. If it does generate that, then you put the center pumps on. If it doesn't generate it, then you don't do anything.
Cool.
So in this case it says fuel in center, so we do put the center tank pumps on. But the aircraft basically knows what configuration you need to be in at this point. Beacon light can go to on.
I'm just Petros, I am on Twitch. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I dual stream. So beacon light on. Good.
Yeah, and then the transponder can go to transponder.
Down here, transponder.
Yeah. And we set the trims at this point as well.
Cool.
So the trim is going to be 4.75. Yeah.
Thank you again for these subs coming through. By the way, folks, we will get the subs. Obviously, we're joined by Fraser today, who flies the 777 in real life. And he's guiding us through kind of the setup of this aircraft, giving us some tips and tricks about it. So I paused the alerts for now. We will get them, though, I promise. Right, so 4.75 should be set.
Yeah, great. And then we are checking the aileron trim is 0, so you check that on the yoke itself. So the yoke, it's in 0. And the rudder trim is in 0 as well. So it's part of the but we also, so the trims isn't just the elevator trim, it's the rudder and the aileron as well. Great. Now we can do the before start checklist.
Oops, sorry. Before start checklist. So flight deck door is closed and locked. Passenger signs are on. MCP,
so you don't have to read the ones that are already
they're already done, yeah.
Yeah.
MCP 180 for V2. Heading is 271. Altitude 6,000. Takeoff speeds 168 V1. VR is 175. V2 is 180. CDU pre-flight's complete. Trim, we verified 4.75 and 0 and 0. You guys just saw that. And then the taxi and takeoff briefing. Well, we've not really done that, but I mean,
but we're going to be honest, from here, I would go, what are the threats? And they'll go, people crossing 27 left to get to Terminal 4 and traffic after departure. We're going to go Delta Alpha to Lehman, and we're able to depart from November Bravo 3, and we're about 40 tons above max landing weight. Not really much more needs to be said. We would, but in this case, it's not really.
And then we're on a Gogsy, so it's straight out. Capped altitude is 6,000 feet, turning away from the south. No, nothing looking like we've got any.
The point
worries.
being is that we've already programmed the box. He's checked the box. But there's no point then reading the box to one another when you've already looked at it. You're just going to talk about the practicalities and overview of how you're going to fly, and that's about it. Great. So I think we can go. So yeah, taxi takeoff brief done. So before start, checklist complete. Checklist complete. Exactly that. Great. We can go to push.
Cool. Right, I'm just going to check there's nobody going this way. I will call out on Unicom very quickly. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 53, Mike Svan 566, push and start facing south. Heathrow. So, toe brakes, there we go.
Commencing push.
And do you start the, because I always start like the block time on the first officer's side, it's just always been a
so we
habit that
don't do it. No, it's just on the takeoff roll we start.
Oh,
but
okay,
if
cool.
So if you now clear the recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and bring up the engine page. So when we start, we want a nice clear ICAS. So if any issues arise, then it's actually obvious and not hidden.
Cool. So I guess we'll say that the ground crew told us we're clear to start.
Exactly. So ground crew start. Yeah, you can. So we'll start the right-hand engine. So the first thing you're checking is that the auto start is on, which it is, and then you go to start on the right-hand side, and you go straight for the fuel cutoff switch.
Perfect. Let's get going.
This is an auto start, so it will abort the start itself. It will run a dry crank and do a second attempted start if there's an issue. But however, the only thing that we actually need to monitor is the oil pressure. Oil pressure is the only thing that's not monitored during an engine start. So what we actually care about is by the time that fuel is increased and EGT is rising, so basically as the engine starts to spool up, if the oil pressure doesn't increase, then the engine will seize.
Right.
So that's when we would actually abort the engine itself. Abort the start itself, and then we'd run the aborted start checklist.
And there we go. We can see EGT's rising, oil pressure's rising.
Exactly
Oops,
that.
I did not mean to click that.
As soon as there's that tick gone from the EGT, then we can start the other engine. When I say tick, the that red line on the EGT is the start limit EGT.
Up there.
Yeah.
Cool, right. Starting left engine. Oh look, there's a 7.4. Right, okay. Starting left engine.
Set parking brakes.
Okay, parking brakes.
Unlocking gear.
How long is the stream today? No idea, till whenever we finish. So we're going to be time accelerating the cruise. So Fraser's going to stick with us. We'll do all like the Oceanic bits like entry and all of that stuff. And then we'll time accelerate the cruise. And then obviously we'll do the landing into Nassau. And then we'll, hopefully, as long as we've got time and everything, I'd like to do at least one of the flights to do Providenciales. We'll hopefully do then the return to Nassau again, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll just see how we go with time. Also monitoring again, that oil pressure's rising as the EGT's going. We've got that red band on the EGT that we can watch for.
Tow truck disconnected.
Great. So even though the N1's not quite there, now that the EGT limit line's gone, that the auto start is complete, so we can now move on. So on the overhead panel, there's actually very little we need to do here. We're just going to turn the AP to off. Nothing else needs to be done on the overhead. We are going to select the flaps to flap 5.
Flaps 5.
Yep, and we're going to hit the recall button as well, and the only thing should be there is TCAS off.
Cool. And there we go, ground crew's going. I can see they've got the bypass pins, so we'll give Gary a little wave as well, I guess, when he turns around. Looks like he's walking off into yonder south.
So when the ground crew clear, we can do a flight control check, and against typical belief, we don't bring up the flight control page. We just do the flight control check itself without the flight control page up. And the reason for that is that there's the philosophy that we don't actually use those system pages to actually sort of cross-check things that we're doing. It's more of an information display only, so we don't use it as absolute gospel. If the aircraft itself will detect a problem with the flight control system as we do the flight control check, so we don't need the flight control page up in actually our procedures that we don't. Great. So now we can do the for taxi checklist.
So anti-ice is auto. Recall, we've just checked and we've got the only enunciated message we expect. TCAS off. Flight controls are checked, and the ground equipment, Gary's buggered off for the day, off for lunch, late lunch, and checklist complete.
Checklist complete, great. So now we're just going to go taxi light to on, clear left, clear right, and we'll taxi away.
Cool, right, I'll just call a quick thing on the intercom again. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 53 Mike, taxiing Delta Alpha Lowman for November 327 left. I think we're on Delta. Lucky I remembered that. Welcome everybody coming in, good to see you all, hope we're all well. Happy Thursday afternoon. I managed to get the afternoon off work today because most of the office are out with 4th of July celebrations, so we are celebrating in style with an extended stream today, and as you can see by the title, and you can hear another voice on the stream, good friend of the stream, Fraser, who's a member of the SimFest team, and he's also a Real World 777 pilot. So we're just kind of going through some cool stuff on the 777, teaching you guys some cool stuff. Again, I know there are alerts and things that have come through. Please forgive me and accept my apologies for any alerts that might have been missed. I promise you we will get to them. Fraser, in terms of like taxi thrust and everything like that, I'm guessing, I mean, like, you know, I was lucky enough to fly on the 777 the other week for Flight Sim Expo, and it was very conservative. They, you know, you don't maneuver this thing around like Southwest 737s.
No, not at all. So you always end up taxiing with idle power. To get going, you very rarely need to actually add any power, even just to get going. You might need like a little bump. We try hard to not go any more than 30% N1 for jet blast reasons. Going around a corner, we certainly wouldn't be any faster than 10 knots, probably anything actually a bit slower than that, sort of 6, 7, 8 knots, something like So you go second left here onto Alpha, and in a straight line, I'll probably end up going up towards 20 knots. I wouldn't go much more than that, and start slowing the aircraft back down towards 10 knots or so in a straight line.
You don't really get a sense of speed in the sim too much, do you? Like
No.
in the sim, like
Well,
you
you
can
don't
be
get
at
much of a
25
sense
knots.
of speed in the aircraft because
No.
it's quite big.
Yeah.
And
in terms of the
turning,
turn, this is it. This is
so-
what I was going to ask.
So basically, as it gets into the back window here, then you want to start your turn. No, further back than that.
Oh, okay, really that far back. Wow,
Yeah.
okay. It might be interesting to
So
see
now
how that
keep
does it
going.
in the sim, but we'll
Keep
give it a
going,
go.
keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Now turn. And just keep it out. And you want to stay this side of the line, the right-hand side of the line. That's it. That's it. Do it nice and slowly, and keep coming in. That's it. And then start bringing it around now.
Right.
So the conservative side is always to stay to the far side. That's it. And keep coming round.
Adding in a touch
Yeah.
of thrust on the right, just to actually so that we don't stop.
Yeah. There you go. That was really good. And if anything, you could have gone even slightly more deeper than you did.
Yeah.
So especially in a 300, you got to go a long way in. Obviously, we have cameras as well to
Yeah,
help with
cheat.
that as well. Yeah.
There you go, folks. So that's how far back you need on a 90-degree
Yeah.
turn, right the way in the back window.
So I would actually say from the view that you've got now in the PMDG, if you look back again, I would say probably towards the back window. As it crosses the back window, you can then do a hard left turn.
Yeah.
The reason for that is that we can go to airports with quite narrow taxiways, and at Heathrow you can be slightly more conservative with that turn. You didn't have to do it as aggressively as we did then, but that's the proper way of doing it. That's cool.
It's such a shame it's the 748 because of the model matching. Obviously, with BA not actually having 744s, it just for some reason now defaults to a 748. It's really weird, but yeah.
Mike, who says, do you use the brakes the same way as the 320? The philosophy is the same in terms of you allow the aircraft to accelerate naturally, and then you slow it down to about 10 knots, then you allow it to accelerate, and that just helps with the life of the brakes, really. So while we're taxiing out Chewy, in terms of things that you need to do on the inside, there isn't much. The TCAS will go to TARA now,
Yeah.
and when you leave the apron, cool. So you do TRA and weather radar's on. So that's it. All you gotta do is hit the weather radar on the other side as well.
Sorry, a whole thing
that was a
like
big
so.
stutter.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. I think it's a CPU thing. So terrain. So weather on one side, terrain on the other.
I'd probably actually have weather on both sides in this case. Terrain's not a thing an issue at Heathrow. So weather radar's on, TCAS on, and that's it.
Cool. Danny says, do you use the cameras often?
On the 300 we have cameras. You're not meant to taxi the aircraft through the cameras. You have them up. I'd have them up at places where it's tight. So I know that tight turns at JFK into the apron at Terminal 8 are actually quite tight, and the markings aren't the best, so I would have the cameras up there. But places where it's nice wide taxiways, you probably won't, because it can be more of a distraction and more of a threat that you end up, staring at the screen rather than actually looking out the window. But it's very useful when it's really small taxiways.
Just going to contact Tower. Tower, hello, Speedbird 5-3 Mike on Alpha for Loman, QNH 1010.
253 Mike Heathrow Tower, hello, I'm just getting information, Alpha up. You can kiss your taxi Alpha, hold November Bravo 2 Echo and expect your clearance shortly.
Thanks very much. We'll continue Alpha to hold November Bravo 2 Echo, Speedbird 5-3 Mike. Perfect.
Oh, I actually heard ATC as well through you, which is good.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Yeah.
Did Defo change the texturing around the MCP and the... Yeah, there was a micro update last night for the 777. So it's now 1.0.36, folks, so I am on the latest version. I don't know where that... There was a company.
Alpha Yankee stand 522.
Alpha Yankee stand 522.
So just a little bit of ATC. So November Bravo 2 Echo. That's going to be the next one.
Stand 405, are you looking for 7
Pardon?
What's the volume like for ATC if we're talking?
Yeah, I don't know if I can turn it down on here and whether it will actually do anything. I don't think it will. I can turn it down.
Speed 109 with you.
Let me have a look. Volume mixer.
Food 109 Heathrow Tower, hello. Are you taxiing along Bravo currently? I can't see your tag at the minute.
I don't think that's going to do anything,
yeah.
actually. I might have to do it in V-Pilot.
Correction, Food 109 taxi Bravo, hold Lockheed.
Let's see if that's alright.
Taxi Bravo.
You can hide the EFB if you look below it. There's a shelf, should be a click spot. Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, down here. And we're ready to copy. Speedbird 53 Mike.
Clear 53 Mike, you clear destination Gogsy 2 Golf, the Squawk 7625, QNH 1010.
QNH 1010 cleared to destination Gogsy 2 Golf and Squawk 7625. Speedbird 53 Mike.
Clear 53 Mike.
Cool, so
Hello, good afternoon.
yeah, sorry if ATC's like, it's only tower chat, so once we're departed, we'll be off, so I thought I turned it down, but maybe not. Right, so we're November Bravo 2 Echo, so we're all the way down to the end today.
So, taxiing out, we would have got final departure figures. We would have got a cabin ready at some point. And the only other thing that we do is a quick departure update, departure brief, and that involves just an open question of has anything changed on the performance page of the FMC? So is our performance still valid? The answer to that would hopefully be yes. Is our route unchanged? The answer should be yes. Are there any DDGs?
2 seconds. Sorry, just to confirm that was clear for takeoff for Speedbird 53 Mike.
53 Mike, A firm, clear takeoff 27 left, 270 degrees, 16 knots.
Clear for takeoff 27 left, Speedbird 53 Mike.
Fine. Just keep rolling onto the runway, it's fine, we'll get it all done. Any ops, any DDGs, any MEL items, or any supplementary procedures? No, nothing, great. In this case, we just did the full takeoff checklist.
Third left on Alpha, hold
full takeoff checklist complete.
Great, checklist complete. So same with this turn onto the runway here, especially in the 300, I would certainly make sure I'm over that next line you see.
Third right, hold November Bravo 2.
So would you still do it on the back window for the other side, I guess, yeah?
From here, it's not quite going to be the back, it would probably be just as it crosses that main pillar actually. So about now, yeah. Just 'cause of the way that you're sitting.
Stupid 109, I have your clearance when you're ready.
Ready, Scoot 109.
Stupid 109, you cleared.
So as we line up now, we would actually ding the crew. It doesn't exist in the PMDG, the option that we've got in our aircraft. We've got a takeoff button, but you would ding the crew, you put the strobe lights on, all the landing lights and the runway turn-offs.
Stupid 109, correct.
If you're in America, you wouldn't put the landing lights on until you're actually cleared for takeoff. If they said line up and wait, then you'd leave the landing lights off. That's a sort of American thing that they have introduced for runway incursions. Great, so going to line up onto the runway, and just before we take off, you're going to start the clock.
Yeah.
And then to spool the engines up to 55% N1. And I'll show you where we're going to do that in a second.
Thank you. Cleared Kennedy, Gogsy 2 Golf, Squawk 7572.
Alright, cleared on the approach sector, so we're all good there.
And Gogsy 2 Golf, American 107.
On the takeoff roll, you'd get thrust set, you'd also get an 80 knots call, and then obviously the aircraft would do V1 itself, and then a rotate call. Up to 80 knots, you just want a tiny bit of forward pressure. Right, okay, so maybe you're ready on the centre line. So spool the engines up, shall we put it up to 55%? So the left-hand engine, N1 indication, put it to match the line of where the EGT is. So point it at the EGT, exactly there, where your mouse is, yeah. So you spool that up to that point there.
So clock on, brakes set, a little bit of forward pressure.
That left one, that's it, keep going, keep going, keep going, there.
Yeah.
That'll be about 55%.
Okay, right.
American 107 with Alpha ready for push start, stand 330.
And one thing is to make sure that all the wheels are straight before you take off, otherwise you will get a takeoff config warning. So, thrust set.
80 knots.
80, that's it. And you don't see
124 Heathrow Tower, hello, continue approach runway 279, number 2.
Approach number 50,
On. Rotate.
Yeah, rotate, yeah.
Come on.
Sorry, 67 Mike, November 5 Whiskey, cross runway 27 left. Once vacated, taxi left Sierra, Victor.
Positive right.
420.
You're right.
Correction. No, that's
And do you
fine.
call out the
One
FMA, so
location,
LNAV
taxi,
there?
left
At
the arrow,
400
right,
feet,
tango.
you'll
400
see will
feet,
change.
LNAV, cool.
Then you read everything, including flight director.
Right, thrust ref, LNAV, VNAV, speed then.
And flight director, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
So that's the commanded, whether the autopilot's in or not. So that's just one thing that you include at that point.
505, information Alpha, Oceanic.
Cool. Right, I'm going to be a true long-haul pilot and put the autopilot in straight away.
Thank you, Heathrow Tower. Hello, Alpha's correct. You cleared Glasgow. I'm lap.
Cool. Autopilot's in.
7721.
Got a bit bumpy, isn't it?
It is a bit bumpy.
721, shuttle station.
So above the 5 bug and accelerating,
09, disregard.
then you can go to flap 1.
Also, flaps 1.
And then above the 1 bug and accelerating.
Yeah,
above
so-
the
With information of ramp 2 crescent clearance to
Just going to try, so I can go flaps up now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Should we find through Mike? No further ATC.
Just get
Marty in a
ATC.
combo back.
On the Unicom, thanks. We've got 5-3 mic. Right, back over to Unicom. Okay, so yeah, so as we're accelerating towards the
Right.
flaps up bug, we're going flaps up.
So nothing at this point. So now say you've now checked them in London and they say climb to flight level 150. So you put 150 in there now. The aircraft, of course, will actually maintain 6 because that's the profile. And one thing you might want to have at this point, is the data button on the. There you go.
Yeah.
Great. So it's going to maintain 6. The way we know what it's going to maintain is if you hit the VNAV page.
On the thingy, yeah.
Yeah. Top right it says 3 or above at the moment. Right. So if you hit the push the button in, you'll see that it clears that, and it now says what 4 and above. Press it again. It now says 5, and we've got all these annoying ones. So you have to press it loads of times. However, bottom right of the MCP it says climb direct.
Yeah.
Hit climb direct and hit execute. It will now get rid of all climb restrictions and go up
Oh,
to
that's
the,
a good one.
yeah. So what you'll find is that of airports they've got lots of restrictions rather than levelling off. If London said, and I know that because I control London, like climb now flight level 150, and rather than having to press it loads and loads of times or go in flight level change, which you don't really want to do, then just do the climb direct.
Cool. Would you do anything with the landing lights, like take the nose and things away?
No,
or anything
nothing
with those?
around,
No?
nothing at this point. Through
Cool.
10 is when we do anything.
Cool.
So at this point we're doing absolutely nothing.
Oh, I've got a lovely stutter. That is a ginormous stutter. There we go. Right, so 6,000 feet. So we'll set that, make sure we're good there. And I guess we can
So
do the after takeoff checklist, can we? Or?
Exactly that. Yep.
Yeah.
So as soon as you set standard, you do the after takeoff, and it's the same on the way into land. As soon as you set QNH, you do the approach checklist. Yeah.
Cool.
Wind shear.
So approach checklist
Wind shear.
complete.
Wind
After
shear.
takeoff checks complete. Check
Cam, you freaking troll. Wind shear alert. Thank you. That genuinely got me. I looked straight at my ND then to check the wind.
I didn't hear
Nice
that,
one. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the check again. Actually, folks, kind of once we're going and we're through 10 and things, and maybe when I take the seatbelt signs off, that's when I'll probably get some alerts going and catch up with alerts and things. Cool. So we're on standard. We're climbing through flight level 80. We're clearing ourselves up to 150 initially, and we're still departing on the SID.
So London now will definitely, we've said, route director adds kick, climb flight level 260. So you can do
All right.
that.
Add kick.
And with the beams as well. Oh, there you go. It's alright. We should have done a route copy as well.
Oh yeah. So flight level 320 and direct add kick.
And then always keep that heading bug.
Always
yeah,
keep
you
the heading.
get used
I'm
to
one
it.
of those who like I get annoyed if my heading bug isn't matched up.
Well, when London say maintain present heading and you hit heading select and it
Yeah.
starts turning, that's the problem.
That's the problem, isn't it?
So Jack says, how quickly do you normally go to put the autopilot in after takeoff? I imagine you want to practice and remind yourself how the 777 feels in case of emergencies, etc. You, yep. Okay, in fact, I'll get back to that. It's route 10 now. So altimeter check. So 10 through 10.2, climbing 320, standard set cross check. So now we can turn the lights off. When we turn off, taxi lights off as well. Happy with the seat belts, we can turn them off as well.
Do you put those to auto or off?
To auto.
Oh.
And you'll see that that's there you go. That's now blank. If you had the so you can actually have the no smokings in either on or auto, but with them in on, then it will say no smoking on. But I fly with people that have it in multiple, but in both, so there's no actual right answer there.
Cool.
Great. We're now through 10. Also, we would have logged on with London on CPDLC. That should have been done already, but that would have been confirmed. We can set the standby to standard. It looks like it's come across already.
Yeah, it does it automatically.
And if we had any changes to the weights when we were taxiing out, this is the point where we'd now sort of re-enter them into the perf page if there were changes to that. and we'd also enter a cruise C of G from the Mac Tau.
Where do I do that? Oh, cruise CG. Oh yeah, there. Yeah.
So it just the cruise C of G of an aircraft is the lower of the Mac Tau or the Mac 0 fuel.
Got it.
So you enter that, and it gives you a slightly more optimum cruising level. That's all. So if you hit VNAV page again, go to next page. We're looking at a recommended of 32, optimum 32, max 34. So yeah, 32 looks like a good level to start with. Great. Next thing we'll do is you'll do some chatting about. Next thing we'll do is about 20,000 feet. We'll start thinking about the oceanic clearance. So we think about it that soon, but
cool.
We've got time. I'll let you.
Yeah, right. I am going to go and catch up with someone. I'll mute on Discord so it's not annoying when I'm doing this all, and then I'll come back again in a second. Right, okay, so let's go and grab some alerts. There's going to be loads, because these subs came in a while ago. So we've got MJ Coops, who subbed an hour ago. MJ, I hope you're here. I'm so sorry. We're going to have quite a few alerts to go through, folks. I'll turn down the sound of the sim a little bit as well. Even if we have to do the 20,000 feet thing a little bit later, just with the amount of alerts that came through. So MJ, thank you so much for 61 months. We had Chris Designer with a follow. Then we've had Delaney with 82 months. Thank you, Delaney. Oh, my goodness me. Yeah, I hope you're all enjoying this, folks. I'm having a grand time here. This is a great way to spend a Thursday afternoon. So I really hope you're enjoying this. And again, big thanks to Fraser for coming on and showing us this. Delaney, 82 months. That's absolutely ridiculous. Hugely appreciate these subs, folks, for such a crazy amount of times. Skipser then with the follow. Thank you very much indeed, Skipser. We've also got Mr. Horgy with 68 months, furiously taking notes. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Horgy, for furiously taking notes. 68 months. Love you. Then we've got Fishy with a tier... Yeah, there it is. Fishy with a tier 3 for 39 months. Whilst we do this, let's go and have an outside view, shall we? Because we spent a lot of time in the flight deck, so we'll go and have an outside view for a bit as we climb up. Thank you very much for the lesson 3 for a tier 3 and for 39 months. Fishy, you're a beautiful human. I appreciate you, buddy. Seika, thanks for the follow. Goody Rash, thanks for your follow as well. And then Goody G is back for 30 months. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all so much. By the way, folks, when we get a bit of time later, Fraser will hopefully be able to answer a few questions. I know there's been loads of questions in the chat. He's not going to answer anything that's operator specific, so please don't ask it. He's just kind of doing it, you know, just generally about the 777. That's all he's here to do today. Thank you, mate. Finally, an early stream from us Aussies. Goody, I know they're so rare, mate, but thank you so much for keeping up your support for so long. Incarnate is then back for 83 months. Hello, mate. Worth it to hear Mongo sing. It's always worth it to hear Mongo sing. Thank you, mate. Ah, yeah, always a reminder. Always a reminder. Mate, thank you. I appreciate that so much. 83 months, you beautiful human. Then Callum is back for 75 months. Hello, Callum. We're almost there. We're almost going to reach 20,000, which was our marker to talk about stuff. So we're good again. So we're going to get through these alerts. This is how many alerts have been paused because they've been around for the last hour. Try not to knock my yoke here. You're too kind, Callum. You really are. You lurk away to your heart's content. Don't you know I remember that name? You know I remember that name. You've been here long enough now. You've been here for 6 years and a quarter. Thank you so much, mate. D Wolf, thanks for your follow. ESL War Thunder, thanks for your follow. Feelin' Sister, thanks for your follow as well. Very much appreciate all the follows today. On yesterday's stream, folks, we hit 67,000 followers. So thank you all so much for all of these followers. 67k is a ridiculous number. Then we've got Hyperfin, who's back for 8 months. Thank you very much indeed, Hyperfin. That was only 4 minutes ago. Okay, we're pretty much back on schedule now. So we're good. Thank you so much for the 8-month sub. You left one of your AirPods in the terminal. There's nothing worse than that sinking feeling of when you've left something behind, right? Dude, unfortunately, we can't turn back. I'm full speed ahead to Nassau now. And then just coming in right this moment, Captain Nunu and 14 months. Thank you very much indeed. Just as a reminder, folks, we are going to be time accelerating the cruise because I don't want to sit here picking my nose for 8 hours. Long time no see, Captain Nunu. Welcome back. Thank you for 14 months. Right, there is all the alerts caught up with. Beautiful. I will pause the alerts again, just whilst we get back. So I will unmute on the Discord. Hopefully Fraser's had a chance to have a restroom break or something. But there we go. Well,
I'm
welcome
here,
back.
I'm
Welcome
here.
back.
Thank you. That was a lot of alerts.
That was a lot. And actually, look,
Yeah.
so this was really good that we were talking about that briefing when we were going through and looking through those charts earlier on about some of the expected weather and everything. Here we go. I'll pull it back up. So if you missed it at the start of the stream, we went through the flight plan in a good amount of detail. And you can see some of that strong winds that we're expecting towards Land's End. And you can actually already start to see it. So we're only through flight level 250, but look at the winds. 282 at 91. That's pretty darn strong for this altitude, right?
Yeah, no, it is. I would have been inclined after 10,000 to turn the belts off just like we did, knowing that we've already briefed the crew that it might get a bit bumpy, and if you're thinking that they're probably going to have to go on in about an hour and a half after takeoff, then you want to give people as much of a chance and opportunity to get out their seats before they have to go back on again. So
yeah,
even if you think it's going to be bumpy, like top of climb, you might still be able to give people 15-20 minutes of time without the belts on.
Sure. Let me just get these. All of you on YouTube as well. YouTubers, thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry that I've not been paying you as much attention. I do appreciate you all here. I have seen your messages coming through. I'll show you all how to time accelerate correctly in the 777. It's super easy. You can do it on the EFB. And yes, Infant says, what a great masterclass today. Thanks, Chewy. No, this is all thanks to Fraser. Fraser's taken time out of his days off from flying the real aircraft to teach us a little bit about flying it in the sim as well. So no, it's not thanks to me. It's all thanks to Fraser. So we're 12 minutes into the flight. We're just approaching flight level 270, and you're already thinking about Oceanic things and everything, are you?
Oh, 100%, yeah. So the key thing with Oceanic is that you can request it 90 minutes before the entry point up to 30 minutes. So that's your window. Departing out of Heathrow, we are in that window almost immediately. So the only thing really is just waiting until a time where your workload is suitably low. About 20,000, flight level 200 is a good time where you should have done most of your procedures, SOPs. Probably if there's 3 pilots, that the other guy's now gone back on his break. So it's just the 2 of you now. It's a bit quieter. And you want to be one of the first ones, or you want to try and get that clearance as soon as you can, realistically. The reason for that is you don't want to miss out on getting the most optimum level because you were the 5th or 6th aircraft to request clearance. You know, you want to be the one that gets the clearance and gets the level that you want. So there is a benefit of requesting it earlier as well.
It's not just FatSim CTP where people try and rush their clearances in there.
No. It's you don't want to miss out on the level that you want just because it took you too long to put the request in. So things that we need to think about then are going to be, what level do we want? So what's going to be an optimum level? Bearing in mind what the optimum level is now, it might not be the same optimum level in an hour from now. So you have to kind of think ahead a little bit. And what the Mach number is that you want to do the crossing at. So if you have a look at the VNAV page,
we're in.
we have here, that's it, next page. So we have optimum level of 324. Recommended of 320, max of 341. So actually in this case here, by the time we get to our Oceanic entry point, which is actually going to be today, it's a Moco.
Oh, is it a Moco, not Gapley? It's the next one.
No, so Gapley goes into Shannon airspace, and Moco is Oceanic.
Oh yeah, so we've got just under an hour until we reach a Moco.
Exactly, so
it's actually got a step climb there in it already on the flight plan.
So step to flight level 340.
Oh, I think we didn't. Yeah, we didn't do anything into here, did we? With the step climbs.
But we'll do that in a sec. But the 340, I think, is a bit optimistic, even now. So with that max, and bearing in mind that we said it might be a bit bumpy, we don't want to be operating right up into the maximum. We always look at probably offering about 1,000 feet. Or operating 1,000 feet below the maximum. So 340 or 341 now, I certainly wouldn't want to go any higher than 330. The optimum is already 324. So I would safely assume that by the time we get to the Oceanic entry point that is going to be at least 330. We can already go to 330 because that's at least 1,000 from the max. The recommended is 320, and the reason for that is one, that the optimum is close to 320, but also because we've got RVSM as the step, it follows the semicircular rule. So if you change the step on the left hand side to 1,000, so type 1,000 and enter that on the left, I think the recommended is still going to be 32. Give it a moment.
There we go. Oh, 33.
Okay, well there we go. So I actually think for the crossing that we'll be requesting flight level 330, and we will also say max able 330. So when you send off your oceanic clearance, which we'll do in a moment, you always say what level you want, what Mach number you want, but also what the maximum able flight level is that you're able to take.
Yeah.
Somebody says here, what is the RVSM step type? So RVSM is reduced vertical separation minima, and it basically means that you have 2,000 feet separation, and it follows the semicircular rule. So if you're heading westbound, you're on even levels. If you're eastbound, then you are on odd levels. But it offers 1,000 feet separation from those rules. So if we're going west, RVSM levels would always give us a west level. An even level. So now that we've changed it to 1,000, because over the ocean we don't follow those west and eastbound rules necessarily, we can go at 330.
Cool.
So we've determined that we want to go at 330, and what Mach number do we want to go to? Probably decimal 84.
Yeah, it looks like
So it has to be a full number.
Yeah, you can't.
So,
Yeah, so that's it. You can't do it at like 842 because
No.
I guess the reason for that is if there's an aircraft behind, like ahead of you on 83, like close to the lower band 836, and then you're behind them on 834, but I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
but over time you will catch up. If
you will
you're not
catch
the same.
up.
So
Yeah.
It has to be exact. So great. So now if you go to the com page.
Do we do that on the middle thing on here?
Yep.
Yeah.
So com, and it will be ATC and clearance. It might be under on the PMDG, so it would be actually company for ours. But so I go manager, it might be in here.
Oh no, my Hoppies code. Does anybody know where it is for Hoppies on here?
Flight information, sure, it might be under that.
Oceanic clearance request.
Okay, so this is a PMDG-ism, that it's in a slightly different submenu than it is for us. So Oceanic clearance request, exactly that. So that should actually would have carried across in the real thing, but yeah, so you can type in who we are.
And you need this to be your full code or not? So can you do it as just BA?
What's our flight? No. What's our flight number though?
Oh, yeah. So flight number is BA 253, but we're Speedbird 53 Mike. Yes.
So it's the call sign that we're sending off.
And did we do that incorrectly when we were doing the because I did it as Speedbird 253. Where did I?
I thought you did it as.
I can't remember what I did.
Previous page on the bottom left.
Flight number. It would be Speedbird 53 Mike, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I thought that's what you had.
So,
anyway.
so is your flight number? So this is the thing to watch out. Oh look, it does cross over.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting point, folks. So on the Route 1 page, you don't actually put the flight number; you put your call sign, right?
Yeah. So I think that the reason that got dropped to is because you hit the activate, then the load, and it probably dropped.
Yes,
again.
that would be why.
So Speedbird 53 Mike. So that's already carried across.
Do you put that in? Oh, okay, you do keep that as that. Cool. Right,
no,
fine.
It's call sign.
Yeah.
So your entry point. So go to the legs page. So this is the great thing about the triple, is that anything you put in the scratch pad you can carry across, of course. So hit a MOCO, put it in the scratch pad, and then click on the entry point.
Do I need to wait? Why is that?
That should have worked. Okay.
Maybe if I do it on, let me just try it on this one.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. For some reason it works on that one, but not on the other. So yeah, that's fine.
Fair enough. So route data. So what time are we going to get to a MOCO?
Sorry, where am I? Oh yeah.
So then legs and then route data.
So a MOCO we're going to reach at 1446, 1446, and then put that across.
ATC facility, you can do Shamwick, so EGGL.
Right, level 330 we're saying.
330, Mach number 0.84.
0.84.
And you want to put it in exactly this format in free text. To max space able and F330. So not flight level, just
Would you do
F.
a space or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so F330.
So the reason it has to be in that format is that the actual software that Shamwick use will pick up automatically free text in that format to pre-fill a max able field.
Got you.
If you type it in any other format, they can still read it, but it just doesn't.
It won't
go
auto
straight
fill
into
in.
that. Yeah. It doesn't auto fill in their field of maximum flight level that we're able to take.
Cool.
Just while we've leveled up there, so obviously we would check the FMAs that we've leveled up now, so it's going to be speed, VNAV, path, right, we're great, we're level. The transponder can be set to below.
Cool. Right, let's just match up that heading for all of us who like that kind of thing. And then we'll go below. And then we can send this off, I'm guessing.
Exactly that. So before you send it, you get the other guy to check it. Yeah, happy with that, right, you send it off.
Send. Sending.
Great. So you will get a response, or you would have got a response that says clearance received. If no response within 30 minutes or 15 minutes, I think it is, please revert to voice procedures, basically is what it says.
Cool.
Right, so you will then get the following. And I'm just going to send you the message with it.
Yeah. Ham and Cheddar, thank you for your sub, by the way, mate. We will come back to that one. I have pause alerts for the moment, just whilst we're going through all of this stuff. Here we go. So I'm going to open the message. So this is what the message would look like. Obviously, I'm guessing you'd get this in the CDU in a pay or
yeah. So if you've done it on VATSIM already, you will see that you can get Oceanic clearance, and if you get like PDC and the PMDG on the triple, whatever, an ATC message appears on the top screen, and then if you go back to the aircraft, you've got accept, reject, cancel buttons there.
Yeah.
So when the clearance comes through, it will appear below the engine instruments on that top ICAS, and it will say Shamrock clears so and so, exactly the message that you're about to read now, and you can review it and see new messages in there as well. So if you were doing it on the network, then that's where you get it. Obviously we're just simulating it at the moment, so that's why Chewie just got a picture instead. And
it does actually work. So folks, you can do this, and so you can, instead of having to accept things down here, these buttons do work in the PMDG now, so you can use hoppies and you can check all the information to come through from hoppies and click accept on here. So yeah, it's all working in the 777 as is real world pretty much now. And look at that! Look at that wind again, folks. Going back to it, look at that. So we've only got 400 knot ground speed, 100 knots on the head. It's exactly what we predicted would happen by looking at that flight plan early. So nothing untoward with these winds now.
Just before we go into it, just go into the box and go to the VNAV page again, where we put the 1,000 foot. There you go, the step climb. So now that we've put 1,000 feet in to know what oceanic level we wanted to request, just delete that 1,000 foot step and revert it back to RVSM.
Okay, cool.
Just so the aircraft, while we're in domestic airspace, and we do have to follow that semicircular rule, the aircraft isn't prompting us to do a climb, which we're not going to be able to do at this point. We'll do that just before the ocean. So great. All right. So if we get the oceanic clearance up, then so this is the response that's come back from Shamwick. This is EGGX, so that's Shamwick clearance 344. That number 344 is purely just how many clearances they have issued on today. So the number that you get might be number 1 if you've requested it just after midnight. Speedbird 53 Mike is cleared to Nassau via Amoco, random routing, which we said earlier on. 48 north, 15 west, 46 north, 20 west, 44.5 north, 30 west, 42.5 north, 40 west, etc, etc, below. It says there from Amoco at 1446, which is the time we said we're going to get there. Maintain flight level 340.
Did we want 330 though?
Yeah, it's like, pretend that's 33. I just typed it in wrong.
330
cool. 330. And Mac decimal 84. So I didn't actually change it. So let me.
Oh yeah, because so we did this earlier. Chat Fraser prepped this stuff earlier on. So yeah, I mean you can send another one with 330.
I'll send it to you again just so we can when we check it now. It's actually what we're briefing, right? There you
go. Cool. There we are. So 330 now and Mark 0.84. There we go.
End of message. What it would actually do, so they actually can obviously come back and say 340. We said that well actually they wouldn't because we're max able 33, but say that it was 32 or a different speed. After where it says end of message, before that there would be a ATC remarks and a slash, and it will say with level change or with speed change. So but just before where it says end of message, if there's a thing in their clearance which is different to what you requested, there will actually be a remark to say what is different. It might say with route change or something like that as well.
Sure.
So it can change.
Cool.
So just having a look at what some of the chat stuff says, but no, good. So now we've got the clearance, we want to do the route checking procedure. So we need to check what we've been cleared is what's in the box. So, are you able to have both up at the same time?
I
or
think
not?
I can. I mean, I might have to tab back and forth, but yeah, I can kind of do it like this a little bit, and then
That's fine. Yeah.
if I go to
So-
the, do I want to go to the route page for this?
No. So go to the legs page.
Uh,
So first things first, what you want to do is you update the box to reflect the clearance. So we've got here a MOCO, maintain 330 Mac decimal 84. So where it says a MOCO, type in .84 slash 330 with an S.
and the S
Exactly
meaning
that.
step climb, yeah?
Yeah. There you go. So as it gets to MOCO, the aircraft, that's it, and you can execute that as well. If you go to next page and go all the way to the end, and go to Baloo, just type in E and put that to the right of Baloo. Or type Econ.
Ooh, PMDG's not got that modelled.
I think that's meant to do that there. Anyway, it's fine. We don't worry about that now. But
I will
when you get to
go and tell Randazzo his plane's broken.
well,
yeah.
I'm now doubting whether that's the format, but I can't.
Oh, can I do ER and then E in a slash?
Try
Aye!
Yes. So it
There
was
we
the
go.
slash that you were missing. There you
There
go.
we go, cool.
Execute. So basically, what that will mean is that after the Oceanic point that we've been cleared to, it will then resume normal speed from there.
I will tell Randazzo his plane is not broken.
No.
There we are.
I very much doubted that it was. I thought it might be.
This is
my
the amount of
memory.
detail these aircraft go into, folks. Like, you know, you can do all of these things. I'm learning so much. Cool.
If you go to the legs page, just hit. I was just quick to hit the legs page. It will just take you to the top then.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
There you go. Great. So we are going to cross-check the clearance. So if you're able to bring that up.
Yeah.
We are cleared via a MOCO 48 north 15 west. Well, it's summarised there as a waypoint. So 4815N isn't a coordinate. 4815N is a waypoint that exists in the FMC. So what we need to actually check, that could actually just be called user 1, it could be called Ocean, it could be called anything. What we actually need to check is that the waypoint underneath that, the lat long underneath that named waypoint is actually 48 north 15 west. So to do that, put it into the scratch pad. So click next to it, then hit init ref, hit index on the left, hit nav data top right, and then top left, put it in there.
Look at that.
So now it's expanded the way, and that will work for any named waypoint. It will always give you the lat and long. But what we need to actually check is 48 north 15 west is actually 48 north 15 west. This becomes more important now that they've introduced these half waypoints, which we'll look at in a moment, because they've now. It doesn't exist in PMDG yet, but they've now changed the NAT tracks real world to also include half tracks. The waypoints for them are called H48, meaning half of 48. So when you expand them, it's even more so important to do so because they are actually half a latitude that you need to check as well. So this is we do this on every single waypoint across the ocean.
Cool.
So 4815, here you go to legs. I'll just do it for a few of them. 46 north, put that in the scratch pad, init ref, index, nav data. Click there, 46 north, 20 west. Great. That's it. So, and then you just go, bring up the clearance, just check 44.5 and 30 west. Is that what we were expecting?
44.5, 30
30
west.
west.
Yeah.
And then you can do next page, 42.5, 40 west. 33, great. So you do this as a single pilot. Once you've checked it, then the other guy does exactly the same thing. So you individually check it against the clearance. So you check the box against the clearance, the other guy will check the clearance against the box. So you always do one thing each.
Got you.
Once you've both done the clearance check, you then come together and one guy reads it from the box and the other guy with a pen actually ticks it off on the clearance, because we normally print the Oceanic clearance as well when it comes through, just so we've got a paper copy of it as well, just for, you know, proof and things like that. So in this case here, so if you bring up the legs page, go to the top. If you read it out to me, so you'll go from a MOCO down to Baloo, read all the waypoints out, just summarise them like 48 north, 15 west, etc.
Yeah.
And then give me the Mach and speed and the flight level afterwards, and then I'll just read that against the clearance, and then we'll do the check from there.
Cool. So should we start with a MOCO?
Yep. Start with the MOCO
so
then. So
MOCO is Mach 0.84, flight level 330, and got the step there. 48 north, 15 west, same.
So it's just the waypoints from now on.
Okay, so 46 north, 020 west.
Yeah.
44.5 north, is that correct?
Yeah.
030 west. And then 42.5 north, 040 west.
Yeah.
39.5 north, 050 west.
Yeah.
35.5 north, 060 west.
Yeah.
And then finally Baloo.
Yeah, great. And we've checked the time, and we've done the 330 and the 84.
Yeah. So
great.
the only thing here is that we've got like so it's automatically
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, because they will only be reminders, and later on, actually, but we want to have those step reminders in there because we will then request further climb later on with Shamwick. So you do want to be prompted later. You can actually go higher.
And this is a really important thing to have, folks. So if you're going to do this realistically, turn this option off. Because if you do not have auto step climbs off, if those altitudes are in your CDU, the aircraft will climb to it. So just be aware of that if you are gonna do that. Okay. This is the page we use for time acceleration. We'll do that in a little bit. I'll tell you, it's really easy. Cool.
So a couple of Oceanic things that tell you about. So go back to the VNAV page.
Yeah.
If you are going to not do any step climbs, where it says step RVSM, put that to 0. Because that will then make your arrival fuel ETA and fuel number be accurate, but no step climbs. So if you are going to do an auto cruise skip thing with no step climbs, then actually change the step size to 0. So your numbers that you're looking at now and arrival time will actually reflect what you're going to get there with. But in this case, Chewie, we can just delete that again and put that to RVSM. So you just hit delete.
So again, for those of you who missed that, just be careful. With PMDG, there's an option to do auto step climb. So if you've left it with an RVSM on the VNAV page, as we've got here, and then you just leave the aircraft to calculate your step climbs, it will automatically it will automatically pick up what the optimum altitude is, and you can see in the legs page here, halfway across our crossing, suddenly we're going to 340, which is not what we've been cleared on. And so that's why you need to be careful using the auto step climb option. Because if you have that on, then you'll find yourself climbing without you actually doing anything. It will just go off what you said the aircraft it wants to do. So cool. Right, carrying on. So we're on the VNAV page.
So we've done that. So we talked about the step climbs, how we show 0 versus 1,000 versus RVSM, and what the difference between those different step climbs means. Great. So here's a counter then. So Shamwick have come back to us and said, cross a MOCO not before time 1448. So at the moment, go back to the legs and data page. We're estimating a MOCO at 1446, so 2 minutes. So they've said don't get there until at least 1448. You're going to be there too early. So if you go to the prog page, we can actually do an RTA. So go to next page, and again RTA. So here we go. So if you now type in a MOCO and say that we want to be there at, let's just do it by a minute, 1447.
Do I need to put the 0 at the end or not?
No, just the time on the right. Just give it a second to calculate. There you go. And what it's saying there on the left is to arrive at a MOCO 1 minute later than what we're going to arrive there at the moment, you need to fly a Mach decimal of 827 rather than 84 of what we're at now. So we can either execute that and the aircraft will automatically dynamically adjust the speed, so as the wind changes it might then go to 83. It's not the most fuel efficient thing because it will actually change the power quite regularly to try and meet that time restriction exactly. Or you could go, okay, well we're at 83 whatever, let's just slow down a little bit. So you can use this sort of page just to get the prediction, not necessarily to execute it and actually allow the aircraft to do it itself. But if you're on VATSIM or whatever and you get an entry restriction, this is so prog page number 3 is how you can get the information of what speed you need to fly to meet that restriction, or at least allow the aircraft to do it itself.
Fascinating. Cool, right.
So,
Well,
here you
should we erase that? Yeah.
go. We don't need to do that.
that.
It's just a
That's
good way
really
of doing
cool.
it.
That's a new one for me as well.
So how far from Omoko?
we are
260
260 miles. Yeah.
Great. So at this point here, there's a few things that we'll do. We will get the latest weather for our ETOPS alternates, or the alternates actually we would think we'll want to go to. Because as I said earlier, ETOPS is purely a planning exercise. So it might have Gander. In reality, we might actually not want to go to Gander. We might later on want to go to St. John's or Bangor or JFK, whatever it might be. But we will get some weather. So if we get some METARs for Shannon, Larges, and Bermuda.
So I can. I mean, we can write them all. I
You
think
can
I can
request
do
it through the aircraft actually.
Actually, can we? Oh, okay. We do
Yeah,
that
this
through
should
here.
No, it's on the com page.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Folks,
yeah.
again, for all of you who are like, oh my gosh, there's so much here to learn and so much to go through, the VOD's going to be available. I think Twitch keeps it for 3 months, but I'm also live streaming to my YouTube channel right now. So if you just go onto the live tab on YouTube, it's all going to be available there, and that will stay. So, yeah. So that'll be fine. Let me see. So where's it going to be? No, it's not going to be in there. No, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I don't even know where it is.
Oh, is it just ATIS request? Oh no, T-whip I think it's called in this. Go, it's on the right hand side.
Oh yeah, T-whip.
T-whip. There you go.
Oh, okay, nice. Oh, so we wanted Shannon, was it
So
first
Shannon.
you said?
Yeah.
And do we want...
I'll be back in just a second, Chewie, while you get those
alright.
weather.
Oh, right, I'm going to do it off that. Single request. Send. I don't know what T-Whip... We'll ask when Fraser gets back. Cool. It's very regular to get RTAs in Australian airspace. There we go. I'm learning so much new stuff today. I stun lock local pensioners. What in the world is that name? Yes. I would love one of those as well. You can send me one, right? Okay, so that's sent. Then we want what was our next one? Our next one was LPLA. So folks, this is great because oh, ads. That's fine. I'll wait for the ads. Actually, no, to be fair, all we're doing is putting these in, so it's not much. Wait for the ads to come through. That's in. Sent. And then our next one is... Oh, there we go. You can see they're starting to come through now.
What have we got so far?
So we've just had Shannon, which has come up on the display on the upper ICAS. We're in an ad break, but I thought we'd get those through anyway, so I'm just going to request them. And then our next one after LPLA was Gander, right? CYQX. Or do we not need that?
Yeah, get Gander just to tick a box, yeah. Probably won't end up going that way, but...
Right, send.
And if you also get CYYT, which is St. John's, because that's the university hospital that we would normally try and divert to if we had a medical situation. CYYT.
YT, I was just going to say, is that?
Yeah.
CYYT. Cool, right. People should just be coming back from the ad break. Let's just make sure. Yeah, hopefully people are back from the ad break on Twitch. You didn't miss much. All we're doing is just getting some weather requests through for some of our potential alternates today with ETOPS and everything. We're doing that. So single request, VATSIM CYYT, send.
And the last one we'll probably get this is Bermuda. TXKF.
I haven't flown to Bermuda for ages.
Or TKF. No, I think that's right.
Yeah, it sounds right. Cool. So people should be back from the ad breaks now. We're just getting some weather information through.
Lovely. So while that's going through, you can go to new messages and we'll see them.
Cool. So that's going to be in review, is it? Oh no, new messages. Sorry. Yeah. There we go.
There you go. So start at the bottom there. So we've got Shannon to start with. 26016. So we start to build up a bit of a picture here. So I would be. I'm just looking at my my work iPad here. So if I was going through it now, I would go right Shannon. I'd bring up the AFC chart with Lido, or just have a quick summary. So 260 at 60 knots, 8k light rain for you at 16, and I'd go okay. So that'd be ILS 24 at Shannon, which has got a Cat 2 ILS. So just a quick summary. It doesn't have to be in too much detail. Just what would be the runway at Shannon and what approach would be on that end at this time if we had to go there. So it doesn't have to be much detail, just a very quick sort of summary and overview of again, just the whole point here is building situational awareness.
Cool.
So we've done Shannon. So the next one is Larges LPLA. No weather information there at the moment. So this is actually a good example of Larges. So in a second, we'll move on and come back to Larges, but we want to get the Met report for El Paz.
Okay, cool.
So if you just request that for El Paz, and then we'll come back to it.
I'm going again. There we go. Tweet request. Jack, thank you so much for that sub. I will go and I will get these alerts in a moment. We're just going through all of this stuff, and then we'll come back. So what was the ICAO that we're looking for?
LPAZ. Just because it's next door, and we'll be able to get a good, slightly better Met report from there. So, okay. So moving on from there, I think the next one you got was Gander. So yeah. CYQX. Great. So CYQX is Gander. We've got 180 at 6 knots. So it'd be the RNAV RMP runway 21. It's got a 3,000 meter runway. Cool, good weather there, so that's nice. And CYYT, which is St. John's, which is where we'd probably prefer to go if we had an issue, is perfect. 1508. Good visibility, good cloud base. So 1508 would be ILS runway 16. Great, cancel that. Have a look at Bermuda. 340 at 10, so Bermuda would be ILS runway 30, Cat 1. Great, we can clear that. And the last one is just El Paz, hopefully.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go. 030 at 7. So that gives us an indication that the wind down in the Azores is light and it's northerly. So Larges would be ILS runway 33.
Cool.
Great. So you can try and clear. Just hit cancel, Chewy, on the and that should get rid of these notifications. You're gonna have to probably go through. Yeah.
But there you go. You can see how all of this is working, folks. It's pretty cool. I love that it's
that's where your Oceanic clearance would have come through, and it would have looked like as well.
Yeah.
So. Great. Right. So we've looked at the weather. So if we go to the fix page now.
Yes, somebody was asking about some fixes, getting some range rings and stuff in.
Exactly that. So Shannon, so EINN.
Yeah.
Put a bearing of, well, we've said it's runway 24 in use at Shannon. So again, just building a bit of SA, we have to put the reciprocal in. So 060.
Sorry, I'm getting these like really weird like CPU lag spikes. Okay, 060.
Slash 511. So 511 is a old ARINC 2.5. I can't remember what the actual wording is. Hoggy's going to correct me, but it basically 511 is the most that the aircraft can compute in terms of distance.
Right.
So if you look at that range that you see on the ND now, from an SA point of view for situational awareness, you can see 511 miles because we're going to try and overlap these rings in a moment. But also you can see where the airport is centered and where like a long final is for the runway that's in use. So you know it's runway 24. So that's quite good. So the next thing is from Shannon, we're going to put in Larges LPLA. I said that it's going to be runway 33 at Larges, so we're going to put 150 in for the reciprocal slash 511.
I remembered my reciprocals. I'm so crap at remembering reciprocals. There we
Plus
go.
2 minus 2.
Yeah, I remember the rule, but it's whether I actually. It's more so now after so many years of flight simming, I just kind of remember it. So interesting here, the rings don't match. They don't. There's a little bit of a gap, but that's not a big thing, I'm guessing.
No, and one thing to remember is the rings that we're creating here now are 511 miles long. The radius is 511, but what the rings are that we looked at earlier in terms of the ETOPS planning were 180 minutes. So what we're drawing now isn't the ETOPS rings because we can't physically draw rings that are 180 minutes because one, you can't do it in time, and two, the aircraft can't do rings that large anyway.
Yeah.
What we are purely doing is just building a picture of a situational awareness of where the airports are that we would probably divert to. They just don't have to necessarily overlap. So this isn't the ETOPS thing as we talked about earlier. It might be that the rings don't overlap at all. It might be that the airports are close enough that you do /400 or 300. I try and do it so the ring's just about touch, so you get a good idea of where the airports are in relation to you. So we've done, we've got the weather, they're all good. We've drawn on the fixed page the next couple of airports, and as we overfly, so when Shannon's not relevant anymore, we'll then change it to probably St. John's. So one thing that we would also do at this case, this point now, is go to the alternate page. So hit the alternate page.
Yeah.
And we will put in the airports that we will probably want to go to. And we will make sure, so if you just delete Orlando, because for some reason that's hard coded in. Yeah, so I say it's hard coded because it was in bold and much bigger large. So we at work don't do any alternate requests. So we at some airlines, you can request a list of alternates, and it will give you either company specific alternates for your destination or en route. We just leave it, we program it ourselves. We don't request anything from the company at this point. So we're going to put...
Sorry, I was just going to go... Bennett's just said, wondering for the perf in it, since there are no load sheets, should I wait till boarding is done? I've been going off SimBrief and I've been off by a couple of £1,000. Yeah, so it might be with SimBrief if it's slightly off, if the profile's not 100% correct compared to the configuration of the actual aircraft that you're in, Bennett. Yeah, I mean, like, GSX hasn't got full integration with this aircraft, so it won't actually dynamically load it. As soon as you set the payload in the aircraft, it's set. It doesn't matter what you do with GSX. So technically, really, with the PMDG, as soon as you click set payload in whatever menu you're doing that via, that payload is final. It just might be a bit of discrepancy between the exact model of the 777 that you're in the sim compared to the default SimBrief profile. So there we go. Cool. Right.
Also as well with the PMDG, of course, you can double click on the 048 section, can't you? And it'll actually load what the aircraft
is.
Rather than you entering, they should match, but technically you can load it from the aircraft as well. So in this case, there's the alternate page. So we've got 4 options of alternates. We will probably load 3 of them, and you always leave 1 blank to auto pick the nearest airport. So it's nice having 3 airports that we, or having your airports that you would like to go to on that list, but then it also allow the aircraft to auto select and tune at least 1 of them. Cool. So in this case, we're going to have Shannon. Larges.
Is that?
Oh, no, because it's not the closest.
Ah. So where am I putting this then?
Shannon has got in there.
Is it?
4th line.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes. Okay.
So LPLA.
So do I need to? Do I just type it? Do I just do the line select key at the top? Because that's what I've been doing. Where do I?
Yeah, it does. You can put it anywhere. It will go.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, so I see. Yeah.
It will then order it of closest. So and then CYYT for St. John's. There we go. Cool. So what that's doing there is ordering it in airports that are the closest. It's also picking 1 of them, being Cork, and then the other 3 are the en route alternates or ETOPS alternates that we would want to go to. So Shannon, Larges, and St. John's. Cool.
And obviously you've got a button here, divert now, which I guess could be quite useful if you really need it.
So it is the only problem with the divert now, and we wouldn't actually probably tend to use this button at work. So if you hit the arrow to the right of the arrow next to any of these airports, so Shannon or Larges, whatever, then it gives you the option to actually also do the divert now bottom right. We still wouldn't use this menu, because as soon as you do that, all it will do is it will dump your legs page completely, and it will change your destination to that airport. So all it would do is do a LNAV direct to that airport. In reality, when you divert to an airport, very rarely can you just route direct destination. So we would actually go, if you go to the route page and go back a page. First of all, let's just do a route copy now anyway, because we try and do that periodically. What I would actually do is go route 1, back page, as we are now, and change the destination to the airport that we're now diverting to. And what that would do is it will keep the entire legs page box and everything. It will just change the destination. So you don't lose all your programmed waypoints. But basically, before you start fiddling with changing destinations and diversions, then we tend to do a route copy anyway, just in case you want to come back to it.
Awesome. Is there anything else we need to do, or I think we're pretty good, aren't we?
We also have to do one more thing. So there's a couple. So we'll talk about slop in a moment. We talk about. So we have a quick chat about contingencies. So we talk about how we will deal with an emergency if we're in oceanic airspace. It's slightly different to how we would deal with it in normal domestic airspace. So we talk about an engine drift down and an engine rundown. We also talk about a depressurization, and we also talk about severe weather in terms of potential overspeed and underspeed in severe turbulence. So I will just quickly run through that. If we either have to shut the engine down, either we're shutting it down or the engine fails and we have to start descending, if we go to the VNAV page, which we're on already, and hit engine out, bottom right, you can do that now, just don't hit execute. Give it a moment. Cruising altitude there of 219. Okay, so over the ocean, when you have an emergency, you don't go to hull levels. You will descend to the nearest half level, just as an absolute backup contingency that if somebody happened to be there, the chances are that you're going to at least have 500-foot separation and you wouldn't hit somebody. So in this case here, we would descend to 215. So if we have a problem, we first of all bring up the engine out page to see what level we need to descend down to. We also have a look at what speed it's going to target, so 270 knots. Have a look at your PFT and what speed are we at the moment.
306.
So we're going to lose about 35 knots, okay? In oceanic airspace, even if you've got an engine out, unless you absolutely can't maintain your current altitude, you have to be 5 miles offset, left or right, before you start descending. And that's so you avoid other aircraft on the ocean. So if we had an emergency in this case here, as we said, we had to shut the engine down ourselves, or the engine failed and we had to drift down, we'd go to engine out. We would then select 215 on the MCP itself.
Okay.
We would at that point go to, so you'd have to enter anything here. Just erase this for now. Hit erase bottom left.
Yeah.
There you go, and go to route.
Yeah.
And offset. Type in 5 right. Or it might be right foot. Yeah, there you go. So if we had a problem, we would go to engine out. We would select on the MCP the half level that it's adjusting, so 215. We would execute it and we'd go offset right. Even though we've executed it, the aircraft will at some point start descending, but because it's got 35 knots to lose, it will maintain level flight. That gives us the chance to offset by 5 miles before it starts descending. If the speed that it was recommending was the same as what you are now, then the aircraft will of course start descending straight away. So in that case, you need to actually achieve the offset before you start descending. So the whole point of the oceanic sort of contingency is you have to be 5 miles left or right of track, then you can start descending.
Yeah, so Petrus has just asked, regarding engine failure, don't you make a 90-degree offset from the position and fly parallel to the NAT?
No, you don't fly. No, you do a. There's a way of remembering it.
Is it clean?
It's not clean.
No,
so
there we go.
I'm not going to say it, but you don't do a 90-degree offset. We do a 5 miles right or left. You then descend below oceanic airspace, which is 290. You then have the opportunity of turning. In reality, you would offset by 5 miles. You would start your descent down to the recommended engine out cruise altitude. And in the emergency section of the COM page, you would then put out a mayday via CPDLC to Shanwick. And before you got anywhere near 290, they would have responded with a an instruction.
There we go. Cool.
So that's that. If you had a depressurization, the first thing that you would do is you would look after yourselves. So you take your headset off, you put your oxygen mask on, you communicate to one another, and you go, right, is he on his oxygen? Is she on his oxygen? Basically, are we safe? We're safe. Next thing is to check if the pressurization is controllable. So if you go to the air button, you'll now see on the upper ICAS, it now gives you a summary. And basically, if the outflow valves are closed, so you can say they're nearly closed now, but say the outflow valves are closed and the cabin altitude is increasing, then it is uncontrollable, because the aircraft is trying to achieve everything that it can because the outflow valves are closed and the cabin altitude is rising. That is uncontrollable. So we're safe, we're on oxygen. The next thing we would make sure is that the passengers are safe. So on the overhead panel, you're looking for the red horizontal one, which apparently in the PMDG is not where it's meant to be. Oh, it's a button on the PMDG, that's why. There's a passenger oxygen button.
I'm trying to find out where it is. Is
Up,
it?
just like up left, where your mouse is.
Oh yeah.
Right, there. So in the aircraft that we have, it's actually a red horizontal guarded switch, just like the emergency lights one that you see to the left.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the sequence of events before you even start descending is we're on oxygen, passenger oxygen is on, and then you start. Would it be standard? I'm just reading someone's messages.
Man didn't do his livery config. Oh, we did go through the livery config. Is that even an option in the livery config? Maybe we missed that one. We did go through the livery config and double check it.
So yeah, we're safe, they're safe, oxygen's on, you'd now start descending. However, if there's an aircraft directly below you, you need to do the offset first. So even if you've lost complete pressure, you can't start descending and hit somebody below you or set up a TCAS. So again, you would do offset right, left, or right 5 or left 5. As I say, you can go either way. In an emergency, you can go either way of 5 miles, depending on which is the, where your airports are that you'd probably want to go to, depending on, would determine whether you go left or right. You would then start the emergency descent. So you would wind up 15,000 in the altitude window. You'd go to flight level change. You'd close the thrust levers. You deploy the speed brakes slowly, and then you'd make sure that the speed window is open and is at an appropriate speed, depending on whether you think there's structural damage or not. You would then make sure that you're doing that offset, you're descending. The whole point here is to get below 290, but realistically the whole point is to get below 10 if you can. 15 is a long cruise with the depressurization. You can go down to 15, but realistically you want to get down below 10. While you're descending, you would also run the excess cabin altitude non-normal checklist as well. So you run through that, run through your contingencies. So you talk about an engine failure, you talk about loss of cabin pressure.
Yeah.
And you talk about an overspeed, so you just do a bit of speed brakes. The whole point with an overspeed is not to close the thrust levers, because then you end up in a low speed state. That's a real common mistake. And that's about it. So you normally spend a good 10 minutes chatting about emergencies on the ocean, because it is very prescribed and very strict on how you deal with an issue.
So whilst everybody's just sitting back and having their meal service right now, whilst everybody's tucking into whatever delightful meal the crew are bringing round, this is what's they've not fallen asleep with their legs up on the pedestal or anything, on the glare shield. Like there's a lot still going on in the flight deck. It makes you really think, doesn't it, folks, about how much is actually going on behind the scenes. And we're an hour into the flight and there's still lots of things going on here.
100%, and up until we're actually on the ocean, it is relatively busy. The next thing we just consider will be what do we do when we get at the entry point?
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned there, do we do a strategic lateral offset procedure? Do we slop? The recommended thing with slop is that you either stay on course, you go 1 right, or you go 2 right, and you're meant to do it at random. So you're not meant to go, well, one day I'll do 1, next day I'll do 2. You are meant to there's just completely randomized. However, if you observe somebody in front of you going slightly right of track, then maybe you stay on track. So it's all the ideal really is that you kind of want to have everybody slightly offset on the track, just in case somebody starts having to dive down in an emergency, really. Lovely. How far to a MOCO? 100 miles.
Yeah, 100 miles.
Great. Well, I don't need to talk until we get to a MOCO then.
Cool. Right. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to time accelerate. I'm going to start to time accelerate. I can always bring it back. So to time accelerate in this, we will slow it back down for a MOCO. But for time acceleration, if you want to do it, you can just hit auto cruise. And then you've got the auto time compression, which essentially means that the PMDG will calculate what time acceleration to do. So if, for example, I'm probably going to log off of ATSIM actually, so I don't start sending loads of people into a spiral. Essentially, if you've got a major turn, you've got a big turn coming up, or you've got a step climb coming up, it will actually bring down the time compression rate from like 4 times to 2 times or something, so that the autopilot can handle it. So we've got max time compression 4. Sim rate at the moment is 1 times, and if I just turn that on, you should see it start to come up. It would be interesting to see if it does. There we go. So now we're going through, so you can see our sim rate is 4 times. So I'll just do it for a moment. So we are going to time accelerate. And the other way to confirm that you're time accelerating in the PMDG is the clocks will go green as well. So we'll time accelerate on 4 times. We'll go back to 1 time speed just before a MOCO, and then all the Oceanic segment and everything like that, right up until kind of before we're briefing for the approach. We'll time accelerate and we'll go and chill out for a bit, get some music on, and we will get back to alerts and stuff as well. Your clocks go red when you time accelerate. Oh, I don't know. Mine are green. Maybe it's because I'm using the auto feature.
So as we at this point here, we would be with Shannon, domestic controller, approaching a MOCO. They would say probably actually, Chewie, you will need to stop about 30 miles before a MOCO if you can.
Well, that's fine.
So
No problem.
We need to step up to 33.
Yeah.
So Shannon will say report when you're ready for your Oceanic level, because within their airspace, realistically, they'll want you to maintain the semicircular rule, knowing that your actual Oceanic level is 33. So they'll say report ready for it basically as soon as they're able to offer it.
Cool.
So yeah, 20-30 miles before they'll say if it's only 1,000 feet, then that's when they'll offer it. Approaching a MOCO, they'll say Speedbird 5-3 Mike, radar service at a MOCO, radar service terminates. Contact Shamwick HF on 5649er, and that's it. And we should, as we get to the entry point, we would then call Shamwick, which I'll sort of chat about when we get there.
So keep it going. But yeah, this is how easy time acceleration is in the 777, folks. It's not very difficult at all. Not very difficult at all. Cool. Right, bit more to go.
In case you fly offset right 2 slop and then have an engine failure, do you offset right 5 from your standard route or additional 5 miles? You do it from the original route, so you would change the to offset right 5. That would only add an additional 3, Bennett.
Yeah, all good. Cool, right. So there we go. Time compression off. So we're back at 1 time speed now. Clocks have gone back to normal kind of orange, and we're.
So you can change your VNAV to 1,000 step climbs now. And then we'll go up to 33 as well.
Cool. So 1,000 on the step climb, and then we'll step climb here, yeah?
See what you can see or notice. In fact, it was just before you changed it actually, but the optimum has gone up by about 600 feet, and on average it goes up about 500-600 feet an hour. So if you, when you're trying to think ahead in terms of what will be the best level or what will be my maximum level I can achieve, in X amount of time, that's kind of a rough guide on how you would do that. So yep, climb up to 330.
And do you just do that with an MCP change and hitting the button?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
So thrust, ref, VNAV, speed. Just leave it auto time compression to on. If you set it to 16 times, it can crash the sim. Yeah, no, I'm only going to do auto time compression. I think 4 times is what I normally set it to as a max. I don't know if you can even do 8. We could do 8 to make the flight shorter, but yeah.
Yeah, 777 Bob, done across it. I did actually recall then an actual Shamrock HF frequency. You're quite right, and that was very sad of me.
Yeah, I've always used 4 times. I actually tried 4 times in the MD-11 and it works as well, folks. So yeah. If you calculate for an intersection departure and ATC sends you the end of the runway, do you recalculate for full length? No, because you're already safe that you know that you've got for less of a runway length, right?
No, the only time you do that, but we don't tend to do it long haul, but if, say, you plan to do a really big intersection and that you didn't get it, then it might be worthwhile recalculating it just so it's not so conservative, but yeah. Great,
right, speed VNAV path.
So here we go, so we've leveled off. Lovely. There's just one bit of information that we want to know when we call Shamwick. That is, what's our cell call code? So Echo Kilo Lima Quebec, because it's written there on your placard. On VATSIM, when you connect to the network, you actually also have to enter that code. So whatever you've entered on VATSIM, when you connect it as next to your call sign, there's an option for cell call. Just either make sure that matches your livery or that you know what the one that you typed in is, and remember that. So you want to know what your cell call code is, and you also want to know what the next oceanic airspace is that you're going to enter, right? And the reason that you want to know that is because when you speak to the Shamwick controller at the entry point, he will tell you when to call the next controller, because we don't do position reports anymore. So on first contact, they are going to give us a cell call check, and they're going to say, basically, when you leave our airspace, contact this controller on these frequencies. For them to know who that next controller is, we actually, when we check in with them, we say, Shamwick, Speedbird 53 Mike on 5649er. They'll go, yep, go ahead. Shamwick, Speedbird 5-3 Mike, CPDLC, Santa Maria next. Request cell call, Echo Kilo, Lima, Quebec. So you say your CPD, you don't have to say your flight level, you don't have to say your MAC number, you don't have to say any of that because they're the ones that gave you the clearance, so they know all that information. They just need to know that your CPDLC able or unable CPDLC, who your next airspace is, and request cell call check. That's all you gotta say. And they'll say Speedbird 5-3 Mike, Shamwick, Roger. Your secondary HF frequency with Shamwick is 8849er. At 30 West, contact Santa Maria on 55272, backup 88527, whatever it might be. So you'll end up getting all these frequencies, and then they go standby for cell call check. So you don't even read it back at that point. They then go the doo doo doo, and then you get a little message like a cabin call, and it says cell call, and you go Shamrock Speedbird 5-3 Mike, cell call, okay, backup with you 8879er at 30 West. We will contact Santa Maria on so and so, backup so and so, and they'll go, that's correct, Shamrock. And then you take your headset off and you don't speak to a single person until you get to Santa Maria. So basically, on this entire crossing down to Nassau, you will probably speak to, once you're on the ocean, about 3 controllers.
There you go.
In 7 hours.
Another thing to note, folks, we've just crossed a MoCo, so we're now technically on the Oceanic, and you might have noticed, some of you, that on our FMA here, it changed from 0.837, which was our econ speed, to what we selected on the legs page. So we obviously selected a MoCo to be at Mach 8.40, so that exact Mach number, so it's automatically transitioned to that as well.
So now we've entered the ocean, we will have the opportunity of doing a slop, an offset. Today we won't, and actually I say that we randomize it. If you're on the busy nat tracks, you definitely would consider offsetting. If you're on a random routing, the chances of somebody else being on that exact random routing going down here is not quite as high, so you might elect to not offset, just in case you've got to unoffset later, so there's always that risk. You check that we're in LNAV. That's all. You sort of do like a little FMA check once you enter the ocean at each waypoint, just to make sure that's all good. You can obviously do a fuel check. All the alternates are sort of, you know, up to date, and the rings are all there. And that's kind of all we need to do at this point.
Do we need to
really
set the score? Like, because I've not scored to 2000 or anything within.
No, so we don't do that just yet. So if you just go to the com page, is there the option of doing reminders on the PMDG?
Oh, that's a good question.
So
people have got ads. I'll give it a
information.
second. Yeah, I'll bring it through and I'll review it if not. I don't think so.
What about review or ATC? No. Okay.
No, I don't think so.
So it might not be something they've got, but in the company I work for, under company, there's an option there for reminders, and you can set a reminder for time, waypoint, lat and long, flight level, and you can put a free text next to it as well.
I think the only thing we could potentially do is so if we reached a MoCo at 1446, so if I did 1516 here, I don't know if I need to put in the Zulu. Will that give it to me on there, on the ND?
Yeah, it will do. So 10 minutes after entering Oceanic airspace, then you can score 2000.
Oh, it's 10 minutes, okay.
So they changed it about a year ago, so now it's only 10 minutes.
Oh, cool. So 1456 Zulu. So there we go. So even though we can't do the whole thing on there, the set reminders on here, I put a little ND marker for it on there. Thanks for these subs coming through, folks. I will grab them in a moment. Thank you.
So yeah, the time at the bottom right, you can do that. So that's on the fixed page. You can put a Zulu time to put any sort of Zulu reminder. Obviously, you can't put any free text as to what the reminder is, but yeah, it will remember you to do something. Excellent.
Cool.
And that's about it. Now you sit here, and all we do in the cruise at this point is at each waypoint we cross, we do a fuel check.
Yeah.
We constantly update the alternate page. We get some weathers, and you're basically just constantly reviewing and updating the plan, and always just talking about the what ifs, and updating that plan in your head if something did crop up. I have been in the situation where I was 2 hours and 58 minutes from an airport. As I said, that we can legally be 3 hours from an airport. We were 2 hours 58, and I got a call from the cabin crew to say that somebody was unconscious and not breathing.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
yes, this is why it's worth having a plan, because at that point you almost need to go straight into your pre-briefed plan of, okay, well, we've already talked about if something happened, we're going to start heading that way. Does that plan still work? Yes, let's go, rather than
faffing.
you know, yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Right. Well, I'm going to let you have a break because how long have we got? We've almost been going 3 hours. We've done well. It's gone quick though. I will let you have a break. Let me know if you did want to come back. Just drop me a message or anything like that if that works best for you, because I know you've got to head out and do some bits and bobs. I'll keep my Discord open and everything like that. So if you did want to come back, I don't know how long it's going to take us to do it, but I can also drop you a text and kind of work out what we can do, even if you just wanted to come back for the briefing for the approach, and then we went on from there. So we're all good. Any quick questions for Fraser, folks? And then we'll get some music on. Any quick questions? Because I don't want to keep Fraser for too long. We will let him go and enjoy his afternoon for a bit. But again, Fraser's not going to answer anything that's operator specific. I am time accelerating now, as you can see from the middle. I've put it up there. So there we go. So is Fraser come back for the landing? Potentially, yeah. I know Fraser's got some stuff that he wants to get going with this afternoon. Yeah, he might come back for the approach.
I plan on coming back. Yeah.
Cool. Great. There we go.
Have I ever been in a Turkish prison? Not so far. No.
Not yet. When do you decide to switch seatbelts on? Is it 20 minutes for you normally?
For the seatbelts to come on?
Yes.
Yeah, so we do a 40-minute to landing PA, and then at 20 minutes to go, we turn the belts on.
Yeah. And would you say then I could put some on the fix page again, or would you do it via that reminders?
We would do reminders, so it will prop up and go turn the belts on. But yeah, you could, in your case, just put a fixed page time reminder 20 minutes before landing it.
Cool, we'll do that.
How do you deal with having a completely messed up sleep schedule? I'm very fortunate that I can sleep pretty much anywhere and fall asleep quite quickly. People that can't sleep on aeroplanes will struggle with long haul. It's all about when you get the opportunity to get some sleep, because you don't know, you can't go, oh, I know I'm going to have a bit of a break later on because there's 3 pilots and I'll be able to sleep then. If something happens, then you won't. So you got to, before pick up, middle of the day, whatever it is, you know, this is why the hotels and things we go to, we've got to have proper like blackout blinds, aircon. Like, it's quite important for us to get a good sleep before you fly.
Only the best for the pilots. Only the best.
So when you land back in the UK after, you know, 8, 9 hours, 10 hours time zone difference, it does take a day or two just to get back to.
The circadian rhythm, even though you try and do things, your body will still try and fight it sometimes.
There are people that religiously stay on UK time, so they will only go to airport destinations where they know is like a proper 24-hour like destination where they can go and get food at, you know, in the middle of the night, so like Vegas and things like that, or people that will actually just stay on UK time. But yeah.
Cool. Rotation rate for a 300 ER to avoid tail strikes.
It's the same as the Airbus sort of thing, that sort of like 3 degrees per second. Being on the slower side is probably better, maybe 2.5 degrees. But you at the same time don't want to invalid your performance by having such a slow rotation that you're too fast. So,
I'm trying to find anything else. Yes, Fraser does control on VATSIM, so you probably heard his voice before. Probably heard if you've been on VATSIM over the London area. Yeah.
So the wind right now or after takeoff? It seemed a little bit jumpy. The aircraft, I would say the aircraft, but it's the same with any aircraft in flight sim. The real aircraft feel much more stable and sturdy and less affected by environmental sort of impact.
I remember you saying, we'll talk about it a bit during the approach. I know you've flown the PMDG a little bit. I don't know if they've actually fixed it now. It was a little bit
oscillating to what the aircraft, the real aircraft's extremely stable.
Yeah.
But yeah. Good stuff. All right, well, I'll be around and I'll sort of keep one ear on chat and stuff anyway. So if people have got any questions, I might try and answer them in chat. But
awesome. Well, thank you, sir, and we will speak in a little bit.
Very good.
Cool. Right. See you in a bit. Okay then, folksy. So I'm gonna get some music on. Actually, most importantly, first we've got a load of alerts that came through, so we'll go and get the alerts going. And then we'll rock and roll. So, the first one that came through was, oh, again, another hour ago. So, probably still not here. But the one and only Mr. Hammond Cheddar, thank you for 50 months. Thank you so much for the 50 months. Very much appreciated. With a thank sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Hope you're well. Hope all is good. Jack, thank you for 18 months. Hello there. Is Fraser the pilot here now? He was just here. He's just disappeared now, obviously, as we do our Oceanic crossing. Thank you very much indeed, Jack. Cheers for the 18-month sub with the Prime. Hope you're well. Yeah, there you go. A little bit different, right? Thank you so much, my dude. Appreciate the 18 months. That's very, very, very kind of you. Victor is then here with a follow. Thank you, Victor. Welcome to the crew. We've also got Fennec, who's back for a 3-year anniversary. Fennec, thank you so much if you're still here. Hopefully you are. I think you could plan something like this with the Unibuilds A350. Would be nice. I don't know if I've got any friends who are on the 350. No, I don't have any friends who are on the 350. I mean, maybe I could try and find somebody, but yeah. Thank you so much, Fennec. 36 months. And then finally, Controlled Airspace with a 7 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Sorry about missing all of these alerts and things. Obviously, there was a lot to go through. So there we go. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much for the 7 months. And then thank you, Prime, for the autopilot disconnect cheer. That would work if I was in a 737, which has a different disconnect sound to the triple. But it might have got me. You never know. I'm also going to put some music on. So there we go. I know there will be a VOD, but I missed the fixed ring being created. Are they a set distance from alternates along the route? So it's 511 nautical miles, which is there is a reason for it. It's something to do with I can't remember. Somebody put it in chat actually, so they might not be able to do it. But it's 511. So there we go. Slick, good to see you. Hello, hello. Faster than a Concorde now. Well, I don't know. We're at 4 times sim rate. So a flight that takes 8 hours would take 2 hours. So yeah, obviously our flight time is going to be a bit longer than that because we spent an hour in real time and everything. So there we go. Yeah, max range the ND will accept is 511. Is it? I don't know. I don't know what it is actually. Right, cool. There we go. So max says it. So 511 is 1111 in binary. The max possible for a 9-bit integer. They're way above my intelligence level. Boctel, hey, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nevada, there is another disconnect one, but yeah. Joris said earlier on that we can change that that passenger oxygen thing, but I couldn't find it. I was looking in the list of things and I couldn't change it. Boctel, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate you, buddy. That's really kind of you, my friend. Right, folks. Just before we go and get ourselves comfortable in our seat for the cruise, I need a pee, so I'm going to go and fill up my water bottle, and I'm going to go and have a pee as well. Not at the same time, I can assure you. So I will leave you with a time accelerated outside view, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I won't be long. Right. Okay, how's the aircraft doing? Fuel low center. So let's go and get rid of those center pumps. We don't need that anymore. We're going to have a look at the fuel page, actually. There you go. I don't know if the 777's got... Whoops. I don't know if the 777's got the same as the 787, but some of you might notice that you'll get like a fuel low center warning, even when there's fuel still left. And in the 787, it'll actually, there'll be a thing called scavenger pumps, and it'll scavenge the rest of the fuel out, even with the center pumps off on the overhead. So yeah. Gigliotti, happy 4th. Hello, hello. Yeah, faster than a Concorde now. Yeah, we definitely are. Again, so with 4 times sim rate, obviously, if it's an 8-hour flight, it would take 2 hours. So yeah, I don't know what our total flight time is going to be and when we're actually going to be landing, but yeah, so we're on our way. We're doing well. We'll go and update the thingy-majiggies, the alternates and stuff later as well. Pixel, hey, thank you for 92 months. Welcome back. Thank you very much indeed, mate. Hello. Yeah. We're doing our first long haul with it as well on stream. Time accelerated long haul, mind, but it is our first long haul on stream. And I've got myself a Tango apple. Yummy, yummy, yummy. So, one actual thing that I've not spoken about yet is I've not really given much... I don't know where... These lag spikes. I feel like it's only with the triple. So weird. It depends, Navarre, on the aircraft, I think. We've gone with 57 today. So if I'm going to open the door, I guess I should close it behind me, shouldn't I, and lock it. But one really cool thing about this livery that I've not really spoken about yet, that I absolutely love, is the fact that Atarium's even included the interior. So look, we've got the new BA Club. I don't think it's completely accurate, like the amount of rows and stuff like that. But if we go and have a little bit of a walkie around, you can see we've got all the BA new Club World seats. It's even got like the screens have got the BA welcome stuff in. And then it's only got a couple of rows of premium economy. It's got like 3 rows of premium economy, but there's that. And then we've got economy as well, or traveler. Traveler Plus and Traveler, I should call it, shouldn't I? So that's quite cool. I love that they've included that. So what I was thinking, because I know you guys hate time accelerated things. Oh, that's a premium economy cabin. Let's go and, for some people, maybe the first time, go and set ourselves in club, shall we? There we go. Here we are. So this can be our view. We can sit back and relax. And there we go. We're in our club seat now. I wish we could close the blinds as well, and then nobody would have any clue that we were on 4 times sim rate, would we? Yeah. We just need Twitch on Twitch or YouTube on the IFE. But yeah, you can see the view out the window. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's it. We can go in a middle seat. 10G. Here we go. There we go. Oh, 2 seconds. Wait. 2 seconds, chat. Give me a moment. Two seconds, chat. I just need to help my maturity with something. Right, that's fine. Hello, right, I'm back. Sorry, just needed to help Mama Chew with something. There we go. Yeah, so you can see about 4 times. You can see about acceleration rates. I have logged off of VATSIM. Actually, I should update that, shouldn't I? I am offline on VATSIM just because I don't want to faff around with things. So you can do acceleration rates, but you just got to make sure you're not going to disturb other pilots and obviously ATC and stuff. So here we are, folks, chilling in club, relaxing. You wouldn't have any clue that we were on 4 times acceleration rate right now, would you? You wouldn't have a clue. What about first? We can go that far forward if you want to feel like you're in... Although it's not actually modelled, I don't think, in this. So there we go. There we are. We can go further forward. We can go further forward. Can you even see the engines from here? Not really. You can't see a tremendous amount, can you? There we are. So you wouldn't even. We can even jump across and go and see somebody else. There we go. You wouldn't even have a clue that we were at 4 times sim speed. Yeah. There we are. Good news, 777 is in the air again. Thank you for... Oh, did you get it sorted, John T? Nice, I'm glad it got it. Looks like it's an empty flight. Yeah, it's a bit quiet today. Bit quiet on this one. But I hope, honestly, folks, I hope all of that kind of, you know, gave you a bit of a behind the scenes into what it's like to not only operate a heavy aircraft, but you can see how much goes into, you know, to doing an oceanic crossing. There's a lot. There's a lot in there. So, you know, when you're worried about, you know, like ocean, I think it's especially good if you've got like a fear of flying and you realize that you're over an ocean and you're far away from a lot of things. You can see how often and how much planning the pilots will go to. And it's a continuous thing. It's not like they now just go and sit back and go to sleep. You know, again, as Fraser said, they'll kind of continuously update things, update the alternate list if they need to. You know, review things, chat about stuff. So it's constant. So there we go. I'm not going to watch any YouTube videos at the moment, Petros, but there you go. Yeah, if you folks want to watch that with the Olympic stuff on the A340, you can do it. I'm not going to watch any YouTube videos today at the moment. Am I using FrameGen? Yes, I am. Dylan, hello, how you doing? I've read some pretty harsh criticisms against the TFDI regarding the texture quality and bugs. Is it true? The texture quality isn't great on the external model at all. The flight deck's absolutely great, though. I think the texture quality on that is fine. Hey, Operator Smooth, hello! Thank you for 13 months. Cheers. Thank you. Hello. Nice. I hope you're enjoying it. I've got a passionate hatred for gliders just because I suck for them in this. Oh, I suck at them in the sim. But yeah. People need to decide if they want a flight sim or a passenger sim. Yeah. Yeah, GSX, you can fill up the cabin, but if you close the door, it gets rid of the model, so it doesn't take up your performance. What's the ETA for the INI A350? There isn't an ETA. When it's ready is the ETA. Yeah, sorry, what were we saying? So TFDI, yeah, I've seen there's been some quite harsh criticisms of it. Texture quality on the external model, I'll admit, I don't think is great at all. I will be honest with that one. But when I'm looking at it from like if we're at that view, I don't really notice it a tremendous amount, so I don't really care. And, you know, I spend 95% of my time-ish probably in the flight deck, and the flight deck looks really great. Bugs? I mean, I've not really experienced too many bugs with it. There are a few things that they could sort out, but I've not experienced anything that's what I call a showstopper, and that would be a bug that stops me from releasing the product. I find it incredibly stable, and there's a lot of really great stuff that's modeled in it, and flying it, and all the major components, the autopilot and stuff like that, is CDU and all is modeled phenomenally, I think. So yeah. Will we make the return? So what we were actually planning to do, folks, is to continue on. So what the real world aircraft would do, let's bring this across a bit now. So what the real aircraft is doing today, again, this is normally operated in a 200ER, but we've not got that in MSFS yet, so we're doing it in the 300ER. They would do London to Nassau, and then they actually do a shuttle hop, where they go to Providenciales, which is only about an hour or so away, and then to back to Nassau. So depending kind of like on time and how we're feeling and what we're doing, and I at least want to do one of the shuttles, so I at least want to do Providenciales. We might go back to Nassau afterwards as well. I would like to do that. So yeah, that's what the real aircraft would do. So we'll probably do them. It kind of depends what time we're thinking of finishing. I don't care if I finish late into the evening today, but obviously there's lots going on. It's very busy, so yeah, we'll see. Somebody asked me earlier on how badminton went last night, and I completely missed the question, so I apologise if I missed that. Badminton went really well last night. Obviously, it was my return back to badminton after, you know, a couple of months out with my horribly sprained ankle. But yeah, it was really good. It was really nice to be back. It was kind of bittersweet because my best friend at badminton's actually leaving. It was his last night last night, so that was a bit sad. But yeah, it was good to be back. Right, let's go and get back. Let's go and get rid of the fuel page on there, and then we'll go and do the range rings in a second as well. Hey, Diego! Hello, hello. Thank you for 23 months. Cheers, mate. Is the 777-300ER good? Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's brilliant. Thank you, Diego. 23 months. Welcome back, mate. Hello, hello. Yeah, Timmy's good. Timmy's absolutely fine. Yeah, both Timmy and Daisy are good. They're still enjoying themselves. Timmy loves it when it's a bit warmer, so he's enjoying the summer weather a bit more, which is nice. So, yeah. How do you set the sim rate? So it's actually really easy to do in the 777. You can even set it up with keybinds if you want, just for basic MSFS, but PMDG's got its kind of own internal way of doing it. And it's this. It's called auto cruise or auto time compression. So you can automatically do step climbs, which we've got turned off right now. You've got pause at descent, which you can do. And then this is auto time compression. So essentially, the aircraft will kind of dynamically react to what's going on. So if you've got a step climb, it will lower the sim rate. If you've got like a big turn coming up where the autopilot would struggle doing it at too fast a speed, then it will automatically lower your sim rate. It's really good, actually. And you can, obviously, as you can see here, you can set your time compression. So I only set it at maximum 4 times. I probably wouldn't recommend going over that. It's still a good amount. You know, an 8-hour flight becomes a 2-hour flight. So it still does a good job. I wouldn't go over 4 times sim rate. I've not had any issues doing 4 times. So yeah, so that's how I do it. So I've just got it turned on for that at the moment, and you can see that we're doing it at 4 times. And it's notified up there at the top of the EFB. So there you go. What happened to the Lego Concorde? I've still got it. It's just behind me. Yeah, it's just below my big 747 clock that I've got behind me in my studio. So I've still got it. It's just not on camera anymore. Yeah. Can't fly in the morning. The sim been having a real faff with your monitor after yesterday's firmware. Oh, no. Well, that's a faff. Oh. Drew's been good to see you. I've in a full stream again. Been a while since I've been on your stream since work. And all Twitch viewing. Oh, Michael, well, it's good to see you here. Yeah, obviously it's very rare for me to be on at this time of day. It's certainly not normal for me to be online and streaming at this time. The only reason why I am live today when I am is because it's 4th of July. It's 4th of July, and most of the team are out of the office today, so my boss gave me the afternoon off. So I did some work. I worked this morning and then went out to vote because it's obviously the general election in the UK today. We're not talking politics, though, here, so none of that. And then I got ready for stream. Hey, John, with a brand new sub, John Rebus. Thank you very much indeed. That is a brand new subscriber on a Thursday afternoon. John, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Did anyone else have an issue with all their settings being reset? Have a look on our Zendesk. You should be able to find out how you can do that. There are ways you can back things up and stuff. Or you contact our customer support and they'll help you. Thank you so much. How long will it take with 4 times? So obviously, like, you know, if we had an 8-hour flight and we did 2 times speed, that's double. So it'd be a 4-hour flight. 4 times would be 2 hours. So you take another, you know, half off of that original time. So the flight time today was expected to be 8.5 hours. I think for the first about 1 hour and 10 minutes, we didn't do any time acceleration. And then we will do some more, you know, we'll time accelerate through until about an hour before landing. And then we'll do a briefing and set up stuff for the arrival. And then we'll time accelerate a bit more. And then all of the descent we'll do in real time. So, I mean, flight time today, I would have thought would be actually about 3.5 hours, I'd say. About 3.5 hours total. So we still got a while to go. We do still need to do some stuff, though. So we're no longer anywhere near Shannon. So we're definitely not going back there. So we would go and have a look if we wanted to. So if we go into com and then we went into, where was it again? Was it review flight plan uplinks? Yeah. So after LPLA, we were thinking of going CYYT, right? I think. And the winds there, 150 degrees at 8. So if we were going to go into CYYT, what are the runway lengths there? God, it's not very long. We'd probably come in on runway 10, I guess. So, if we go 28, so we'll do a reciprocal. So we can go to fix. We can get rid of Shannon. We can go CYYT now. And then we need to do the reciprocal. So 280/511. And there you go. Look, you can see we've got that new range ring now for CYYT. So we've updated that. So we've got that new range ring. So you kind of know, like, when we're within this kind of bubble or this kind of area, if we needed to divert, we'd go to LPLA. And then the other one, if we were thinking about it, especially like a medical diversion, apparently St. John's has really got like the best medical centre. So we'd, you know, when we're kind of approaching towards this range ring, then we'd be looking for that. We could do, I guess we could do a third one as well, a third range ring. So the next one then, if I go back, cancel. Oh, let me go down here, it'd be a bit easier. Actually, yeah, it'd probably be... Why have I not got a... I've got a TAF for Bermuda. I've not got anything else. I don't know. Let me just get what the current METAR is. I'll just do it the cheat way for the moment. So 340 degrees at 10 knots. And the weather looks alright there. So Bermuda. So we do a 30. So we want to put in the reciprocal of 120. So we would go TXKF. What did I say? Sorry, my brain's gone. Oh, yeah, 120/511 there. And I guess if we went onto our legs page and then went to plan and just kind of look down the route, we'd be able to see it. There you go. So there's TXKF. And you can see that range ring comes through. Actually, wait, is that correct? Yeah, so if I go... why can I not go back? Yeah, there we go. So there's our next waypoint. So then... Actually, look, you can see it really nicely. Oh, is there an advert? Are we back from the ad? I can't see any ads coming through. So we can see... Look, you can actually see that it's highlighted our alternates here. I think this is from the alternate page, though. So Shannon back there, LPLL, CYYT, all of those things. Yeah, there you go, Michael. Yeah, Scott's got it for you. Add 200 and take off 20. There's loads. Hey, Mrs. Hetty Wolf, thank you for 17 months. Cheers. Nishan, you should have been here for the first 4 hours of the... Oh, first 3 hours of the stream, because they were here for all of that. But they'll be back on stream later when we're prepping for the landing. Hetty, thank you very much for 17 months. I had a joining advert. Okay. You shouldn't get joining ads on my channel. That's weird. Anyway. Yeah, so 777 pilot, he went through us for the first, like, 2.5 hours of the stream. He was here setting up loads of stuff and going through loads of stuff. And he'll be back for the approach. So, yeah, he'll come back again. Right, what were we doing? Yeah, so you can see if we go into the plan page, so we've got St. John's highlighting the direction there. And then... whatever it is, LPLA. And now you can see TXKF here. So we can see that's the range ring for CYYT up here. And then you can see there's not a very big gap for the one for Bermuda. We're actually pretty much going to be flying right over the top of Bermuda later in the flight. And then you can, yeah, so then you can see we're almost at our destination after that. So there we go. How to do these range rings in the fix page. So you type in the fix for the airport. And then we're doing 511 nautical mile range rings today. Cool. So we can bring that back off map. So there we go. So LPLA's over there. CYYT's over in that direction. So we're all good with that. We should have also done a fuel check. I've not done a fuel check yet. So we should have done a fuel check. Actually, no, we can do a fuel check via the POS report page. I think. So here we go. So at the last waypoint at 44.5 north 030 west, we had 55.2 tons of fuel. So let's go and have a look on the flight plan. So 44.5,030 west, which is this here. I don't know if we've got it. Is that... I'm trying to get myself familiar with the Cirrus flight planning thing as well. Is it on here or is it on a different sector? I can't even... I don't know if it's on there. Somebody might know. Will it be flying in World Flight 24 with the Speedbird 47 Charlie, guys? I'll be honest with you, I don't know, because it's only 2 weeks before the release of MSFS 2024. So I'm going to be exceptionally busy with work. Fly over to KDAL? Not today. No, I'm not flying there today, sorry. Yeah, so I don't know about World Flight. I very much hope to be there, but I don't know how much I'll be there, because it's 2 weeks out from release of MSFS 2024. So I'm going to be very busy with work. So, yeah. I hope to be there, though. Getting some micro stutters with the latest update. I hope they sort themselves out. What? The PMDG? I'm getting some really weird stutters today. Don't know what it's about. Forgot you're an MSFS ambassador? No, I'm not an MSFS ambassador. I work for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm not an ambassador. There's no such thing as an ambassador. I work for the project. Will you come to Athens Flying Week? Don't plan to. Don't plan to at the moment. No, don't plan to. I'm trying to see about fuel on board. And I've forgotten it on the Cirrus flight plan. MS India? Yeah, it won't be anything to do with the MSFS project. We have our own support team. Trying to see if it's somewhere... No, it would be via that page, wouldn't it? It has an estimated fuel on board on each of the waypoints. Yeah, I'm just trying to see it. I feel like I'm just going blind. I can't see like an estimated fuel on board here. Yeah, Nishan. Yeah, it would be very different. It wouldn't even be. It would be through a very different line. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The request looks like fuel on board. Well, I don't know, because that'd be very different. Because at 44 north, 44.5 north 030 west, we were at 55.2. And that says 38, so that can't be right. It's on the right above the Mach and flight level. Well, that's Mach and ground speed, so that's not it. Simfa, any hints for Oxford location? Any hints on locations on a nice summer day? Oxford Colleges area, like the gardens, if you can get into them, is absolutely stunning. So I'd probably aim for somewhere around there on the river in Oxford. The A flight plan works out to have 0 fuel at destination. Yeah, hope not. What's your reserve? Does that... Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask Fraser. Yeah, that would be the minimum fuel on board, wouldn't it? Yeah, so that'll be it. But I'm just trying to do a fuel check to see what it was expecting us to have here and what we've actually got. Yeah. Mach and ground speed, you just have a lot of fuel because you're on full time. No, the fuel burn and everything will be correct in the aircraft for what it is. So it's not gonna, we're not gonna burn loads of less fuel because we're on 4 times speed sim rate. The aircraft will burn the fuel, you know, to match the sim rate that we're at. Otherwise, that would be a pretty terrible. If the sim rate was, if the sim rate did that, it'd be pretty terrible if it didn't actually burn the fuel for what we're doing with the sim rate. No, it will. It will. I've tested it. I know it will. Not happy that the 707 got delayed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sausage sandwich. Yeah, there was a good reason behind it. Right. Oh, awesome. Nice, Nishan. Very nice. So you can already see that we're leaving LPLA behind. So in terms of where we are on the map, for those of you wondering kind of where we are right now, there you are. So you can see we've still got a way to go. But we are getting there nice and quickly, so yeah. Why does it say climb instead of cruise on the display? That's a great question. So that's actually a company thing. So different operators will have different versions of this. So some operators you'd see cruise, others you'd see climb. It's not broken, it's not a bug, it's not that we're in the incorrect road, it's literally just an operator thing. So yeah. Any guide for those rings set up on the FMS? I just gave it, didn't I? So essentially, well, I'll give it to you again. So essentially what we've done for the rings on here is we looked at what our alternates are going to be, or what our most likely places that we're going to go are. So our ETOPS airports today and likely diversions when we're on the Oceanic segment. So we started with Shannon, EINN. Then we've got LPLA, which is Lajes. And then we've actually got Gander, CYQX, although we've chosen CYYT, which is St. John's, which is a little bit closer, and it's also got better medical hubs. So you'll often find on, like, you know, if there's a long-haul flight Oceanic segments and you see them divert for a medical reason, it's quite often that they'll go to St. John. Then we've got Bermuda, TXKF. So we've actually set some of these up as range rings so that we can kind of get some more situational awareness of how far away we are from those places. So you'll see we've got CYYT, and we've done a 511 mile range ring by going /511. And then we've also done a bearing. So that bearing is actually the reciprocal, so the opposite heading for the runway that we're expecting to land on. So if we were going to St. John right now with the current weather conditions, which we've checked, we would be landing on runway 10. So the reciprocal of 10 is 280. You can't actually see it very well because we can't actually see the airport on the ND right now. It's not too far away, but there would be a nice long green line coming out from that. And then it's the same here. So LPLA, so we would be landing on runway, what is it? I can't remember. 300, isn't it? No, 330, sorry, 330. So we'd be landing on runway 33 at Lajes if we were going there. So we put in the reciprocal of 150 and then again 511 for the range ring. There's a very complicated specific reason why it's 511. I can't even remember it, and somebody told me 5 minutes ago, but just 511. So there we go. Is there actually any advantage of choosing Gander over St. John's? I think probably runway length and things like that. So if we go and have a look, so CYYT, the runways aren't very long, 2,600 meters and 2,100 meters. That's not tremendously long, especially if you're quite heavy. Gander, I'm pretty sure, has much longer runways. Yeah, there you go, 3,100 and 2,700, so quite considerably. So yeah, that could definitely play a factor in choosing. It's one less than 512, which is a power of 2, which is a significant for complicated commuter reasons. There you go. Yeah. I stopped at Miami with 908 foot, but it took all the runway. You probably selected the incorrect auto brake and things like that. I can't really answer for that one because I don't know what you did with your landing, I'll be honest. So there we go, look. So we're already 4 hours into the flight, pretty much, you know. But see, this is why time accelerations, especially when you're over the ocean and stuff like that, like really, you wouldn't really necessarily know, unless you paid loads of attention to the clouds, you wouldn't really think that we were time accelerating right now, would you? And again, if I go, you know, if I go back to a seat here, hello, let's go to Premium or Traveller Plus for a moment. There we go, you know, just sit here for a bit. You wouldn't have a clue we're on the acceleration. Captain Quincy, hello mate, how you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you are well. So this is definitely the way that I'm going to do long hauls from now on. I just get so bored actually doing long hauls. Unless there's like a specific, very good reason as to why I'm doing a long haul, you know, and actually doing it in normal time. I'm just time accelerating long hauls. I know there are some people who are like real kind of, I'll use the word anal about that kind of thing. And don't like the fact that we could, you know, we would do a a time accelerated long haul. Quite frankly, I don't care. I don't have time for it. I really don't. So, yeah. Joe John, hello. 80. Oh my God, 82 months. Wow. We were row 13 both ways, actually, Matt. Yeah. Joe John, thank you. 82 months. Welcome back, mate. How you doing? Hope you are well. Wouldn't it be cool to hook up YouTube videos? Yeah, I don't know what it would do to your performance in the sim, but yeah, it would be quite cool. What's the ETA? I actually don't know because it's difficult to calculate the time acceleration and everything. So I don't actually know. Yeah, very well. Thank you, Joe John. Very well indeed. Very well. Yeah. Best thing to have in the background while planning for your PPL cross country. Nice. Again, folks, so hopefully Fraser's going to plan to join us a little bit later. So when we are about, well, how far out are we from landing? 16, 17. Well, yeah, so we're still about 4.5 hours total, like if we were flying full time to land. So I'd say it's going to be about an hour and a half until landing. That would work. That would be about right, wouldn't it? Because if we're 4.5 hours in, we're time accelerating at 4 times, so 4 hours becomes 1 hour. But then if we account for the fact that we are going to be descending on real time, about an hour and a half. Does that make sense? Have I got my maths correct there? So from our flight plan, the flight plan said the flight time was going to be 8 hours 27 minutes today. We've got 4 hours and 8 minutes in, so we can safely say we've got about 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. If we're going to time accelerate for most of the rest of the cruise, that would then mean that 4 hours with the subdivision, 4 divided by 4 is 1. No, you know what? Chewy maths. 4 hours at 2 times sim rate would be 2 hours. Then at 4 times sim rate would be 1 hour. So we've got about an hour or so left in cruise. And then about half an hour for the descent planning and the actual descent itself. Chewy maths. There we go. Do you prefer the PMDG 777 or the TFD IMD-11? I couldn't really compare which one I like more because they're both so different from each other. I think both have got advantages and disadvantages. Like, each of them has got things that are better, or, well, things that are good and things that they've done that you might not get in the other one. But to be honest with you, I don't know if I have a preference. I really enjoy both. I really do. Well, what we'll do is, hopefully when if Fraser's still available, when we've got about an hour to go before arrival, so it would be about 20:50 Zulu in the sim time. So about, 20:50 Zulu, about 3 hours or so from now. Not 3 hours, actual 3 hours, but 3 hours sim rate time. We'll go back to 1 time speed, and we'll prep for the arrival and go and Fraser will go and run through our arrival briefing and do all of that, and then we'll time accelerate till top of descent, and then at top of descent we'll go back to normal time. All right. So yeah, Dasher, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. As long as you just make sure that you're not going to, like disturb other traffic or anything like that, you're absolutely fine to do it. Absolutely fine to do it. Yeah. Technically, you can even time accelerate whilst on VATSIM, but I just don't do it just in case I got in the way of somebody and they shouted at me. I guess I could do it. Because if I was going to see any other aircraft, they'd probably, I'd see them on my TCAS, but yeah. No, you can time accelerate on VATSIM. There is a very specific... it's in the VATSIM code of conduct, so it's all in there. Oh, now we've got a step climb, but we're not going to do it, are we? I forgot how we handle this. Did we want to put the RVSM back to 0 because we're not step climbing? I think so, right? I'm going to put that to 0. Because we're not actually... Because it wants me to climb to 360, but we're not doing that. I think if we're going to do a climb, it will probably be at Baloo. So Baloo, we'd probably go to 360. If we have a look in VNav, yeah, optimum is 3.5, recommended 3.5. So I don't know if I could put Baloo at flight level 360. So you go back to Econ, 360S there. Oh, why can I not do that? Oh, I'd put 630. There we go. Cool. When you change the sim rate, does the time still say same live? No. So you can see that the sim time at the moment is 1757, 1758 Zulu. And if I went on to like Flow and had a look here, look, you can see how time's going so much quicker. Hello there, Spyfox. Thanks so much for your follow. I appreciate that. Oh, that's a instant. I was just about to say hello there, and then you go and say something stupid like that. Grow up. Does it happen for like a 2? No, Juice does. No, don't have any issues with that. So now you can see that range ring is coming in for the next airport. Well, they followed the channel, and their first message was, would you ever crash the plane? Mental intelligence of a 4-year-old. This weekend you're going to be flying a helicopter. Nice, Captain Quinn. Have a lovely time. Enjoy it, mate. Enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it. That's awesome. Oh, well, it's not really a big troll. It's just a silly message. Just don't need that kind of crap here. We could also go and update the alternate list as well, couldn't we? We've not done that yet. So we don't want, well, so we could put, yeah, CYYT, LPLA, TXKF, I guess, then. I don't think we need to put anything else in there. Oh, so we good. The first Atlantic crossing was Athens, Montreal, Toronto. Amazing experience when I saw icebergs. Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? Absolutely awesome. Lovely jubbly. Good stuff, good stuff. So yeah, we're 4.5 hours into the flight, so you know, time's gonna fly by, it really is. I don't know what kind of a view you want, whether you want like a wing view or I don't know really. I've just kind of left it. We could go to a wing view for a bit, couldn't we? I'm on DX12 because it's a requirement for frame generation on the 40 series graphics card, so I'm on DX12. Yeah. Yeah. Oh look, you can see at the top actually the progress bar that we're already over halfway through the flight, so doesn't take us long, folks. Doesn't take us long. Doesn't take us long. Are icebergs simulated in flight sim? I don't think so, no. I think so. Although don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that one. Is there a new iPhone coming out soon? It's usually around September time, isn't it? Usually around September time. Aerosoft, why do you keep emailing me in German? I don't know German, Aerosoft. Please. I don't get it. I keep getting emails from them in German. I don't get it. Yeah, I thought new iPhones are usually around September time, aren't they? But I don't know. Again, don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that one. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, if we're going to land in about an hour and a half-ish, I reckon we're going to be landing at about 6 p.m. So, I mean, we'll definitely do the flight to Providenciales. We'll kind of see what time it is then. And then we might do the return to Nassau. I'll probably let Fraser disappear for, like, the shuttle run, even though I know we could go through it all again. But just because I think we'd really struggle for time if we were going to look at 3 flights today. 6 p.m. Zulu. Sorry. So 1700 Zulu. So about, well, I think we're going to be landing no more than 90 minutes from now. Hopefully so. I don't know exactly. But yeah, we should be landing into Nassau in no more than 90 minutes, I would have thought, from now. Again, that might not be exactly correct, but that's my rough kind of ETA. And then yeah, we'll definitely do one more flight to Providenciales, and I'd like to do, again, the other shuttle that they do, but yeah. We do the full long haul. I'm time accelerating it. Look, you can see in the middle, it says sim rate 4 times. So just for the massive long cruise over the ocean, we're time accelerating it. It's just so much better. So much better. Just means that we're not sat here twiddling our thumbs for a tremendous amount of time. I have to say, Tango Apple is so good. I'll never forget the time I randomly said on stream that I was craving one. And Becca came and delivered loads. Bless her. You still have them? Yeah, I've not gone through them all. Although I've not got many left, actually. After the planned flight this week, do you fancy a trip there one day? So I was actually supposed to be going to Japan next year. Next April in Tokyo. Not Flight Sim Expo. Star Wars Celebration is in Tokyo next year. But Becca and I are kind of debating it because we were debating going to Seattle instead because she desperately wants to go to Seattle. And I always want to go to Seattle, so yeah, we'll see. Drinking an Apple Tango right now, that's it. This stream is not sponsored by Apple Tango, but I wish it was. I wish it was. I know it's a long way away still, but what do you reckon would be a good route to PVD from the UK for FS Expo 25? Wait, FS Expo isn't in the UK, Mac. PVD, where even is that? I don't even know where that is. Is that Shanghai? Oh, Providence, Rhode Island. Oh, I was going to say, I was like, what? Oh, what would be a good route for Providence from the... Oh, sorry, Mac. I'm all over the shop. Yeah, I would say fly to Boston and then either drive or train it. I don't know how long it is via drive. Depends if you want to rent a car or not. Actually, let's have a look. But Boston's the best place to fly into for it. Boston Logan. Providence, Rhode Island Convention Center. Oh, it's an hour. It's an hour in the car. Well, I'll probably rent a car and drive then, to be honest. Yeah, so fly to Boston, rent a car. It's only 53 miles in the car. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I love Seattle. Seattle's my favorite. Right, how are we doing? Look at this. We're storming along. Storming along. Not wasting any time here, folks. Look at that wind now. That wind's completely died off. That wind has completely died off. Unfortunately, there's no Boston route from Manchester at the moment, so contemplating going via JFK. I'd just do the shuttle down to Heathrow or get the train down to Heathrow. I think it's probably better to connect Manchester to Heathrow than it is to connect JFK to Providence. I would have thought. Looking forward to more tutorials like these. Yeah, I mean, I can't, you know, I can't promise how often I'm going to be able to do things like this. Today is a bit of a special kind of one-off stream, but Yeah, they are fun to do. After it, went then straight to here. Oh, Thomas, nice. Enjoy it, mate. Enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it. Any A350 first? Oh, it's going to be so good, isn't it? Can't wait for the 350. Yeah. But you can see, you know, like, when lots of people wonder, like, oh, why does the 777 take so long to come out? Well, you can see the amount of stuff that they've included in it. Like, when we're going through all those pages, like the RTA stuff, and now all the Hoppies A-Cars things and everything, you know, like, those things, you know, you don't just code those in 50 minutes. I don't know why I said 50 minutes, but, you know, you don't code those things in a short amount of time. They can take quite a lot of work. There's lots of stuff packed into these products when they're released by developers than anybody will ever realize. A lot of the time we just scrape the surface. You know, when we're just flying normally and getting around and about, we really just scrape the surface. There's so much more detail we could go into. So much more. So hopefully it's been a bit fascinating for you all to kind of see what it is like when you go into that level of detail. Oh, look, is that the bit of the weather that... No, well, I was going to say, there's nothing on the weather radar, actually. I was wondering if that was a little bit of the weather that we were expecting around Bermuda. But we're not there yet. I hope that INI wasn't too far off when they said during the announcement that the A350 could come by the end of this year. Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah, I hope so too. So what have we got here, the fixes again? Oh, I could probably get rid of LPLA now, couldn't I? Probably get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. Is the TAC Boeing worth? What's that? I don't know what that is, mate. TAC Boeing. Yeah, can we enjoy the MD-11? It's quite a little bit, well, it's a little bit of a niche aircraft. There's some stuff with it to it that, you know, you might not, you know, like, it's worth having a bit of a read up about it beforehand. Oh, the TCA Boeing, sorry, yes. Yeah, TCA Boeing's all, I love it, I really do. It's quite like a big unit, like, you've got to make sure you've got the room for it on your desk and that it's going to clamp well and everything, like I have, but I love the thing. I think the reason why I like it more than like even like the honeycomb and like other yokes on the market is because it's actually the correct style of yoke. As in pretty much every, or I think in every other yoke on the market is that GA style with the push-pull where you've got the rod coming out the back of the yoke, so it's just a push-pull thing. Whilst the actual TCA Boeing yoke is on a pendulum, you know, like an actual Boeing yoke, so yeah. Your Aerosoft is in German as well. I keep getting them. I've had like 3 in the past week. Oh, wow, Liam. KMCO range ring? Yeah, we could go and do one of those in a bit. I think we've still got a little while before we'd even see it. So we're in no rush with that. The arc versus the slide is subtle, but a nice difference. I definitely notice it. I definitely notice it. An A340? Yeah, I don't know if anybody's ever going to do a good A340 for the sim. Tollis certainly don't seem to be interested in coming to MSFS, which is a shame. Is FS Realistic working with the 777? I mean, I've got FS Realistic running. I think it works. Yeah. What's for tea? We got quite an easy cheap tea today because obviously I'm streaming right through, so I need to have something to eat on stream. So we got a pizza. We got a pizza. So why not? Bit bumpy, isn't it? Bit bumpy. So how much fuel is it saying we're going to be landing with? 16 tons. Fair enough. I think we did put in our arrival, but obviously we'll go and do all of that later. So our next... Oh no, I was going to say our next waypoint is the exit point. It's not. We've got a couple... Is it tea or dinner? I honestly... I don't know. I always say lunch and I class tea and dinner as the same thing. I don't know why. I just always have. Evening meal or supper. That's tea or dinner for me. Lunch is just lunch. I don't call it anything else. NDB approach? No, I'm alright. No thanks. I think we're doing an RNAV. I think you said an RNAV, right? I think that's the plan. She's rocky? Yeah, it's just because we're at 4 times sim rate and we're having a touch of turbulence. Nothing much. So that's why we're flying through these clouds so quickly. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, mid-afternoon snack, tea, dinner, supper, midnight snack. Oh my gosh. Second breakfast? Will you turn on VATSIM for the descent? I don't know actually. Good question. Don't know. Probably. Nice, Gulfstream. Have a good flight. Tea is a drink. Yeah. VATSIM for the second leg? Yeah, I could do, yeah. Second breakfast is a Hobbit thing. Ah, there we go. You've been getting lots of stutters on landing. Oh, I hope we don't have any. How's the flight been? Hey, Rose. Yeah, really good so far. Thank you. Yeah, we were joined earlier from about the first 2.5 hours of the stream by Fraser, who's a very good friend, who's a real world 777 pilot. See, look at that stutter. I mean, I don't know if it might be autosaves doing it. Yeah. Yeah, so he showed us through a lot of cool tidbits with the 777, which is absolutely awesome. And he's going to join us a bit later, hopefully, as well. Did the MYNN ever fix that oversized box? Oh, God knows. No idea. I remember you from the Ryanair Virtual where you made tutorials. How many years has that been since? Oh, that was like 2016, 2017. So 7-8 years, maybe? Yeah, trip's going well so far. Trip is going well. It's going good. Where are we in the world? There we are. So look, you can see how it's just so much better when you time accelerate this long cruise. I don't feel like we've missed out on anything by not time accelerating. The only thing we've missed out on is realism. And quite frankly, I think we do enough of that as it is. But, yeah. If you have the add-on scenery for the airport, you might see a huge white and blue box next to the threshold. Oh, lovely. Oh, well, hopefully we don't have that. ETA, genuinely, I actually don't know, because we're time accelerating and we're going to come out of time acceleration to do the arrival brief and then come back into time acceleration and then turn it off again for the descent. I actually don't know. I'd hope maybe about an hour and 10 minutes, but that is a real rough. I don't actually know. I don't actually know. What I do want to do is I want to keep an eye on that. We should be fine. So at Baloo, we're going to go back to kind of econ. Like we're going to go back to a normal cruise level and everything. And I just want to make sure that we've got at least 1,000 with that. So max at the moment is only 800 feet above that. So, well, but we'll see. That should rise. I think Fraser said it was what, 500 to 600 every hour or so. Although it's not that far until we reach Baloo. Recommended and optimal is 360. Yeah, I think we'll be alright. I think 360 is just going to be fine. I think on the flight plan, it did want us to set to 360. Oh, it wanted us to set to 360 and 3930 and sorry, 39550 west, which I think is we've already passed it. Yeah, we have. So I actually think I might have to come around and give Time Excel a try. I still want to hold on to your 12-hour real-time flight there every now and again. I just think it, for me, it like you know, like, I remember when we used to think time acceleration was just a thing where it would, like, just destroy your autopilot and cause all sorts of issues. Like, no. Hey, Petros, thank you for 4 months. Cheers. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the 4-month sub with the tier 1. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed, my friend. No, I mean, like, all the time accelerations that I've done, you know, you're pretty much flying in a straight line anyway and at the same altitude. And with a 777, even if you are going to do a step climb, it will actually lower the time acceleration rate to like 2 times to give you a better chance of that, you know, step climb working nicely. So, it just saves so much time. It means that we get the opportunity to, you know, do things like this where we've done the whole ETOPS and Oceanic faff thing. We get to see a completely different area of the world. You get to do a nice heavy takeoff, but you just don't have to sit there in cruise, picking your nose, doing nothing, watching the clouds go by. So much better. Kestrel will be back in a bit. He was here for the first 2.5 hours of the stream, and he'll be back in a bit when we're kind of prepping for the arrival. So, yes, fear not. He will be back. Over the Atlantic is not worth to fly with normal rate. Yeah, it's just boring. What if we like picking our noses? Do you like picking your noses for like 8 hours though? Because that would cause some very heavy nosebleeds, I'm sure. Very heavy. Very satisfying, Roger. Hoggy, whatever you like to get up to in your spare time, my friend, I'm not going to judge. I am not going to judge. Hello there, Mongo. Hello, mate. How are you? Right, so we can get rid of CYYT now, I think, really, can't we, in the fix page? So we've just got Bermuda. We could put KMCO in. What would we be going for into KMCO? What was the weather there? What are they using? Oh, that doesn't help. Would go 180. Flying with the boys. That's it. That's it. You know it. To fly to serve. And all that shenanigans. So if I go back onto it, oh yeah, there we go. So we're going to be fine to step to flight level 360 because the max on us has got at least 1,000 above now. Good. I kind of like doing long hauls in real time when I had stuff to do during the cruise. Yeah, well that's it. If you've got the time to do it during the day and you've got stuff to be doing in the background, they're really nice. You know, I've told you all this, but it's thanks to long hauls that I got through my thesis at university. What does the pen say? Canivas Lifestyles. It's like they've changed it to be like a pen from a hotel. That's quite cool. So, you know, like when I used to want to write my thesis for university and I was struggling for motivation, I would set up a long haul flight, get into cruise, and then during the cruise I would work on my thesis and then finish up when I was ready to prep for the landing. So yeah, it was and you know, overnight long hauls we've done on stream loads and things, they're always good fun. But I think for now, for me, when I am so ridiculously time limited, it's just so much easier just to time accelerate these things on stream. Yeah. Captain Burgundy Bear, thanks so much for your follow. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Hotel pens are always there. Yeah, makes no surprise. It's like a little fidget thing. When we're boarding cruise, we can just sit there and click the pen. Very, very relaxing. Very relaxing indeed. So we did say that there, when we were having a look at the flight plan earlier on, there was the potential for there to be a bit of weather. Where was it? Here we go. So there was the potential for there to be a little bit of stuff a little bit later down route. We might need to do a little bit of avoiding around, but hopefully it'll be all right. And there's, if you missed it earlier on, if you missed it right at the start of the stream, we went through the flight plan in a huge amount of detail and looked at how, you know, you would actually go through this flight plan and look through things. It's really cool, really fascinating to see. So, yeah, all of that will be available on the VOD and obviously on YouTube as well. But we went into a lot more detail than we normally would on stream. Yeah, so chance of a little bit of weather, not far from landing. You got too much time on your hands right now? Yeah, I don't have... There's not enough hours in the day for me, honestly. Not enough hours in the day. I'm too busy. And it's going to get even busier with MSFS 2024. I'm going to be even more busy. You should at some point watching at least some of the YouTube videos I keep linking. I promise it's worth... Yeah, I'm not going to watch any YouTube videos at the moment because otherwise I just get spammed with 8 million people wanting me to watch their video that they've linked across. Yeah, we can do so in the future, absolutely. Did Fraser talk about passing the time during long hauls? I'm assuming they're quite busy. Oh, well, absolutely, very busy. You know, like for the first hour and 15 minutes of the flight, we were non-stop on the stream today, and there would be even more that they're doing. So, yeah, I mean, it is quite busy. It's certainly time, you know, time passes a lot faster when you're busy, and they're definitely busy with lots of things that they're doing. They're constantly reviewing things, updating alternate lists, you know, fixturings like we've done. But yeah, there is opportunity for them to sit back and have a chat. Do you work 5 days a week for Microsoft Flight Sim? Yeah, so I work about, well, depending on what meetings I've got and what time I need to stay to, I usually start my day at around about 8:30 to 9 a.m. UK time. And then I finish my day between 5 p.m. and about 5:30 p.m. at the very latest, normally. Again, it depends. You know, some meetings, depending on the nature of them, can run over. So sometimes I do have to stay a bit later than 5. But I try and make myself sure that I cut off by 5:30 at the latest. And that's Monday through Friday. Although today I've got the afternoon off because most of the office are out with 4th of July celebrations. So my boss gave me the afternoon off today, which was kind. And then obviously I go and have food as soon as I finish work, and then I stream. So, you know, if I finish work at 5 p.m, have food by about 5:30, and then set up to stream live by 6 to 6:30, and then we stream through the evening, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So certainly keep ourselves busy. Too good to see you. It was good fun meeting you at FS Weekend. Hey, I was the random Hey! How you doing? Yeah, very well indeed. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's always lovely to put faces to names. And now a name in chat to a face. Yeah, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Sorry we didn't get to catch each other again. We kind of made an early disappearance on Sunday. But yeah. Will you be able to fix the ATC in FS 2024? No, I won't be able to. No, that's not my job. No. Petros, I can't really answer those things, mate. It's not my place to. Are you fully remote, or is there an office space also available for you? I'm fully remote. Yeah, I'm fully remote. So I work from this very setup here. I have my work laptop and things, so I have a official kind of station for it, so I could work wherever I wanted in the world, really. But yeah. Where are you going? Mohammed asks on YouTube. We're heading to Nassau, so we're heading down to the Caribbean today. Not near Storm Beryl, though. So yeah, we've flown out of Heathrow, and now we're doing a nice long cruise there. Right, we're actually not far from Baloo, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get time compression off. We're going to go back to normal time. And now we're actually exiting Oceanic. And so we're going to step climb. So we're just going to make sure that we cross over Baloo. And you should see the speed revert back. Because we, yeah, there you go, look. Because we've selected Baloo to go back to econ speed. We've gone back from 8.4 to 822, but we're also going to step climb. So we're going to go up to 360. So thrust ref VNAV speed. And we're going to step climb up to 360 now. Nassau. I always get it wrong. I change it every time I say it. I just got out of your student worker contract last month. It was a great time. I learned a lot. Yeah, I'm not going to miss 4 a.m. Saturday calls. Ugh, yeah. No, thank you. Yuck, yuck, yuck. So we're now stepping to 360 because it's our optimal, it's our recommended, and our maximum of 372 is 1,000 above what we're aiming to go for. We're also out of Oceanic, and we were obviously cleared for that Oceanic segment to be at 330, which is what we crossed at. So now we're stepping up to 360, and then we'll continue on the time acceleration. Nassau. I'll try to remember it. So now you can see that range ring example a little bit better with Bermuda down here. You can see the reciprocal. So you can see that if we were going into Bermuda, we'd be like, our final approach course would be on this extended center line here. So if we needed to go into Nassau, if we needed to go into Bermuda right now, you know, we need to make sure that we were heading left somewhat into this direction to then join a final going towards that, you know, that heading. Hey, Warhawk, how you doing? What scenery? Oh, shoot, I can't remember. It's on my Google Maps thing. I can't remember what scenery I used for actually. Somebody said Nassau. That's what I thought it was Nassau, but I get told different things by different people, so I don't know. I've heard that Nassau is the product. Yeah, that's what I've always... Well, I've heard it different from different people. Either or. Yeah, that's it. I'm just going to call it by both. And then I won't offend anybody. Well, there we are. So speed VNAV path. Why is it leveled us out at 35920? Nairobi. Do a barrel roll, yeah, man. YouTube it? Oh, you'd be surprised how often that gets it wrong. Right, there we go. So we've successfully step climbed to 360 now. So back to time acceleration. And that's gone to 2 times, and now it's gone to 4 times. So it kind of gradually does it. Yeah, the PMDG auto time acceleration thing is very good, I have to say. Very good. So in terms of when I'm going to ask Fraser to get back, it's going to be about an hour from landing. We're just under 2 hours. Well, actually it's saying right now, what's it saying? So it's actually 2 hours from landing. So about another 15 minutes. I'll message Fraser now. Josh, very well. How you doing? 6 more days until I can finally order my PC. Nice. Awesome stuff, mate. Miss doing your cargo lux flights with Amsterdam? Nairobi. I can't wait for Nairobi whenever we're going to do it. We need to work out what date that's actually going to be, Mungo. And Mungo's made a song for us as well, chat. So basically, if you're wondering why I haven't streamed the new Ini Builds Nairobi scenery yet, or Nairobi scenery, it's not because I don't want to, but Virtual170, who I'm sure lots of you know is one of our moderators and a very good friend of the stream, he's going to be the first, or one of the first, it's close between him and Munkin, triple figure sub on my channel. So in a few weeks' time, he's going to hit 100 months sub to the channel, which is just ridiculous. And whenever I was streaming full-time on Twitch, you know, Mungo, I would say to Mungo if I was on Discord or whatever with him and friends, I'd be like, hey, where should I fly on stream today? And all he would ever recommend is Nairobi. Never anywhere else. It was always Nairobi. Oh, is that the bumpiness that we're getting over? Yeah, we said, maybe not. Thought we might get a bit of turbulence, but maybe not here. So he would always say Nairobi. So to celebrate his 100 months of being subscribed to the channel, we're going to do some flying in and out of Nairobi. And he's also written a song for us as well, by the sounds of it. So there we are. Why 4 times sim rate? Because I don't really fancy sitting here picking my nose for 8 hours watching the ocean go by. A bit boring, isn't it? But we will, so yeah, in about 15 minutes time or so, we're going to have Fraser join back up again. So we're being joined today, if you're just joining us, we're being joined by a real world 777 pilot who flies 777s for an airline and does quite a lot of oceanic crossings and things like that. So if you missed the first 2.5 hours of today's stream, we went into great detail about operating this 777 realistically and specifically for oceanic crossings and ETOPS things and everything. So yeah, that's all going to be available as a VOD for you on Twitch and YouTube to watch back if you missed it. And then he's going to join us for the arrival planning. And then we'll also, we'll then do a bit of time acceleration after we've done the arrival planning. And then after, when we're kind of ready at top of descent, we'll go back onto real time to do the landing. All right. What rudders do you use? I use the Thrustmaster TPRs. They're absolutely phenomenal. They're like 7 kilograms, so they're pretty hefty. They're brilliant. Yeah, absolutely, Gulfstream. I can't wait to do some more lifty cargo stuff. Am I going to watch the British Grand Prix this weekend? I don't know what I'm going to be doing this weekend. I'd quite like to get out of the house with the family. This week has been very much me. Well, every week for me is just sat in front of a PC. And we didn't really do a tremendous amount last weekend. So, yeah, I kind of want to see what's in my area. See what's going on. Maybe try and get out of the house a bit. But, yeah, I might watch the Grand Prix. So about 20:55 in the sim, with the time sim that we've got here, that's when we'll get going with the briefing for the arrival. And as you can see, we are, well, what's that? Yeah, there's Bermuda over there. There it is. There's Bermuda. First bit of land we've seen since we left the UK. Still had to screw them onto the wooden floor because if I hit the rudder hard, they're moving. Oh, what's going on with our speed? Is the sim having a moment at 4 times speed? Should I go back off it? I wonder if I just go back off that and just let the engines sort themselves out a moment. So why it's always good to monitor things when you're doing, you know. 12 hours down to Beijing, I was on a short fine just to notice I hadn't armed the speed brake or auto brake. Checklists. Checklist. I bet Fraser, when he's doing his long hauls across the ocean, wish they went this quickly as today's has. Although I'm sure sometimes they feel like they go this quickly with how busy they are. Is the sim rate built into the PMDG and what exactly does it do? Yes, that's a great question. So you can change the sim rate in MSFS anyway. So you can do time acceleration in MSFS and you can even set keybinds for it. However, PMDG's got this really cool feature which is called, well, it's called Auto Cruise. And you can access it via the EFB. And so you've got a number of options here. So if you have got step climbs in your flight plan, you can turn that to do it automatically. You can pause at your top of descent. And then it's also got this other feature here called auto time compression. So you can set a maximum, and I would recommend you don't go over 4 times. 4 times is more than enough. You know, an 8-hour flight in real time would become a 2-hour flight. So it's just, you know, it makes it 4 times is more than you need. And if you start going over that, you can have some real issues with your autopilot and things faffing. So stick with max time compression 4 times. Then if you turn on this auto time compression option, depending on kind of like what's going on with your aircraft, it will change your time acceleration rate. So, you know, we've not got much going on right now. We're cruise, chilling, and our flight plan's in a straight line. So it's putting us to the maximum time compression rate that we've set, which is 4 times normal speed. However, if we needed to do a step climb, it might bring that back. So when I've done a step climb before, it brings it back to like 2 times speed or 1 time speed. Or if we've got some crazy massive turns, you know, those kind of things going on as well, it might also bring back the time compression rate to a lower time scale just to help the autopilot out. and then when you're back on a straight line, it would up it again. It's a really, really, really cool feature. I do recommend it. What's the ETA? Honestly, I've got no idea. I'd say just under an hour. Again, we are time accelerating right now, so yeah, I'd say just under an hour. Are they planning to implement the sim rate for the 737? I don't know if you can do it. Cool. Razor says here, call when you're ready. Got 90 minutes until landing without time. And go through it now if you want. So again. I'm just going to check. Fraser might come back on stream now, even though I think they normally start doing stuff about an hour before landing. Yeah, cool. Right, let's do it now. So I'm going to invite Fraser back on. So again, those of you who haven't seen the start of the stream, Fraser's a very good friend of mine. He's also one of the SimFest team members, and he's a real-world 777 pilot. He's been guiding us through some cool stuff with the 777. So he's going to join us back now, and we're going to do some like briefing stuff for the arrival. So we'll slow down the time acceleration rate when Fraser gets in the call in a second. Oh, of course, we've got an ad break. And I will pause alerts as well. So let's get that. Actually, I'll get the call going with Fraser whilst that ad break's coming in. Hello there.
Hello there.
Right, let's share my screen. So you should be able to see that. And of course, with Twitch timing being the best in the world, I have got an ad break, but that's all fine. So, what have you missed? What have we done? We've done a few more range rings. We've just passed Bermuda. And we've stepped climb to flight level 360 after Baloo.
Very good. So are you currently skipping?
Yeah, I'm currently time accelerating, but I can easily bring it back.
Do you want to, turn it off, and then afterwards, then we can, if there's still time to go, then skip the last bit.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
worried
a good
about
idea.
running out of time.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So we're just shy of 7 hours into the flight. It's estimating that we've got about another hour and 25 minutes to go.
Great. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, I would start thinking about setting up for NASA, really.
Yeah, should we go?
Maybe.
Shall I get some weather through or something first? What would be your first kind of port of call here when you're thinking about getting set up?
There's no ATIS at NASA real world, so it would be not a digital ATIS, sorry. I'm just checking that sim to see if there's going to be any control. There is not. Yep, we get a Met report, and also get a Met report for our alternates. So we've got Orlando.
So
I'm just trying to bring up the
send that.
flight plan that you sent me as well.
Yeah. Cool. And then KMCO. Send those off.
What we haven't actually got is also get a Met report for, because we would have more than one alternate on our list. So get a Met report for free to port. So Mike Yankee Golf Foxtrot. Great.
Cool. Right, that's sent off.
And also get one for Miami.
Yeah. Send. There we go. They're all starting to populate now.
Great.
Sent. So review, flight info, uplinks.
Or new messages, actually. That's where they'll be.
Oh yeah, new messages. Yeah, there we
There you
go.
go.
Cool.
So-
So yeah, what are we going for first?
Start off with Nassau. So 110 degrees, 5 knots. So that ties in with runway 14 that we're expecting. All the 9s scattered at 2000. Prop 30. Well, we already know that. That's fine. So if you go, hang on, that's the forecast actually. Go to the new messages again. I'll cancel this.
That current.
There should be a Met report. That's the one there, the one with auto.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
06011. They'll still be on runway 14. That's 80 degrees off. 3001. So we're going to do landing performance then. So we'll do it from this, because while we've got the Met report up.
Should we do it in here in the tool?
Yeah.
So performance tool. So let's go and grab runway 14 into there. No, it'll actually calculate our landing weight, I think itself. So if I go import aircraft details, that'll give 229630. Should we have a look and calculate that anyway and make sure that's what we want for the landing weight, or?
Yep. So the easiest way to do that is we're landing with 15 tons. So go back to the prop page.
Yeah.
Landing with 15 tons. We've currently got 23. So 8 tons less.
Yeah,
So 8 tons less than that. 230.
Yeah, 230.4-ish, around about there. Yeah, and I mean it's saying 229,630, so that accounts for a little bit as well.
Yeah, close enough.
Cool.
Flaps. So I'll be really called for this, but the general rule of thumb really is that in a 777-200, a lot of people go for flap 25 landings, and in the 300, a lot of people tend to use flap 30.
Cool.
So we'd probably use flap 30.
Cool. VRF add.
So that's just
yeah,
you can leave that by default.
Yeah, I'll leave that as is. Auto brakes. Well, I'll leave it still. Auto brakes 3 for the moment and see what it comes back with. Shall I import the weather? Yeah, and then calculate.
So we're going to use flap 25. So the reason that we're going to use flap 30, I'm sure what we will do is actually use full reverse. So do reverse accredit both.
Oh yeah.
All operational, and the reason for that is because it has a really quick turnaround this flight for the shuttle service. So when it goes to Providencialis next, real world as well, we consider basically putting as little energy into the brakes as we can, so using reverses and using a higher flap setting, so the brakes are working less, so they don't get as warm for the turnaround. So
could we debate? So would you actually debate flap 25 or auto brake 2 here?
Flap 30 would be better.
Yeah.
I probably would try auto brake 2. I'm not entirely.
See what the difference is. So it was 2053. It adds an extra 300 meters on, also 250 meters.
Yeah. So let's do that. So let's do auto brake 2, full reverse, and auto flap 30.
Cool. So we will select auto brake 2. Flap 30 is giving us, with 230.4, which is about right, 143 into there. So that's selected in. And we've also got the weather, so the altimeter was 3001. So shall I go and whack that in as well?
So the first time that you get the Met, even if you're halfway over the ocean, you still back step the, or pre-tune the altimeter. And same for the standby as well. Standby QNH, you'd put it on that. And put it back to standard as well. I think you've probably got it all. Yeah, you got it all tied together.
Oh yeah, that'll be right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I just leave it for now. But no, that's what you would do. Great. So we've got the weather. Obviously, not just the can we use auto brake 2. It'd be depending on where you want to vacate. We won't look at that immediately, but I know for runway 14 in Nassau, there's loads of options to vacate the runway. So auto brake 2 will work quite nicely.
Cool.
Good. Right, so we looked at the weather for that. Let's have a look at the weather for the other alternates. So
they're all coming through now.
we'll just look at just the Met report. So yeah, Orlando, that one there, I think. Yeah.
Oh, well.
So wind calm 10 miles, get out at 27, 31, 3002. Absolutely perfect. So great. So we're looking at Freeport as well. Have okay basically if you're 18, 31 degrees, that's fine. And Miami. Also absolutely lovely. Great. So you just cancel that and then hit the cancel button on the glare shield just to clear all these messages.
All of those. There we go. Cool.
Lovely.
Good.
So before you sort of tend to get into the briefing, there's a few things that we tend to do individually. So we'll individually look at a landing distance performance. So I'd probably ask you, like what flaps did you want to use, just so I would work out the same numbers as you. We also have a look at a bit of the fuel sort of planning element of it. And we again do that sort of individually, and then we compare the numbers afterwards. So you talk about fuel, you talk about configuration, and then you actually start looking at the brief really on how we're going to fly it and things like that. So you've got your flight plan there, haven't you? And you were able to draw on it, were you?
Oh yeah, I can do on Navigraph. I can do so.
Yeah.
On here. I don't know if I. Yeah, I think. Actually, I don't know if I can draw on here. I can
Well,
do
no,
so on
just
the
I want
chart.
to draw on the flight. Can you draw on the flight
Yeah,
plan?
yeah.
So let's draw on the flight plan. So if you go to the top page,
Oh, okay, yeah.
and we should have a spare bit of paper left. There you go. There we go. That will do. So basically, if we just do some fuel calculations here, so fuel numbers that we want to run is, first of all, we want to find out if we were going to hold somewhere, where would we realistically hold? How much is it to make an approach from where we're holding to landing? And how much would we need to leave that hold with to go to our diversion airport? How much fuel would we need to leave that hold if we were just going to stay at Nassau as an absolute minimum? So first things first, if we have a look at the arrival charts for Nassau and look at the RMP runway 14.
RMP runway 14.
That's it. So you can see HECOP, which we'd already talked about earlier, is where we'd be coming into.
Yeah.
That's a decent place where if we had to hold off, you know, if they said the airport's closed, it's a published hold. So it'll be HECOP. So if we have a look in the box, how much fuel are we going to arrive at HECOP with? And how much fuel are we going to be landing with?
So HECOP, we're going to be landing with, is it in route data? Yeah, 15.2.
Okay.
And
So
we're
we're gonna be
estimating
arriving-
14.9.
So that's only says 300 kilograms, right?
Yeah.
So that's only 300. That it isn't really enough. The number in the box is always on the optimistic side.
Yeah.
So let's call it 700 kilos, right? So if you go to your flight plan
Yeah.
and scroll up slightly, our total reserves you said is 11.5,
Yeah.
right? So that number there is how much alternate fuel we need to get to Orlando, and how much plus our final reserves, that legal 30 minutes of fuel that we have to carry with us, right? So 11.5. So we've said that it's 700 kilograms from HECOP to make an approach. So let's say that's 12.2 then.
Yeah.
So for cash, let's just call it 12.5, right? 12.5. So we need to be leaving HECOP with 12.5. So if you go to the bottom then of your flight plan here, and you just put MCO. Yep, and then just put next to it 12.5. Great. How much fuel did you say that we were actually arriving at HECOP with? 15, was it?
15.2.
Okay, so that's 15.2. So that's what, 2.8 extra, right?
Yeah.
So 2.8. If you're in a 200, we burn 1 ton is 10 minutes, so 100 kilos a minute. So if you had 2.8 extra in a 200, in a 777-200, that would give you 28 minutes, right? It's a nice easy
That's an easy
round
one.
number.
Yeah.
So 2.8 extra is 28 minutes. In a 300, it's about 1.3, 1.4, right? So if we say 20 minutes, just have a nice conservative number. So if you just put next to the 12.5, 20 minutes. Yeah, great. And that's going to be the most limiting destination, right? Our destination alternate is the furthest one away of the 3 that we've looked at. So that would be the starting point in terms of where you could work backwards. So if they said the delay was 15 or 20 minutes at Nassau, you know you've still got all your options open. If they say the delay is 40 minutes, then you've got to start going, oh, well, we've got to come up with a plan B.
Yeah.
So this is something, what I'm going to go through now is something that I would do on the line in the situation where they don't give us an alternate of somewhere that I want to go. So you've only been given Orlando. Realistically, we've said that there's a few other options that are much closer. So like Miami, for instance.
Yeah.
Miami commercially would be a good place to go if we couldn't land in the Caribbean of where we are. So you haven't got the information available to you right now. Maybe you do en route. But using my Lido en route tool, I can tell you Miami's 160 miles away from Nassau.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Miami is 160 miles away. What we have got is fuel. So you put Miami there exactly. Don't have to put the distance yet, but you can see that Orlando, right, which is a similar direction, is. Yep. There you go. So you can see Orlando. Miami, we know, is obviously further south and that much closer. So on your flight plan page, you can see Orlando is 445 miles away, and it reckons you need 8.3 tons. So get your calculator out and do 8.3 divided by 445.
Ooh, got some chewy maths. 8.3.
Sorry, well, 8,300.
Okay, divided by 445 is
Yep.
18.6.
Times that by 160.
Times 160 is 2,984.
Okay, so to go to Miami, we would need, call it 3 tons,
Okay.
plus the reserves. So 3 plus 3.2 is 6.2, call
Yeah.
it 6.5.
Cool.
Great. You said we're arriving with 15.2?
Yeah. Well, heck up
So-
at 15.2. We're landing with 14.9.
Yeah, so easy maths there, just call it sort of 7 tons. We're looking at about, for cash, 50 minutes of fuel. Awesome. So, and the last one we're going to do here is getting rid of all that fuel and just landing at Nassau. So final reserves is 3.2, and if we say it's going to take us a ton to make an approach, I know it says only 300, but when you're running that low, you do want to round up, definitely. So say 4.2, so we want to just put it here, NAS at the bottom of our list,
Yeah.
and do 4.2, and that's going to give us like 9 tons of fuel. Basically call it about 75 minutes. 70 minutes, something like that. I would probably go into slightly more detail, but I'm just sort of rounding up at this point.
Yeah.
Great. So we know straight away we've got 20 minutes of fuel to go to Orlando of holding time. We've got 50 minutes to go to Miami, and if we wanted to dispense of all those alternates and hang around at Nassau, so say the weather at Nassau was absolutely gorgeous. They said we've had some roadworks on the runway, but we guarantee that we're going to be opening up in 1 hour from now. Absolutely. Then you could justify burning all your alternate fuel, hanging around, and knowing that you've got 75 minutes worth of fuel.
Yeah.
So these are the numbers that you actually really do want to have prepared, because on the days where the weather's rubbish or something happens out of the blue, then you do actually, it's worth having these numbers at the back of your head.
Yeah.
Great.
Cool. There you go, folks.
Right. So sorry, I've just talked to everyone.
No,
for the
this
last
is brilliant.
10 minutes.
We're loving it.
Those are the numbers that you want to have, and it's all good knowing it from the airport, but realistically you want to know those numbers from a suitable holding place, which we said was Heck Up,
Yeah.
and then just rounding that up. Lovely. Or flying for a busy event on VATSIM Gulfstream.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Quite right.
Absolutely.
Fly see Santa. There you go. Get all your numbers out. I know exactly how long I can hold for.
Yeah.
Um,
Wazzy says, I hope this VOD is going to be available for some time. It's 3 months on Twitch, but I'm also streaming on YouTube right now, and that'll stay. So, yeah.
Great. So we talked about fuel, talked about configuration and stopping. The next thing we're going to be looking at will be the arrival route,
Yeah.
the approach that we're going to do, how we're going to fly the approach, how you'd manage a go around, and then landing and taxiing to the gate.
Cool.
So have a look at the approach, have a look at stars for Nassau. You'll notice that there are none. The flight plan itself was filed to the overhead. If you bring up the approach, there you go, you've already got the approach chart up, sorry. Go to the box and go to the plan view in the FMC on the aircraft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go
so
to
then
where?
on,
Sorry, where am I going?
so go to the legs page on here.
Oh, okay,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
go to the plan view on for the ND. Great. Zoom in and then just step at the bottom right.
Yeah.
And just zoom out a little bit. There you go. So we've done ZQA -20 to give us that waypoint called ZQA01. So the original flight plan, if you weren't here earlier, people, was directly to the overhead. We did ZQA /-20 to have a waypoint fictionally created 20 miles prior to ZQA, and then we've joined it up with HECOP for a left base to do the RNAV into Nassau, which is much more realistic of what we will be doing. Excellent. So the question here is what's coded in the box, does it match what we're going to do?
Yeah.
The next question is, what are the constraints showing? Do they match, and are they actually realistic constraints? Do we want to maybe make them slightly more conservative? So I would say 240 knots at Hecob is probably a little bit too
fast, isn't it?
sporty.
Yeah.
So why don't we do 210 Hecob
Yeah.
and 4,000 or above? Great. What's the next one we've got after that?
Laps.
Okay, so laps there, I would say probably 180, and
Yeah.
you can do /2000 or above just to keep the constraint in there. And for X, let's change that to 160 and 16 or above.
Not 16,000. That wouldn't work.
Lovely. Then it's coded to the threshold, and that's a key point to highlight. It means that you can use the flight directors all the way down to the runway. If you were flying an RNAV approach or some offset approach, which it didn't have the threshold coded, then you'd have to take the flight directors off, because of course the guidance at that point wouldn't know what to do. The missed approach has then got a left turn to Hecob, climbing to 2,000 or above. What does the missed approach on the chart say? Left turn, climb to 2,000. Right?
Yeah.
Good. So the coding's correct. The next thing that we think about is how we're going to fly it. So we're in a Boeing aircraft, so we wouldn't fly it using the approach push button. We will fly it using LNAV and VNAV. We want to be basically in VNAV speed, VNAV path. We might find ourselves going down in VNAV speed if we're slightly high or slightly low on the profile, or we get a direct, or we open the speed window. There's multiple ways where we might end up in VNAV speed. Realistically, we want to be in VNAV path. So as we start the approach, we want to make sure that Hecob is our next waypoint, and we are in VNAV path. We then, to fly it, in terms of what altitude we're going to select in the FMC, in the MCP, as soon as we're actually cleared for the RNAV, so they'll say route direct to Hecob, via Hecob, cleared for the RMP approach runway 14.
Yeah.
As soon as we're cleared for it, then what we're going to do is wind the MCP altitude down to the Barrow minima. So if we set the Barrow minima now, just on the Barrow minimums on the EFIS panel,
Yeah.
which is going to be 380.
Do you round up normally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, Lido charts only publish it.
Oh
in
yeah,
tens.
of course they do. Yeah. 380. Cool. 380. There we go.
Lovely. So what you'll notice, and actually you can do it now to demonstrate, if you go to auto on the altitude on the MCP, on the altitude 36,000,
Oh yeah.
change that to auto,
Oh no, don't do that. Yeah.
and then just wind it all the way down, because it won't do anything right now. Keep going, keep going. Well, actually, change it to 1,000, Chewy, and
Just
then
to
you can
get
put
us-
it down.
yeah.
Yeah, get you down to like 1,000, and then go to auto. Keep going down to 3. There you go. So because we've bugged the Barrow minima of 380, in auto, when you wind it down, it will stop at the minimums that you've bugged. The reason for that being, that's how you fly an RNAV, is that you auto down to minimums until you're 300 feet below the missed approach altitude, and then you can wind it up. So that's how we fly it in LNAV and VNAV without it capturing anything. Is that you fly it down in auto initially to your minima, and then when you're below your missed approach altitude of 2,000, so in this case we would do it around 1,700, we'll then wind it up to 2,000, and the aircraft won't level off, it'll keep descending down on the RNAV.
Cool.
Great.
Makes sense.
So that's kind of like how we're going to fly it in terms of like button presses.
Yeah.
In terms of configuration, we said 210 knots on base leg.
Yeah.
So it will be probably around flap 1. Here's a quick way of knowing what your minimum clean speed is. If you go to init-ref and find out what your flap 30 VREF speed is, 143. Your VREF 30 plus 80 knots is always your minimum clean speed. So in this case today, our minimum clean speed is 223 knots. So if we're going to be at if we're going to be at 210, we will have to be at
We'll have to
flap
be
1.
at flop 1, yeah.
Yeah, so you can think already in advance what your configuration might be by finding out from your clean speeds. And of course, if you look at the flap limiting speed placard, where it says 265, 245, you see they go down in marks of 20. Well, to start with anyway, but the brackets that you see there is also where the manoeuvring speeds will be separated. So if you worked out that your clean speed's 223, then you know that your your 1 speed is going to be 203. So it's 20 knots less. So you could, if you needed to, you could actually work your way down from your VREF 30 plus 80 minimum clean datum and find out what all the manoeuvring speeds were going to be if you wanted to find that out in advance, but you don't need to. The clean one is a useful one to know, though. Cat's jumping on me, sorry. Lovely. So talked about how so we're going to be flat 1 on base leg, probably flat 5 as we come around onto final. Flat 15 going down from laps, and then about 2,000 feet radio, 2,500 radio. Maybe being on the conservative side in the Caribbean, you don't normally do 160 to 4, so you normally end up being slightly conservative. Around 2,500 feet, we'll go gear down, flap 20. And then flap 30 once the gear's down, landing checklist, and go from there.
Perfect.
So flap 30 landing then, minimums we've talked about. When we fly in RNAV, you talk about redundancy if you lose GPS. So if you just go to the prog page and go back and previous page, so prog and previous, there you go, you can see your RMP. As we're closer, your RMP required will go to 1, and your actual obviously is 0.06 at the moment. If our actual accuracy for GPS exceeded what is required to fly an RNAV approach, then we would get an indication of nav accuracy low and maybe a GPS lost as well in the scratch pad, and maybe as an ICAS message. If that's the case, you sort of talk about what could we do if the conditions allow it today. We're going to be nice and visual. So if you start having GPS problems on the RNAV, then you'd just be able to carry on visually anyway.
Sure.
But if you're in IMC, then you would have to go around. Great. That's that. If you're going to do a go around, you don't. This is one thing that people tend to get wrong as a common misconception is. If somebody tells you to go around, you must do it immediately. It depends on the situation. If they tell you at 1,000 feet, Speedbird 3 Mike, as an aircraft blocking the runway, go around, then if you're at 1,000 feet, do you immediately need to start pressing the buttons and going around at that point? No. So it's always worth, if you have the opportunity, just doing a very quick mini brief or just a quick review again. Right, you guys, are you ready? Am I happy what I'm going to do? Right, I'm going to press the buttons. I'm going to say go around, flap 20, and then I'm going to do positive, great, gear up, check the FMAs. Right, okay, that takes 5 seconds. Yeah, good, let's go. So what's going to make the difference? 5 seconds or cocking up a go around is the sort of key thing, really.
Yeah, got you.
So yeah, here to do a go around, as we said, you would press the toga buttons. You'd watch the power come up, you'd say go around, flap 20, you'd ask for flap 20, positive rate, gear up, and then we just do an FMA check. On the 777s that you're flying right now, LNAV will not auto-engage, so at a suitable point you just need to make sure that the next waypoint is correct, and then re-engage LNAV.
Cool. And
put the autopilot in, because it's amazing how many times people will do a go around. Capacity is through they have no capacity because they're so busy, and it's just because they haven't got the autopilot in.
You forget it. Yeah.
Great.
Cool.
Last thing to look at is is the where you're going to vacate.
Yeah.
So runway 14, we normally would vacate the taxiway Bravo. That will probably present itself to you quite nicely. As a backup, you'll probably vacate onto runway 10 to the left, and then taxi up by a hotel. And parking is going to be via hotel and hotel 3 to gate Bravo 22.
Cool, nice on the edge, perfect.
So either Bravo 22 or 27, always at the end of the pier.
Yeah, it's right
understanding.
Yeah, yeah. Guys, I probably won't do a planned go around today, simply for the fact is that we want to do more flying. I think if we started to do go arounds and all sorts of other things as well, we'd be going way too late into the evening, and I wouldn't be able to do it. Hopefully, I was going to look to try and do 3 flights a day. We're definitely going to get to Providenciales. I don't know if we'll do the return, but yeah. So I'm not planning a go around. Obviously, if we need to do one, we will. But yeah, cool. So Bravo 22. Yeah, sounds good.
Good. I'm just trying to bring up. Right, I've got a little summary here of things that we would talk about. So I'll just tick them off. Have we checked the NOTAMs? Yes, we have. Have we checked the weather? Yes, we have. QNH, we've back set. What's the transition level? It's American style, so it's 18.
Yeah.
MSA, well, MSA on the way in, you'll be surprised to hear, is very low because we're coming over the water, so it's 15. So if you go to the fixed page,
I'm just going to do FMC conf. I'm just going to do forecast because it's got rid of the winds for the descent as we step.
Okay.
Or I don't know why actually. I don't know why it's got that.
Shouldn't have done.
No, I don't know why.
So fixed page,
Yeah.
you can put an altitude in here. So if you put 1,500 feet in,
Shall I just put it as what?
just at the bottom right.
What
And
into?
yeah, just at there, exactly there. So just like you would have done if
Oh,
it
okay, I
was
see.
a time,
Yeah.
you're putting it as an altitude, and it comes up with a little green reminder for when you're going to go below the MSA. So there's another little SA thing.
Nice, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's get that in. And then I'm also going to do a Zulu time. So, 21:36. I'll just put that in as well, just
Yeah.
as a reminder for seatbelts.
So elevation is sea level. Star, there isn't one. Approach, we're going to do the RNAV runway 14. The position check, so we that would be a when the rad out goes alive. So when it goes radio altimeter and it's 2,500 feet. When are we expecting that to happen? Because when it does go off, we have to justify why it's gone off and is it expected?
Yeah.
And is it when we briefed that it would happen? Today it's hot and we're coming over the water, so I'd expect that to happen around 2,300 feet on the altimeter, about 200 feet lower than what we see.
Cool.
Between 2,400 and 2,300. Runway 14, radio aids are all auto-tuning, the RMP we've checked, the go-around we've briefed, the alternate we've checked, the fuel capability we've looked at, landing performance has been checked and the stop margin is good, airfield considerations, taxi route, sustainable operations, and a review. So the only thing it mentions about sustainable operations is that we could shut an engine down on the taxiway in,
Yeah.
depending on which way we're going to be making the turns. We're going to be doing a left turn, a right turn, then a left turn, so you could shut down either,
Cool.
if you wanted to. And that's it. That's all I brief.
Perfect. There we go. Right. Well, we'll get the time acceleration going then for a bit longer, shall we? I think I'll get it going again. Lovely. And then we'll go and do that. Do you have any VATSIM beginner guides? No, I don't have any. They're all of it. There's loads on YouTube. Absolutely loads on YouTube. You can find for that kind of thing. Right, sim times 4. Does Fraser also stream? You stream Prison Architect, haven't you? But that's it. Am I connecting to VATSIM for the arrival? No. Well, actually, I don't know. Is there anything going on there?
There's somebody else flying in.
Yeah, somebody else
at
has
the
flown
moment.
with us. We saw them depart actually. I guess I could log back on. I don't think I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna log back onto VATSIM now. Just so I make sure that my flight plan's filed and everything. So yeah. Yeah, John, it's so much better, mate. Honestly, it really is. It really is. Is there any cooling time for single engine taxi, particularly between idle and full reverse thrust?
Yes, there is. So it is 3 minutes, and 1 minute if you're on a roller.
I don't think it's a good time. It's a good idea to do time compression on VATSIM. So have a look at the code of conduct. You are perfectly okay to do time compression on VATSIM as long as you are very much aware of other people on the network, and obviously not with ATC and things. But you can do it on the network. It's in the code of conduct. You just have to
and
be
you can also do
very
it under
aware of it.
ATC as well.
Yeah, if they let you,
have
right?
got permission from the controller, yeah.
The
Yeah, so
range
your
being set to
friend- if your-
425.11. Sorry. Go on.
If your friend got banned from it, yes, for yesterday, it would have been that he probably did it while he was under control, didn't stop accelerating when he got told to, or went completely unresponsive, and he was banned for another reason like A9 or B3A.
B3.
Which is not.
Yeah. It was no ATC when he got banned. Zero, both Fraser and I are supervisors on the VATSIM network, so we're very familiar with how the code of conduct works, and I can assure you he wouldn't have been doing nothing if he got banned off the network. Absolutely positive of it. Absolutely positive of it. He wouldn't have just been doing nothing and being an innocent passerby who just happened to be time accelerating and then got banned. Something would have been going on. If not, he can always get it reviewed. And yeah, check VAR. Somebody could review it if there was other circumstances in play.
Merits VATSIM.
Yeah. Cool. Good. Right, it shouldn't take us that long to get there. And when kind of would you be doing like a descent checklist and things just before, or is there any?
No, when you finish the briefing, so we would have.
I'll do it now then.
We started it quite early, but yeah, you could do it now.
Yeah. So
just before you do the descent checklist, we do a recall check, and also there's check for notes. So notes will appear between checklist override and item override at the bottom. If you've got a non-normal checklist open, if there's any non-normal state that has some notes for landing, approach, or whatever, it will have the thing at the bottom there. But obviously we haven't got any issues, so.
No, Zero, I wouldn't tell him to send a message to VATSIM for an appeal for it. The supervisor would have notified him on why he was being removed from the network, and he also would have had an email to confirm what specific rule he was breaking as to why he disconnected from it. Yeah, I mean, if he's absolutely confident that he did nothing wrong and he's checked the code of conduct through, he can always send a message. But yeah, he would have received notification of why he would have. Cool. So, yeah, so descent checklist, recall, nothing on there. No, I'm getting a freaking lag spike again. I don't know why. I don't know if it's to do with me streaming on Discord. Anyway, notes are checked. Auto brake, got level 2. Landing data. So we've got flap 30, 143 for the VREF, and the minima is 380 baro. And then the approach briefing we have complete. So descent checklist complete.
Right.
Cool. Making our way. So I think it's just speedbird 1.5 miles. Oh, I love a bit of. What was who? Wait, is there somebody else flying? Yeah, there's somebody out of Fort Lauderdale, but I think we're good. Is the notes section actually coded? I would have thought so, because there's failures in this. So if you do have a failure in the aircraft, I would have thought it would come up with notes. And try it out, put a failure in the aircraft, and then see.
Have a look. Why don't you just give us something very minor just to bring it up the checklist? Are you time skipping at the moment?
Yeah. Yeah, Zero, you can have a look into it. I think it's code of conduct Bravo 9 is the specific one.
B9 is for acceleration, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
so get them to double
the thing
check
is, though,
it.
if you accelerate, you can't be AFK either. So that it probably was a combination of things, but I'm not. Also, can't look into the case.
Yeah,
anyway,
unfortunately,
so.
it's not for Fraser or I to look into it. We're not allowed to look into that specific case ourselves. He'd have to get it reviewed by somebody who's allowed to review it. So, yeah, best get him to have a look. Cool. Alright, so, yeah, descent checklist is complete. It's not actually far after top of descent. So now we've got about 35 minutes to go. So you would have made a PA to the passengers, let them know that we're 40 minutes out, what the weather's going to be like, what to expect, and everything like that, and just bits and bobs, and then let the crew know that it's 40 minutes to go as well, I guess, right?
Did you know something really handy on your phone? So you know we do PAs going to America or Caribbean, and people want to know what the temperature is in Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
On your phone, if you bring the search bar down and you just type in the search bar 32C, it tells you what it is.
Why can't I bring? Oh, 30. Wait, just 32C. Oh wow!
Yeah. So people have got all these like funny app conversions of how to convert from like from Celsius to Fahrenheit. And actually, on the iPad or the iPhone, you just type in what it is in Celsius, and it tells you in Fahrenheit.
Oh, so there we go. That's another new one we've learned today.
So much easier when you have to do PAs to in
Wow.
as well.
There you go, folks.
Yeah.
Righty-ho. I need to get my yoke into place for the descent, actually. Let's do that. Right. Good. That's all in place. Perfect.
Landing technique for the 777. Good question. So, I'm not sure how well it's modelled in terms of the ground effect and things like that. But what you naturally find about 200 feet in the 777 is that it starts to shallow off the rate of descent. So you have to kind of keep driving it down. You're looking at the touchdown markers on the way in, the aiming point as we call it. So all the way down, you want to just be looking at your vertical speed, so having an idea of what that vertical speed should be. So it should be about 700 feet a minute, something like that, 700-800 feet a minute. Seeing what your pitch is doing, and you're just sort of scanning the outside, the inside, the outside, the inside. And the closer that you get to the runway, the more outside that you're looking. So further back about 1,000 feet, you're probably looking more at the instrumentation, at the instruments, and then looking outside every now and then, and just sort of, yeah, that still makes sense. And the closer you get to the runway, to the point where you're 50 feet, you will only be looking at the ends of the runway. So you're listening to the call-outs, so it'll be 100, 50, start looking at the end of the runway, 40. We don't actually have it at the company I work for, and you won't hear it today, so it'll be 50, 30, 20, and around, depending if you're in a 300 or a 200, if you're heavy or you're not heavy, whether it's hot or it's not hot, it is depending on when you flare. So it is a completely variable thing, and you get a feel for it when you're on final. The standard technique is between 30 and 20 feet. I think if you flared at 30 all the time, a lot of the time you wouldn't actually land. So it's a gradual flare and a nice soft. You can catch it at that last few feet as well. So if you're better off under flaring, and then that last little bit just having a slightly shallower. And that's my sort of recommendation, really.
Right, let's top a drop.
Awesome.
There we go, folks. Do you think SimFest will go ahead this year? Yes, of course it will.
Flight.
Yeah, of course it will. Cool.
Be announcing the route publicly soon, so
yes,
it definitely will be.
Yes. We've had good fun with that one, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Bag required. That's fine. A little bit of a tailwind on the way in by the looks of it. Just want to watch out for Speedbird 45, who's ahead of us. 767 from Atlanta to Princess Juliana. I would have thought we'd be out of his way.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it. Wait, what's he actually at? He's at 37. Oh, right, he's fine. He's gone now anyway. Are we there yet? Almost. We are almost there. Have you seen any improvement with today's update for the 777? I mean, I think it was just a load of bug fixes, so I've not really noticed many differences myself. I've not really checked the change log, to be honest, so yeah.
So if you get any oscillation on final, that'll be the key thing, I think.
Yeah. Watching from NYC, happy Independence Day. Yeah, happy 4th of July.
Indeed.
You don't have a flight plan on VATSIM. That's because we logged off for a while. I'll log back. I'll go and do that quickly. What publisher is launching the 707 on the 7th? I don't think there is a 707 launching on the 7th. It's a Microsoft product, so it's via us, but it's being released. It's being developed by Aeroplane Heaven. It was supposed to release on the 2nd originally. There's a statement about that we've put up on the MSFS forums, just to explain it. So it's a little bit of a delay at the moment on that one. Yes, I do work. I'm one of the community managers for Microsoft Flight Sim 0. Yes. Cool. Do you have issue where it doesn't want to catch the glide slope? No, never had that issue. Right. There we go.
Remember that you've got to be on the localizer before you can capture the glide slope, so that might be a thing as well.
Almost, if I got any of those, I can get rid of that now. That can bugger off. Do you do any like fixed rings around the actual airport itself or anything, or do you not bother?
Some do, some don't. So if you go to the fixed page now, we can remove probably the other ones that you've got.
Yeah, I've only got
what have you
MCO
got?
and that's it. And that's it. I've
So
got all the
really,
others.
to be honest, we're not going to go to Orlando, so I'd probably put one around Miami, and just put, I don't know, 100 miles around Miami. Something that doesn't block the ND of what we want to look at, but is still sort of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good amount. And then if you put a 25-mile ring around Nassau, some people do this, some people don't. The 25-mile is what most sort of MSA, MRC or AFC charts have. The MSA's published from is a 25-mile radius around the airport, so some people have that just so they can compare it versus the chart.
It's a max landing weight. Let's have a look. It should be on. Actually, no, it won't be on here, will it? With Cirrus,
No,
it's not.
So, well, it is on the flight plans that we have at work. If you scroll down, I don't think that they include it in this. Keep going. No.
Oh yeah, that was a question we asked. So I was going to do a fuel check, and I don't know where it is on this flight plan format to like look at like estimated fuel on board at overhead a waypoint.
Well, we don't use this for fuel checking anymore.
Okay, cool.
We've actually got an app
Moving
to
with
compare.
technology. There you go.
Yeah, I know. And basically it says how much you should be getting there with, and you record how much you have got there with, and then it tells you if there's any discrepancy.
Right, 20 minutes to go. Seatbelts are on.
Great.
Very good. You lost all of your settings, Zero. Have a look on our Zendesk, MSFS Zendesk website. There's a whole web page that we've got to help if you've lost your settings. There's all sorts of things you can do with it. And if not, reach out to our customer support team. They're very experienced with lost settings and things. Thanks for the follows that came through. I might have missed a few follows. Thank you for all of those. I'll just get those through. Subtract wreck from actual on board. Estimated fuel remaining at touchdown. Oh, okay, Simon. Thank you. What did you say that page was? Zendesk. Z-E-N-D-E-S-K. Yeah, MSFS. It's got a whole... Lots of people don't realise that we have it. We've literally got a whole massive Zendesk portal with loads of articles on what you can do if you're having issues in the sim that loads of people never use, and then they come shout at me when it's not working, even though it's not my fault.
Well, that is the job of the community managers to be shouted at.
Pretty much, yeah. No, that's a plan, rem, top res, and monitor any trend. Cool. Perfect. No, Zero, you're fine. Messing with you. I am messing. Lovely.
How are we compared to the other guy? I think he's converging.
Oh yeah, I've just seen. I thought he was a lot closer than we were. If I need to, I'll log off.
Mike.
Yeah. If you need to, I'm not gonna mess with it.
No.
Where was the Zendesk? So literally just go MSFS Zendesk. I mean, I'm even typing it in capitals and misspelling it. There we go. There's a whole website. Have a look through. Are you doing the next flight in the 777? Yeah. So well, with the timings, because it's already 6 o'clock, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do the full rotation because we were going to go out of, so what the real aircraft would do is after landing in Nassau, it would turn around quite quickly, then go to Providenciales, and then go back to Nassau. We will definitely do the second flight to Providenciales, but I don't think we will do the third one. Yeah. Oh, I've got a status thing.
Oh,
Let's
look
have
at
a
it.
look. Status. Oh, they've gone. Pack things come up and then they went. Thank you, aircraft. Cool.
So you can probably descend now down to. Let's have a look. ITC would give you an altitude at this point, so I don't know, 10,000 on the Alto, just setting 3008, I think it was.
Shall I double check it? I'm going to double check it the cheat way just to save us some time. Or 3000 now is what they give.
Cool.
So set that one.
So do the real crew go to Providenciales and overnight there, or do they stop first? So yeah, it's a different crew. So night stop in Nassau. Passengers remain on the aircraft that are connecting to Providenciales, and then the next pilots and cabin crew who arrived the day before, who have night stopped in Nassau, then go and do the shuttle. So they come to the aircraft. You have to wait for them. They then get on the aircraft. They go do the shuttle and back. Then they night stop again, and then they fly back the following day. So the crew that, like, if Chu was doing it now, he wouldn't go do the shuttle straight away. It'd be the guys that flew in yesterday that do it the day trip today. So then tomorrow, Chewy would do the Providenciales or probably Grand Cayman, because Bravo is only I think it's once a week or twice a week.
Right, so we're on local pressure. So altimeters for the approach checklist 3000, passing 18,800. And that's...
Brandon, yes, it's the same for St. Kitts and Antigua and any other shuttle that BAD. The flight's too long to then go to go flying straight away.
Oh, look at the views. Oh no, don't look at that because that's an EFB. There we go.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Stunning.
Down in the Bahamas.
Stunning. But like for the passengers, at this point they're probably getting quite excited to land.
Funny enough, I'm going next week.
Very nice. Not jealous at all.
Would every crew do it in the same trip? No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't have the hours to do so, because as soon as you do an extra sector, your legal limitations on how many hours you can do that day reduces significantly. They would actually, if they didn't have the crew available, they would cancel the shuttle.
Should we see how far away we've gone from the real one? Because the real one's flying right now. Where is it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, it's doing quite well. It's doing quite well. Yeah, it's all right. There we go. Oh, it's at 39,000, so they must be light today. It's 36 on its crossing, and then they step 38, now 39.
So that proves the whole fact that you don't have to be on an even level, because obviously they've gone up to an odd.
Yeah. There we are. We've overtaken them. Cool. So about 15 minutes to landing, folks. Do you guys have an email? I can maybe submit an email. Literally zero hello. It's all on there. That's why I linked you to that website, mate. It's all on there. I'm going to do it to you again just out of your patience. But look, there's a big black thing at the top with the line, the banner, and it says submit a request in white text. Okay. All on there. All good, buddy. All good, all good. Can you step during an Oceanic on a random route, or is it better not to? Ooh, good question.
What was the question?
Can you step climb during an Oceanic on a random route, or is it better not to?
No, you can. You can, and actually be better to step climb, or you're more likely to get a climb if you're on a random route. There's less chance that there's somebody else there blocking that climb.
Awesome. Again, folks, just as another reminder, if Fraser does skip over any questions or we miss anything like that, it's not because we're being assholes and ignoring you. It's just if he can't answer anything operator specific. You know, Fraser's just here today. He's kind of like a generic 777 rated pilot. He's giving us some good behind the scenes about how the 777 operates. So if he doesn't answer anything operator specific, it's just for that reason. In terms of now, so, you know, like, we've not really got much of a tailwind, but we can see that our speed's starting to creep up. We know that we're not too far away from wanting to start to decelerate. And, you know, I know that the 777 can be a little bit slippery, right? So when would you start to think about using some speed brake?
So you've got a couple of options here. You can either go into flight level change. Don't really want to do that because it's going to take us out of the VNAV profile that we're in. Yeah. So at this point now, unless they were actually speed controlling us or the speed was running away, I would just accept it sitting there at 300. Yeah. Because it's not actually doing anything other. If it starts going any quicker and the speed trend arrow is increasing, then you've got to do something about it really. But at this point now, I'm not overly concerned.
Clear to land, no worries, mate. Yeah, sorry if I don't think we missed anything. Oh, you said hello, chat. Well, I saw you say hello, chat. I don't know if you saw if we saw anything else. Hello, mate. Hello, hello, hello. How do you adjust the lights for the standby? It's these arrow, the plus and the minus.
Yeah, yeah.
You adjust the brightness. Right, there we go. So speed's coming back for 240 now. I'm just going to watch also the, I guess, the VNAV path on the ND, right, to see if it. But we've got loads of room. We've got 42.
Keep coming down now. So if you just go down to like 3,000.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
So they said redirect to Haircop, clear to the RNAV runway 14. So you can just do that now. Redirect Haircop. Great. It's probably going to go into VNAV speed. Oh, actually, we're not that high on the profile, so it's stayed in path. We're clear to the approach, so now you can wind the altitude down in auto down to the minima.
Cool. Go to 1,000 and then go down to 380.
Right.
And then would you put it back to 1,000s after you set that?
Yeah, probably just as a quick way to.
Yeah.
So our two-way point is HECOB. We're in VNAV path, where we've got the minima down. So now the aircraft will follow the VNAV profile all the way down.
It's the longest flight you've done on the 777. Even if you don't want to say the destination, I guess hours.
14 and a half hours.
Drag required. I'll use a bit because we are about 250. Right, so 10's check. Would you whack everything on now?
Yep, so landing lights go on. Actually, just the landing lights at this point.
Okay, cool.
The rest will go with the gear down later.
Yeah. Oh, I've still got 4x sim rate on screen. Sorry, guys. I am not on 4x sim screen. Sim rate, there we go.
Are you still on VATSIM?
I am on VATSIM, yeah.
Let's have a look where this other guy is.
He's at 12,000. He's a bit slower. There is
you'll be what I had, so that's fine.
Okay, cool.
So there's a thing here where you can get caught out. So you might, if ATC said reduce now to 230 knots, if you open the speed window,
Yeah.
see it's gone into VNAV speed.
Yeah.
That's not what we want. So if you close the speed window again, right, it's back into VNAV path. So if you go into the VNAV page and do 230 knots as a selected speed in here, then the aircraft will target 230 but maintain the VNAV profile.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it allows you to stay in the VNAV path. Obviously the benefit of VNAV path, obviously there's cabin ready.
Yeah.
VNAV path is that it will pitch for the path and allow you to control the speed, whereas in VNAV speed it's pitching for the speed and disregarding the profile.
Yeah.
So that's the not disregarding it, because it will maintain altitude constraints as needed, but it won't follow. It's not on the path.
Yeah.
A little trick or a thing that some people do. I don't personally, but on the runway turn-off lights on the overhead.
Yeah.
The right turn-off people do for cabin ready,
Oh.
and they do the left one when they're clear to land as a reminder.
Oh wow, that's a cool one.
So cabin ready on the right and landing on the left. That's how people remember. And some people will turn it on at this point here. Obviously, it doesn't actually do anything, but it's just as a reminder.
Yeah. I'll grab that sub. 2 seconds. Baltic, thank you for 17 months with the Prime. Love you, mate. I'm going to pause alerts for landing now, folks. A little bit earlier, just because we are about to get in for the approach, and I'll need to remember to pause alerts. You guys are going to need to remind me when we're on final to pause alerts.
So I have a preferred variant. The 200 is a absolute workhorse and is fantastic. The 300 is a very, very big aeroplane. It's quite cool.
Orbital, that's a company option. So some airlines, when you click traffic, it'll have range rings. Others it won't. It's literally a company option with the aircraft. Very different from United. Turn everything on at flight level 180. Yeah, it's always fascinating to me when I've got friends who fly the same aircraft but in completely different areas of the world, and it's just all flown so differently. It's phenomenal how the exact same aircraft type you can really start to fly quite differently between different operators.
So if you now go to 210 knots in the VNAV page.
Yeah.
but open the speed window and select the up bug. Because we don't want to go slower than that.
Oh, okay, got you. Oh, I see, yeah, so we stay in VNAV path because it's got 210 on there.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'm seeing an aircraft and I feel like they're
They're going to go in behind us, it's alright.
but are they time accelerating with how quick they're going? I don't know.
I doubt it if he's flying with you.
Is whoever Speedbird 15 Mike is here? Are they in chat somewhere?
Surely. Right, we want to bring the speed back now, so flap 1.
Flaps one.
And we can come back to the one bug.
It feels like they're time accelerating.
215 back, don't worry, I'll give you way.
Okay, that's fine. So Nassau traffic, Speedbird 53 Mike overhead, Takeoff, the RNAV runway 14. We'll call final. There we go. He's going to give way to us. Perfect.
Lovely. So if you just zoom in on the ND, just a bit better. Lovely. And see it a bit more.
Touch fast. Shall I use a bit of speed?
Yeah, a little bit of speed rate. It's not horrendous. It's coming back, but yeah. One thing I wanted to sort of demonstrate didn't quite happen there is when you open the speed window, so you do need to open the speed window at some point. You can't leave it managed all the way back because you want to configure with the maneuvering speeds or not go slower than that. When you open the speed window, it will go into VNAV speed most of the time. But as soon as you put flap 1 out, if you're near the profile, you'll recapture VNAV path. So yeah, so it's a trick that if you're in VNAV speed and you're near the profile and you're going, why is it not picked up VNAV path? Then take flap 1. Right, slow down a bit further.
That's 5. I think I'm going to need flap 15 almost straight away.
You can take flap 15. So there's no DME obviously on the RNAV, so distance to go is just from the prog page.
Yeah.
So I think you've got a prog page that open
10
there already.
miles.
Yeah, great.
Thank you for the sub, mate. I'll grab that one a bit later. Thank you, buddy.
Because it's not an ILS.
Echo 172 taking off and move on to 1.
Oh, it's okay, somebody's taking off. Right,
Yeah.
match the heading.
Great, and you can bring the speed back now to the 15 bug as well.
I'll just call on Vatsim. Nassau traffic, Speedbird 53 Mike, RNP established runway 14, 8 miles. Radio altimeter, so gear down flap 20.
Yeah, let's do that. And with that, you can arm the speed brake lever and put the remainder of the flaps on, the remainder of the lights on as well.
And the flap 15 and the 20 bug is the same, right?
Exactly the same, yeah. And then you'll go from 20. Once the gear's down, you can go to 4. At this point, you probably don't need it straight away. You just keep the speed up a little bit, I would. If you just open the checklist, I don't think we ticked off the approach checklist. So
I did it earlier, yeah.
Oh, you did? Hold on. There you go.
I'm just going to make sure I pause alerts on Vatsim, on Twitch even. Come on. 5 miles, right, snooze the ads, there we go.
So now we're below the missed approach altitude of 2000, you can go wind that up to 2, and we're going to still descend down the VNAV path. Click the landing flap, so flap 30,
flap 30,
and final speed as we call it, which is the same as VAP, so final speed. And that's it.
Alright, cool, so we'll just wait for the flaps and landing checklist.
And you put, yeah, that's it.
Sorry, chat, I've not done many wing views or anything like that on the approach because we've got a lot going on in the flight deck. But there we go, quick wing view of the approach. Right, okay, checklist complete.
Great.
Right, now for the fun part, for me to slam it in.
So on the landing roll, obviously you're going to land the nose wheel, all reverses, and at 60 knots then you can go back to forward idle.
Cool.
Well, idle reverse and then taxi speed forward idle.
Right, here we go, 1,000 feet, stable, man land, visual, I have control, all of the other things. We've not even talked about some airlines like British Airways that do monitored approaches and things. That's for another day. That's for another day. You'll get us talk about that when we're at SimFest. Monitored approaches. So 9 knots from the left.
And what's your vertical speed? About 600.
So
Slightly, yeah. Yeah, so I think it's going to be about 700 realistically.
Do 1.5 megs for the service, 149 miles.
Continue.
Don't look at the puppies at 200 feet or less, they're inaccurate, so you can just do it as you want.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
He brakes up. Reverse is normal. Did you put a bit of nose wheel, like forward nose pressure?
No, it's not required. No.
I'll take that.
Absolutely. So Bravo's the 90 degree. I don't think.
No, I don't think we're going to make
We're
that.
going to take that. So if you vacate onto the crossing runway there, that'll be the next to the left.
Angle brakes.
So auto brake is there, 360 knots.
Didn't mean to stamp on the brakes quite as much as I did there.
Echo 1762 taking off on the 14.
Well, that's good that he's taking off whilst I'm on the runway, thank you. Eight hours, 22 minutes flight time, 5 minutes early.
Make sure flight over 14.
Excellent.
Copy.
Right, we'll
So nothing. So you're
Clear
going
up.
to, yeah. So
clear up after, I guess. We'll get on the straight.
yeah. So just exactly that. So here for the overshoot this turn, you want to go straight ahead and keep going. Keep wide. Just there you go, and just keep going as you are.
Yeah,
Now start that turn round.
that's crazy. Oh yeah, I see. Because then by the time you get to about this point, that 90-degree
Yeah.
turn, it's just okay. I see.
Obviously, you've got loads of tarmac to the left of you, so you're not actually going to clip the grass or anything here at Nassau. But places where it was narrow, you'd have to do that. So it's just it's worth getting into the habit of doing it properly.
We timed it on Speedbird 15 Mike. Whoever that was, whoever Speedbird 15 Mike is, thanks so much for waiting for us and letting us get in. Very kind. Okay, cool. So we're in.
So now, once you know the taxi route that you're going, then
Yeah.
you stow the spoilers, which you've done already, the speed brakes.
Yeah.
And then you are going to do lights off to start with at the top. So yeah, landing lights off will just leave the taxi light on, and the turn-offs can go off as well. You're going to bring the flaps up, and the auto brake to off, the transponder to transponder rather than a TARA. That's it. And the weather radars can go off on both sides as well. Excellent. And then if you just bring up the checklist.
Oh, it's shut down next.
They haven't got an after landing. Fine. Cool. So the only thing that then is left to do is the APU. You can actually on the overhead put that to on now rather than start. Just leave it in on, and it does. That will then do the self-test and the power up without actually starting.
Ah, okay.
And then to actually start it from there, it's quite quick.
Yeah.
So you can do it almost as you enter the apron then.
Do you like flight directors reset the bar or anything like that?
So you don't do
now,
anything.
or-
No, flight directors stay on.
Okay.
And you do that as all part of the shutdown.
Cool. Right, let's go and select the stand. So we were Bravo 22, I think we said, right? See if GS
22. Yeah, Bravo 22.
we will need to start it up, just not yet. The APU, if that's what you mean, incarnate. Right, I will unpause the alerts. Come on, GSX, why are you faffing? Kurt, thank you very much again. 23 months up. I'll just mute for that. There we go. Thank you very much, Kurt. Love you, buddy. Hope you're well, matey. Hope you're doing good. I might restart Quartal.
You can you not?
I feel like
I'll
it's,
say you can start it through the menu, but obviously you can't get to the menu.
Yeah, I feel like it's faffed itself.
You've got your on stream. I'm sure you're happy with that. But
Cool. Right, let's see if that starts up this time. GSX, you're such a faff.
Good old Carter.
Yeah, don't we love it?
Nice.
Why is that crashing?
Don't worry, you always get always end up parking yourself here anyway. So.
Just be nice for all the other stuff. Which scenery is this? I'll be honest with you, I've completely forgotten. It's available on my Google Maps thing that I've got for MSFS. I would just like it with some sort of guidance, I guess, but I mean, it's time here, end task. Sierra Sim, there we go, that's the one. Sierra Sim. When am I going to fly in Jamaica? Don't know. Right, so we're not too far. We've only got a couple of turns away, right? So it was Hotel 3, I think we said.
Yeah.
So we're just passing Hotel 5. So how long out before you start the APU?
Just before you turn into the apron, I'd start it.
Okay, cool. So I don't think GSX is going to work it. Yeah, it's not going to work. Oh, why? I can't even click on it on there. Oh, screw GSX. Stupid app.
So it'll be the next to the right now, so you can start the APU. Probably turn the taxi light off at this point as well, because don't need it from here on.
Right click it, I was.
Yeah, right then left, and then it'll be the first stand.
Yeah.
With the jet bridge, you see. I sit in the right-hand seat, Epic Gamer. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. And there's 3 pilots, I sit in both seats.
Oh yeah, that turn felt good. That was quite a right turn. And then
So
the
this
same
one
for
then,
here.
Yeah, so wait for it to be in that back window and then do a hard turn over. So just keep going until it's at the back of that back window. Yep, like now.
Sometimes I need to do a bit of toe braking to get the nose wheel to turn in the sim.
Yeah, it's definitely easier with an actual tiller, obviously.
Although actually, that being said, that's looking.
It's pretty good. You probably even turn slightly too early then, but yeah. So it proves how much you have to really oversteer.
Chat, because GSX isn't working, I'm allowed to go outside and double check and cheat, yeah?
I'd rather not say Norbert on screen, but yeah.
Only because it's GSX isn't working, I'm cheating right now. There we go, that'll do.
Lovely.
Okay, parking brake set.
Yep. So, right, from here on now, we're checking. We would have done a call to the crew to disarm the doors, so do you want to do that on the EFB, and then we can just
yeah, I think I can...
stimulate that you've done that.
Is it ground operations, door management, disarm?
Disarm, there you go. So now that we've parked up, the thing that we're checking on the ICAS is that the APU parking brake is set and that the doors are manual. Right, so those 3 there. So now you can do shutdown. So you just shut them down. Then you go to the overhead and you turn the seatbelt signs off straight away. And then you do the hydraulics in reverse order to the way that we did it earlier. So you do that's it, start with that one and go clockwise. And the 2 send to C1, that's it. And then that one off. Your pump's off. Beacon light off. Come down, turn the flight directors off. Stand by and 2000 on the transponder. There you go. And then we do the shutdown checklist, which should auto complete.
Yeah.
In this case, it's just the parking brake. So you can just tick that. There you go. Shutdown checklist complete. And that's it. And this is the state that you would leave it for the next guys, apart from turning off the Adaru and maybe turning off the APU if it was on ground power.
Nice. Cool. Well, I mean, I might as well leave it on the APU, I guess. Because we're
Yeah,
going to do a quick turnaround. Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect. Well, there we go. That was absolutely bloody brilliant. I enjoyed that one. Should we go and have a look on Volanta, see how we did? See what the actual flight time was. Let's see.
I reckon your landing rate was
Oh, can you see it?
180.
You're not that far off.
230.
That's
Oh, yeah.
all right. So the actual
Very
flight
good.
time was, instead of 8 hours 27 minutes, we did it in 3 hours 41. Didn't feel like it was that long, did it? To be honest.
No.
Yeah, and there you go. So 232 landing rate, 1.04 on the G-force, and let's have a look. I mean, yeah, you can't really see a tremendous amount. It looked like it was right on the centre line.
It did.
Main markers. We didn't get Bravo, but it wasn't that far off.
No, but with auto brake, it was worth, for the sake of keeping the brakes slightly cooler.
Yeah. Yeah.
When do you operate the wing lights? We don't tend to use them at all, really.
There we go.
Yeah, you have to do an ADARU between crew. So if you were going to do another flight straight away yourself, then yeah, but we wouldn't tend to do that. So yeah, you turn it off between crew because you don't know how long it's been since the last line otherwise.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if GSX works now. I might need it for the pushback. I don't know. Right. Well then, folks, I am going to go and take another restroom break and everything like that, and then Mama Chewie's going to get the pizza in the oven. We are going to do. I'm probably just going to do one more flight, so we will just fly to Providenciales, but we'll do it as a nice quick hop and everything like that. And obviously Fraser's been with us now for almost 5.5 hours, so I will let him disappear off and enjoy his evening and anything like that. Any last budding questions for Fraser? You know, whilst I let you get those in, honestly, mate, thank you very, 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 very much indeed for this. I hope it's been insightful for people in the chat on both Twitch and YouTube. It's certainly been insightful for me, so very much appreciate you taking time out of your day to come on and give us some 777 tips.
What's the meaning of live?
Ooh.
Flying.
Flying, yeah, flying. I think that's the
Best
only answer,
in-flight
isn't it?
meal
Yeah.
would be the. Actually, I don't want to give away who I work
Yeah, that's it. What FPM is a butter? Well, there's no. Pilots don't care about FPM landing rates. They really don't.
Do I have a technique for crosswind landings? Yes, I do. You want to position the aircraft upwind, so if the wind's from the right, you want to be slightly right of the centre line. As you go 50, you're looking at the end of the runway. At 30, you are doing a continuous slight squeeze of the rudder to align the aircraft straight by the time that you touch down, and then obviously flaring at the same time. So it's not necessarily two separate movements, but it's just a continuous sort of nice gentle press of the rudder pedals to the point that the rudder and the aircraft should be centre at the point you touch down. Yep, 30 feet, actually just after, I would say. Thank you for the nice tips, that's fine. One question, what FPM, yeah, well, for a hard landing, if you're landing at 700 feet a minute, basically you've not flared.
You've not flared.
Question before, can you answer how does it work? Inaugural flight, would they fly both sets of crews? Yes, they would. Some of the crew would be passengers, and they would probably, but they wouldn't operate a flight the same day as a shuttle as the inaugural flight of the season. We do it all year round, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, if they needed to do a flight the same day, they would probably struggle even if they went as passengers. Very good.
Perfect.
Right. I will
Thank you very
speak
much
to you
indeed,
guys later
sir.
on.
Yep. Have a good evening. We will speak
No
soon.
problem at all.
Brilliant stuff.
All right. See you later.
Have a good one. Bye. Lovely stuff then, folks. Right, so I've actually kind of already started to get stuff going, just in the sense of I've just changed the thingy over, the alert, not the alerts, the overlays and stuff like that and everything through. Yeah, I've tried exit quarter from the task manager. I've tried doing the task tray. I've tried doing all sorts of things. I wonder if it could be the GSX profile for this airport and whether that's the thing that's doing it. But yeah, big thank you to Fraser for very, very, very kindly coming on and showing all that awesome stuff. Obviously, certainly didn't need to do it, but very much appreciated that he did do it. So yes, absolutely awesome. Very helpful. I've definitely learned a lot of new things today. Whether I'll be able to remember them all is another matter. I think I'm going to be reviewing today's VOD quite a lot. So, yeah. Right, let's just see if I can, I don't know, even starting it as an administrator? See if we can do it that way. And I will just go and get a restroom break. Whilst we like get set up for the next flight, I'm going to grab some food and stuff like that as well. So I might turn my camera off whilst I'm eating, but yeah. I wonder if it's the GSX profile, you know. That's going to be my next port of call. I wonder if it's the GSX profile. Let's delete that. Let's get rid of that. I can't even exit GSX from the menu. GSX, I thought it was getting more consistent with how it wasn't having issues, and then suddenly it's having issues again. Let's see. Right, now let's give it another go. Good old Coatl. Because I've now deleted the GSX config for the airport. I just think it's Coatl's just dead. Which is a bit annoying because I was going to do boarding and deboarding and then pushback. Yeah. Not too sure. Anyway, right, chat. What I'm going to do, I think it needs a sim restart. Yeah, I'm not doing that. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to go and be right back. I am going to go and just go and take a quick 5-minute break just to go and use the restroom and everything like that. I'm also going to might get some air conditioning on as well. So I will turn that on, and I'll actually turn the camera off, I think, as well for a moment. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. So yeah, if you do need to go and get yourself a drinks break or anything like that, or a restroom break, now is the time to do so before we head to Providenciales. So I'll see you in a minute. Okie dokie. Right, I just got my air conditioner going, so hopefully that gets things a little bit cooler in here. Hey, Jeff! Why is that just blowing hot air at me? Jeff, thank you for 54 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really annoyed about GSX. That's really pissed me off. I really want it to work, because wait, can we even do pushback in the 777 without GSX? We might just have to do some sort of janky, straight pushback. Yeah, we might have to faff it. I don't even know. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers. Is that even cooling? Yeah, I think it is. Cool. We'll see if that cools things down. So, as we say, so what the real aircraft is going to do, as Fraser was speaking about, is it looks like what they actually do. So they'd go London to Nassau, which we've already done, and then they'd go Providenciales, and then back to, potentially back to, they'd go back to Nassau as well. We're not going to have time to do the return back to Nassau today, so we'll just do the hop to Providenciales. All right. Hey, and Sean, thank you for 25 months. Thank you for these, everybody. Cheers. How you doing there, Lando? Good to see you. Very nice, very nice. Leave GSX on. Sometimes it takes forever. Well, I just think it's completely broken, to be honest. Cool. What was the landing rate? A 230. 230 landing rate. Right, let's go and do the flight plan. Michael, hello. How you doing? You've missed all the fun today, mate. Right, use current time. Let's go and do that. Yes, we'll go and reset all of this. Come on, SimBrief, go away. Just cancel it and let me do it. Thank you. Right. So we're going MYNN to MBPV now. I don't know if I'm going to do this on VATSIM. Part of me wants to. I think there's a it's a thingy arrive, but there's not a taxiway going all the way down the runway, so it'd be a bit of a faff. So the alternate is trying to give me freaking San Juan, which I think is a little bit ridiculous, if you ask me. I mean, to be fair, with the weather that we've got around here, yeah, I mean, I'd almost feel like we'd go back. I almost feel like with how great the weather is here, we'd go back, to be honest. What's the time now? It's 17:36. Yeah, so we'll say 18:10. That's fine. And the call sign is actually Speedbird 253 for this. We'll leave all of that as is. What's their altitude that they go to? Okay, so they go like 350. So they go up. So that's fine. It's saying arrival runway 10. I don't know if we can go and have a look and see what they're actually using. Port-au-Prince is the alternate. Yeah, I don't know with the storm barrel whether that's in that kind of area. Oh, the winds are 120 degrees at 6. So yeah, runway 10. So yeah, there's nowhere to vacate apart from onto the apron. So I don't know if I'm going to do this one on VATSIM unless we've got really good spacing. Just because people are going to have to turn around on runways and backtrack. So runway 10, that's fine. I'm just going to leave all of this as is, even though this isn't quite relevant for what we've got now. And then in terms of the route, I'll do this one with a little bit more for it, I guess. Actually, no, that looks all right. No, Soleil should be fine. I don't know if there are any SIDS and stuff out of here. Oh, there is. So, where's that trying to take us, waypoint-wise? That's trying to take us to Bossar. So, I've not got any of these. So, it's going to be a 1-4. So, why have we not got any of these? I wonder what it would be. Yeah, I'm using the freeware scenery for thingy-majiggy for Providenciales, yeah. I don't even know what we would do here, because we've not even got any of these as an option. Ah, that could work. That works. Let's go for that. There we go. Got it. Got it. We'll leave all of this as is. I'm going to change that to auto. Hello there, St. Anne. Thank you very much for the follow. Perfect. And actually, I'm going to tell you what, I'll select 30. I might select 35,000 today, just so it doesn't take us above it. Perfect. Generate. Please keep chatting English on YouTube, please, folks. I don't speak any other language than English. Thank you. How did the landing go? Yes. Very nice. Very nice. Good, there we go. So we'll pre-file it onto VATSIM. There we go. So that's an auto ATC thing on VATSIM. And then we'll go and unload the old flight and get the new one in. There we are. And then Valanza as well. I could technically do this one on BAV, but I can't be bothered. I'm lazy. Good, so that's loaded into there, that's onto there, that's onto there, and yeah, look, GSX is just dead, isn't it? No, I didn't do Merlin. GSX is just dead. So, yeah, I guess before we go anywhere, can we do Pushback in the 777 on its own? Does anybody know? Service vehicles. Ground connections. On the tablet maybe? No, I don't think we can. I think we're a bit screwed if we can't. I don't know if we can. Oh, Pushback. Can I not do that? Do I have to remove the chocks to then do Pushback? Yeah, we might be able to do it on here. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Right. Okay. Let's go and turn the music off there. Good stuff. So we'll jump back into the aircraft and we'll go and get things rocking and rolling. Yeah, I've done that quitting GSX from Task Manager. I've done all sorts of things and nothing is working. It's just crap. It's broken. I've done all of those things. Oh, Joel, it was so good. It was so good to be back. So good to be back, honestly. Yeah, felt amazing. Right, now, of course, in typical fashion, I've pretty much forgotten everything that Fraser just told us. But that's not the end of the world. We will go and just double check how things are. So we're fine with the initial kind of setup of the aircraft. I think we're good to go there. In terms of the overhead, there's nothing that we really need to do on here because we're on the APU. So we're looking good there. So I think we could probably just go and get the flight plan in. So we'll go to SimBrief and go and do all of that. Yeah, so we've got automated ground ops. Ground service. I don't know. We'll see. If we can't push back, then, well, I don't know. Are you on the latest update? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. So, new data from SimBrief. There it is. Good stuff, good stuff. And then we can actually go and get the route straight away in, can't we? So we can go into the route page because we've not done anything with the ADIRUs. We don't need to worry too much. So we'll do route request, set the payload, set the fuel, and then we'll select the route. And we're also going to have a look through the flight plan. Gonna work now. It's just dead, isn't it? It's just dead. DED dead. So there's all our uplinks coming through. Oh, these stutters are horrendous. What's the wheel selection thingy that pops up? This is called Flow, or Flow Pro is the one that I'm using. It's an MSFS toolbar replacement add-on, and you can. There are people who have made like custom. These are called widgets. So like I can look for VATSIM ATCs and things like that. So if there's any Heathrow ATC on, I could go and yeah. It doesn't look like there's anything on there right now. Is there anything on it? There you go. So that's the real VATSIM ATCs for Gatwick. There's all sorts of things. So yeah. Right, so it's going to be runway 14 for departure. And we need to put in speedbird 253 into there. And we can activate and execute it. Let's go and have a look at the flight plan though. And I'll just do it on Navigraph. And we'll go and highlight the main bits. We're not going to go too crazy into it. like Fraser and I did earlier, but we're going to have a look. So, speedbird 253 to Nassau to Providenciales in Sierra Tango Bravo Alpha today, and the call sign is still 253. Are you using the Sim Update 15 beta? Sim Update 15 beta doesn't exist. Sim Update 15 has been fully released for at least a month now. A little while more than that. So. Thanks, Oliver. Appreciate you, buddy. Have a safe flight. 0 fuel weight today, 2069. Takeoff weight is 226.5. Landing weight is 219.2. Flight time we're expecting today is 58 minutes. Using about 7,300 kilograms of fuel. We're going to take loads more than that, though. We're going to take about just over 20 tons, 20.5 tons today. Total reserves 10.8. Cost index 57. What else do we need? So alternate, if we needed to come back, alternate if we're going to go anywhere else, we'd actually probably just come back here, I think, to be honest with you. And we'd need about just shy of 8 tons for that, so that's loads. Then we've got our Cirrus flight plan data here. So flight level 350 out on the Freddy 2. And then we'll double check about the arrival into Providenciales. Good evening, Nosilam. Hello. How you doing? How you doing? Looks like we're fine in terms of SIGWX. Nothing in the area that's going to be of any concern to us. Storm Beryl's way further to the southwest from where we are. So nothing really to report there, and you can see the winds. It's just going to be a bit of a crosswind, nothing too crazy for us on the way down. And there's our vertical profile. Cool. So weather here, yeah, so it was 060 degrees, 10 knots, 03090, 31 degrees centigrade, altimeter 3000. And then Providenciales, it's looking 120 degrees at 5, lovely weather, scattered at 1500, and it's a QNH there, so 1014. So really nice weather at both areas. Good. So we are happy with that. Let's just double check that 20.5 is loaded in, which it has. And so with that, we'll go and put the seatbelt signs on. And then we're going to go departures and arrivals, runway 14, and it was the Freddy 2. We said, right? I'll get rid of that. Freddy 2 to Exige. So Freddy 2 to Exige. And then arrivals. So let's go and have a look and see what we're going to do. So there's no stars into here. I think we're going to be on the RMP runway 10. So we'll go trotter direct to Benos, like so. The RMP 10. So RNAV 10 via Benos, execute that, and then we'll just go to the legs page and we'll get rid of all of this. Oh, it's got a hold. Yeah, no, we'll get rid of all of that, and we'll put that below trotter. Execute. Lovely jubbly. VNAV. Actually, no, let's do init ref. So we're going to reject this and just enter it all in manually. So we're cruising flight level 350. Cost index 57. Step size, I'm just going to put 0 today. The reserves on our flight plan were 10.8. 0 fuel weight, we can click right next to it in MSFS in the PMDG and it will give us that. So that's giving us 2274. Flight plan gave us 2265. So obviously we've actually accounted a little bit more, way more fuel and things that we would actually do here. So that's plenty. So that's looking good. No problems there whatsoever. Yeah, VNAV. So transition altitude is 18,000 out of here. And then we can go, actually we can go FMC com. Not link the winds, can't we? Get all of those going. Mrs. Hetty, hello, welcome back. How you doing? FMC com descent forecast. So it's giving us a transition level of 70. Yeah, that's fine. That's 1,000 above transition out. That'll do. And we'll just get the descent forecast winds in as well. Lovely. So perfinite stuff's all done. So next really would be our performance and things. We got an initial climb out of here? No, not really. I'm just going to put 10,000 in. And the runway heading is 143. Which we've already got. Thanks to the nice previous crew on this flight who left it for us. How very generous of them, eh? So let's go do some takeoff calcs. Go do some performance. So runway 14. Import that from the aircraft. Flap 5 will be fine. There's the weather. Cool. So what's that giving us? So TO with a selected temp of 65 today. V1 of 149, VR 153, V2 159er. So I can even put 159er in now. Or I've done anything else. Again, I've not gone through the flow exactly as Fraser did earlier on, but we're just kind of abbreviating things. Yeah, Joey, because that's what the actual aircraft will have. There can be discrepancies between your flight plan and what the aircraft has, right? So it was 65 for the selected temp, right? Climb 2, yeah, I mean, it's a short flight, so that's fine. Flaps 5. CG we can just grab straight in, and then it's showing 149, 153 and 159. So it's just a slight change on the VREF, on the V1. 153, 159, good. And then the CDU is actually complete now. The CDU is complete. You'll see that our gross weight just changed from 4 down to 3. That's because we've already got the APU running, so it's going to burn a little bit of fuel. Yes, we got winds and stuff in. The only other thing that I guess I could do is if we wanted to do anything speed-wise here. So how far out is Benos? Benos is 10 miles from landing. So I think 210 knots is probably a little bit over Zelos. So I could go, let's go 180. 2,000 above there. And then a Muso is, well, it's 5 miles. So... yeah, like that. And that would just give us a little bit of a better profile with that, won't it, I think. There we go. Are we even going to get to flight level 350? Yeah, no, it looks like we are. Yeah, no, we are. Okay, so we're going on LNAV and VNAV now as well. We'll go and check on our PFD, 159 Toga Toga, LNAV VNAV, 10,000's in. We're looking pretty good there. Saying that we've not been able to do GSX and stuff, but hey ho, it is what it is. Right. Well, actually, I think on this point, we'd be able to start getting ready for before start checklist. Do you change your MSFS audio settings when flying different aircraft? God, no, don't do any of that stuff. Right, let me just respond to Becca, make sure she's okay. Good. Yeah, so if we're on the APU and all the doors are closed, what we can go and do is release all of those, arm all the doors, and then I don't know if I can do the pushback. Doesn't seem like there's anything on there, is there? Iradius, hello! Could you put your audio settings on the website? Default. There you go. Default. I don't touch it. APU should be turned off after end start on the 777 because the yellow message bleed it. You don't control the APU bleed on the 777. Chat, how are we going to push back? Automated ground ops. No, nothing there. Could you not do a pushback via on the PMDG 777 anymore? What the heck? Leave it on auto. What do you mean on auto? The APU on the 777, you literally go to start to turn it on and then off to turn it off. That's it. Right, checklist. So let's do. Yeah, we might have to do Shift P. So if I wanted to actually, oh yeah, so no, if we do reset and then did reset all. There we go. Now if I go back on here and then go to this, there we go. Now we've got the pre-flight checklist. Rogue Giraffe, thanks for your follow. See, we have remembered some things that we've learned today. It's the bleed out on the right side. You shouldn't touch any of that. That should all be in auto. You should never touch those. Unless you need to for an emergency situation, really. So oxygen tested 100%. Flight instruments heading is 324. Altimeter 3000, indicating about 20 feet. Pre-flight checklist complete. And then we'll go and pressurize. So in that order that we learned earlier. So right ELEC. We wait for the fault light to go out. Center 2 ELECs. Left ELEC. And then the center 2 airs in that anti-clockwise direction. Fuel pumps. And then we're going to look for an ICAS message. We've not got any fuel in the center on the ICAS message. So we obviously don't need the fuel pumps on. And then the beacon light can go on. I've not set trim yet, so let's go and do that, and I'll go and move my yoke back into place. So trim is 4.75. There we go, 4.75, and then we'll double check it 0 on everything else. So aileron is 0 and rudder is 0. Transponder can go to above and XPNDR, and then we're actually ready for the before start checklist now. So before start checklist: flight deck door closed and locked. MCP V2 159, heading is 143, altitude 10,000. Takeoff speeds V1 149er, VR 153, V2 159er. CDU pre-flight is complete. Trim is 4.75 units 0 and 0. And the taxi and takeoff briefing. So taxi. As long as we can actually push back, we'll push back at some point, work out what we do. Hotel 3, all the way to hotel, folding point 14. Freddy to departure, out to XZ, so it's literally just straight out. It's the most simple departure we could possibly do. I'm not going to brief too much else on that. Steve, hey, thank you for the Prime sub. Hello. Before start checklist complete. Thank you, Steve. A brand new sub on a Thursday afternoon. Thank you, mate. I almost feel like I need to take the real 777 pilot out of my Twitch title now. Because Fraser's finished. Let's just update that. There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much, Steve. That's really kind of you, mate. Well, I mean, we're ready for pushback, and I've got no idea how we're going to do it. Because, yeah, GSX is a thing. Oh, hello, there's United Triple. And the Racer, thanks for your follow. Cheers. Will Shift P even work? I mean, I'll try it. If not, I think we're actually stuck. Yeah, this is Sierra Sim. I did hit it, but...
NASA traffic citation November 1 Golf Mike. Rolling from runway 14, NASA.
Oh, I clicked it again and now it's disappearing. Restart Coatl. I've already done that about 5 times. It didn't work. No, there's no pushback in the PMDG 777. We can't get it to work anywhere. Yeah, we can't get it to work. Like, there is a thing with this, the ground operations pushback, but yeah. we couldn't find it anywhere else. Oh, come on. Yeah, we've already started Quartal and everything, and it's just not working. Just sticks on loading, it's buggered. Oh, so they got rid of it. But that's not helpful when we don't have another option. It would have been nice if they'd have kept it in, actually, to be honest. Because now now the default ones are not even doing anything.
Citation November 1 Golf Mike airborne, clear runway 14 on the ready to departure to the southeast NASA.
Oh, faff. I'm not doing reverse thrust. Well, I don't know actually. We might have to. We might literally be... Oh, actually, wait. Is that going to... Oh, wait. This might be arriving. Let's see. Yeah, we could slew, but I don't want to risk it. Can call MSFS ATC for a pushback? Nah, I'm just gonna leave it. Let's see. If I disconnect my parking brake now, will that work? Aha! We're moving! Yay! We're good. TT Flightster, thanks for your follow. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. GSX just doing GSX things. We'll just do a straight pushback. I don't know if I can turn it, actually. I was going to see if I could use my rudder to turn it. As you can see, I've never used the default system. Right, so we should be good to start some engines. I can't remember if Fraser said there's anything else we needed to do right now, but I think we're good. So engine page on the lower ICAS. Start right engine and straight in with the fuel. To be fair, we could probably turn from here. I'm going to wait until we can get that 90-degree turn, because when this is kind of like 90 degrees for the window, that's when we can do it. There we go, that should do. Right, Shift P, stop. Parking brake set. That's our traffic speedbird 253 pushback, stand Bravo 22. That's all. Okay, so we're monitoring the start here. And we're looking for that EGT rise to see the oil pressure rising as well. There we go, so that oil pressure has just jumped up from 17, now it's at 19 and then 20, 21. Good, so EGT's going, so we're fine. Need to have some speed going through the turn. Yeah, I think we'll be alright. Okay, so there was a good start on the right engine. Ground crew's just disconnecting.
All traffic United 585 heavy, pushing back from the Charlie terminal.
Okay. So, straight in with the fuel over there. For the left engine. And again, looking for that oil pressure with the EGT rise. Sorry that we did like a very in-depth flight with Fraser and went into loads of detail, and then we kind of just skipped over a lot of things and went quite quickly with the second flight. I didn't want to go into just as much detail on that one, but I'm definitely going to make sure that I review today's VOD, and then I can kind of, pick up some new things in my normal flow with this aircraft as well. Definitely already adapting some new stuff into it. Okay, so it looks like we've got 2 good engine starts. So all we need to do on the overhead panel, nice and simple. Here's the APU can go off. Did you miss Fraser? I'm afraid you did, Ultra Cool. Yeah, he was here for quite a lot of the stream earlier on. We've already been online for 6 hours. Cool. Okay, so engine page can go from here. We can go and select flaps 1, flaps 5. I think we're good with everything else, aren't we? We're going to do a flight control check again. Yeah, stream replay will be available on Twitch for 3 months and then Twitch deletes it. I think unless I create like a highlight of it, but it's on YouTube anyway. So. And we'll do the rudders. Good. And then before taxi checklist. However, 2 seconds, folks.
Also traffic less than 103, show final.
Food has arrived! Thank you, Mama True.
Cabin service.
Cabin service. Thank you, Mama True. Oh, it's hot. Right. I'll let that cool down a bit. Right, so before taxi, anti-ice is auto. Recall, we actually would have already checked. But that's fine, that's TCAS off, that's correct. Flight controls we've just checked, and the ground equipment is clear. So that's the before taxi checklist complete. So clear on the right. Clear on the left. Taxi light on. Nassau traffic, speedbird 253, taxiing Hotel 3, Hotel holding point full length, runway 14. And I'm going to use a bit of differential thrustage to get us around that corner. I think we should be alright with the turn actually, you know. I'll try and eat at the same time. What's for dinner? It's a bit of a cheat meal today because I didn't know when I'd be finishing the stream or anything. So we've gone for pizza and some like waffle fries. So very unhealthy.
Nassau traffic, United 585 heavy, taxiing runway 14, Hotel 1, Hotel. We'll give it away to the traffic to our left, Nassau traffic.
Cool. So there's that
Also
turn.
traffic less than 103, clear 114, Nassau.
Delicious nonetheless. Yeah, it's not often I have pizza and things, so it's alright to have these things in moderation, right? Okay, so we're clear of the apron now, so transponder can go all the way. And the weather radar can go on. And then we're just thinking again, you know, have we had any changes in the briefing? Anything that's different? Not at all. Hey, Mickey! Oh my goodness me, it's 99 months! Oh, sorry, let's reset that. Goodness gracious me, what a sub. 99 months for Mickey. Thank you so much, mate. You cannot know how crazy that is. 99 freaking months. Absolutely unbelievable. Ah, cabin's ready. That means the absolute world. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. So nothing's changed for our briefing. We're happy. So before takeoff checklist is complete. And the United has very kindly offered to give way to us. So that's kind of them. In there, 777 as well. God, 99 months. That's wild. I think we've got 3 people on 99 month subs now. That's it. So again, you really leave it on idle taxi power. Oh, Jeff, I love cricket. Played cricket since I was a kid. Well, I don't anymore, but... So nice and slowly does it. Oh, Define Prawns United, hello! Right. I hate politics. Hello, how you doing on the YouTube chat? Welcome, welcome. So we are looking good to go. We're going to say that we're cleared, so let's just call up on Unicom. Nassau traffic, speedbird 253 via hotel, departing runway 14, Freddy 2 departure, Nassau. Just going to watch that nose. It's not quite 180-degree turn, so all the lights. I'll go and ding the cabin like that, I guess. Clear on the approach. Pause the alerts. And then we need to overshoot that, turn onto the runway again. Is this Minecraft? Yes, mate, absolutely. How did you not know that without asking? See how much you have to swing that nose. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Right, we're nicely rolled up, nicely lined up even, so we'll start the clock. How long is the flight? 1 hour. We'll keep the aircraft rolling, so we're going to aim for about 55% N1, so around about here. There it is. Take off. Here we go. Thrust set. 80 knots.
V1.
Rotate.
That's all traffic United 585 heavy lining up and waiting 14 Nassau.
It's like crossing from the left, positive rate. You're up. And then we're waiting for 400 feet to read out the FMA. So there's 400. Thrust ref, LNAV, VNAV speed. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Right, we'll be lazy and stick in the autopilot. And then now the speed's trending up towards flaps 1, so flaps 1. Great stuff. Speed's continuing to trend up, so flaps up. Oh, look at that. That looks gorgeous. There go the leading edge. Okay, brilliant stuff. Just bring out that range ring a little bit. So we're going to leave all the lights.
Nassau traffic United 585 heavy, taking off runway 14, proceeding southeast traffic, Nassau traffic.
Cool. Define prawn, just be aware that there's a backtrack at Providenciales. So if you might need to just do a lap of a hold or something like that. Down route, you should be good. So, after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist complete. And we'll continue our climb up now. So we're going up to 35,000, so we'll say ATC has cleared us up to 35,000. Good. Go and enjoy those views for a bit, and I'll unpause alerts. Stunning, stunning, stunning. What's your graphics card? I use an RTX 4090 graphics card. Okay. Looking good. Good evening, Ballistic. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for these follows coming through. Zodiac, Ballistic Pigeon. Thanks so much for all these follows. Welcome, everybody. Okay, so anything else that we need to do at this exact moment in time? Not particularly. Not particularly. I don't know, Rocky. You'd have to have a look at the stuff with it. Right, I'm going to turn my camera off for a second whilst I gobble some food down. Give me a second. I am still here.
Nassau traffic, United 585 heavy, clear 14, proceeding southeast. Nassau traffic.
EGLL, hello, good evening, good evening. Right, 10's check. So 10 for 35,000 on standard. No, sorry, not on standard, on 3000. Landing lights off. Taxi light off. It's nice and smooth, so we'll go and get the seatbelt signs out, and then we've got a nice clear upper ICAS display. Speed starting to come up. Beautiful. And there we go. Again, it's not a very long flight, this one, so well, the time in the sim doesn't match the actual time or anything like that, but yeah, that's not a problem. We want to see. I have an irrational fear of being a solo person on cam on a stream and eating. I'm like terrified of it. There you go, you can have that one instead. Or that one. There we are. I try and never eat on stream, but obviously it's like 7:15 now and we're still doing a flight, so I'm pretty hungry. Where was that other one? I've lost it. I was going to put the other one on. There we go. There we are. Somebody said, have you experienced the 777 on final the throttle's disconnected and the plane just goes stale on approach? No, never had that, I'm afraid. Never had that one. Music. What were you trying to tell me earlier? I missed it. Defiant Prawn at Providenciales is a backtrack. So because you took off, so we've got to backtrack the runway. So because you took off so close after me, you're probably going to have to do a lap of the hold or something. Because there's no way I'm going to be able to vacate at Bravo. How are you talking to ATC without having to click on instruction commands? Because I'm on the VATSIM multiplayer network. Alright, 2 seconds. Hello, Becca! How are you? I'm having food. How do you do in the cabin in the jet? I just turned the seatbelt sign to auto and then back to on a couple of times. Rebrand as a mukbang channel? Never. Child's winding. Put him to bed. Where did Chewie go? I'm just having some food because I've been live for like 6.5 hours now. And I didn't know how late I was going to finish the stream today, so I'm having a working dinner, which is very rare for me, but I hate eating on camera. Estimated time en route, 1 hour. We should be landing In about 45 minutes from now. So what's that? Like 1905 Zulu? Yeah, 45 minutes from now is about 1905 Zulu, so yeah. Ollie, you've missed out on a heck of a stream. We've had Fraser on giving us real world 777 ops. It's been crazy today. Oh, thanks, babe, yeah. So it's not that long until descent, really, so we do need to make sure we planned it and all with good timing. Just put in the minima. 280 we'll go with. So they usually go in 10s instead of 1s. Let's go and request some weather, shall we? Turn that off. You didn't tell on me. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, it's with Ollie. So, how much fuel? We're going to be losing 4 tons. So we got 16.5. We're landing at 12.5. So, it's going to be 219.4. So, flap 3140. So 120 degrees 5 knots, scattered at 1500, temperature 31, dew point 24, QNH 1014, which I think is what we read earlier on the flight plan. So we'll put 1014 in there, and then we need to go and get some landing performance as well. I've got no idea what you two are talking about, I won't lie, so I will just say yes. Whatever you say. I'm doing all of this whilst I'm eating, so yeah. What's the runway length? You know, I think I'm going to go auto brake 4. Although there might be a quick turnaround on this one. Oh, Ollie's jealous you with me? Oh, bless him. Let's go on a brake 3 for a bit of brake cooling. Oh yeah, I didn't do a route copy or anything. Could load route 2 while in cruise to save even more time. I don't know if they do that. Ultra cool, that picture is Sam Chewy. The one and only. Can we get some chewies in the chat, please? So, let's have a think. So what have we done? We've looked at landing performance. We've looked at the weather. We've looked at the MYNN. We looked at Q&H. The only thing then is, have I ever met Sam? No, I've spoken to him online, but I've never met him. So we said Benos at 180. And then a Musso 160 for the speed. Just to help us out with that. Go around altitude today is 2,000, so we'll make sure that we set that once we're through the missed approach. And then, yeah, I mean, we're going to land 1-0, and then we'll have to backtrack to then vacate at Bravo. I don't know what stand they use, probably 1. I'm not too sure. Just got Navigraph. Oh, Navigraph is like one of the most essential things in the sim. Actually, it looks like they go. Oh, okay. It looks like they go 6. So we'll aim for something over here. Good. Right. Sorry, folks. I am still having some food at the moment, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a bit quiet. I'm trying to eat quickly without giving myself heartburn. Oh, so top of descent is in about 15 minutes. What's for din-dins? Me and Mama Chu had a bit of a cheat dinner tonight because I didn't know what time I'd be streaming until and everything like that. So, I've got pizza and like waffle fry things. Very good, actually. I'm a little bit concerned about my spacing with Defiant Prawn, considering I can see him over there. So again, if we had to think about holding now or anything like that, if we were going to go through all of that stuff, I need to remember it. You can see we've got all the details here for the first one. So, I mean, we're landing with 12.4, and I think our reserves today were like 10.8. Yeah, 10.8. So that's not a tremendous amount over. So it wouldn't leave us with a particular amount of room. We need about 8 tons to get back to Nassau, it says. Yeah, Define, go for it. So, we're going to be landing with 12.4. To get back to Nassau, we need about 8 tons. That doesn't give us a tremendous amount of time. Oh, Miku, I've got no idea, mate. No idea. This is gorgeous. Look at the... Oh, look at the sim. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'll leave you with that view while I eat. Hey, Whitson. How you doing? Hey, Skipole! Or as Kenko likes to say, Skipole. Thank you, mate. Just voted to help you well. Yeah, I did this morning as well. Good job. Thank you so much for 3.5 years, mate. I'm just off of camera right now, folks, because I'm having a bit of food. And I have an irrational fear of being on camera whilst I'm eating on my own. So, yeah. Thank you, mate. ERJ simulation, that would be brilliant, apart from the fact that we've got to backtrack the runway and everything as well. We didn't have much spacing on departure, and it's not a long flight, so you wouldn't get a tremendous amount more spacing with that, I don't think. It's fine, I think he's going to do a missed approach and stuff, so it's all good. Good lord, look at that view! Oh my gosh, that is a screenshot. Look at that. Wow. I don't know what airport that is there. Oh, that is MYEF. Exuma International. No, we're not time accelerating. This flight's only an hour. Becca, are you still here? No worries, Kiwi. Yeah, we time accelerated a lot of the first flight. Whitson, I'm not showing any key bindings on stream today. I just used my reverse thrust on my TCA Boeing. MH, thank you for 76 months. Hey, thank you, bud. Thank you, dude. Sorry that I'm not on camera at the moment to show the mask. I'm just having a bit of food in cruise because I'm not eating really much today. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we've done a bit of an approach briefing, so descent checklist. Becca, can I tell chat that? What she said? Because that's so funny. Right, Becca just texted me, chat, to say that my 5-year-old stepdaughter, her 5-year-old daughter, who turns 6 this month, said she asked why Becca has a plaster on her ankle. So Becca said that she had a blister. So my 5-year-old stepdaughter responded with, "Why don't you just suck it up?" Next, Becca, next time she is crying because she's fallen over and scraped something, that's what you need to do. You just say, well, why don't you just suck it up? Yeah. There we go. Now we know. Right, recall. We have no notes. Order break, level 3. Landing data, flap 30, 140. The VREF minimums are 280 bar for the RNP approach runway 10. And the approach briefing we've done. It's a very quick approach briefing, but we have done it. Right, approach checklist complete. Sorry, descent checklist even complete. So there you go, the joys of having children, folks. I'm trying to get a fine balance between not eating too quickly so I give myself indigestion, but eating quickly enough so I'm not disturbing the stream too much. It's very difficult. Alright, not long to go. How good are you at landing the 777? I don't know. I think I'm okay. Sure I could improve. Do you flip the switches and move the throttles forward? Yes, Whitson, correct. That's what I do, mate. Yeah. I think it might just be in the bindings. It might just be like a toggle reverse thrust or something, I think. I can't remember. Oh, look at that. That looks insane. EGLL, I think it just fixes some bugs, right? Right, I'm almost done with food, folks. Bit of jazz flute. Ron Burgundy style. EGLL, so far so good for me, mate, yeah. Right, let me just make sure I've not got any pizza around my face, and then I'll be back properly. No, still just as ugly as normal. Right, okie doke. Hello again, it's me, your neighborhood Wookie. You on multiplayer? We're on VATSIM multiplayer network. Adorable Alpha? I do not know what that is, I'll be honest. Right, I'm going to reset MCP out. What's the transition? Oh, yeah, no, transition level 7. Let's go down to, like, 10. Down to 10. Speedbird, hello, how you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. So, chat, even though we're not going to do the return back to Nassau today, we can do it another day, and then maybe we could even do the leg back to Heathrow, time accelerated. That sound like a good plan? I don't know when. But, yeah, I'm going to be pretty knackered by the time we get down on the ground in Providenciales, I would have thought. So, and the studio is boiling hot, so yeah. No worries already, yes. Let's have a quick look. Oh, nice. You know, wow. I haven't downloaded the Keflavik update, actually. I need to do that. Do you fly planes in real life? I wish I did. No, I don't. It's very expensive. Very expensive. I don't, I'm afraid. Vietjet Thailand. Nice. So there's a bit of VATSIM traffic. Frontier Flight 123. Going to Tampa. When is this aircraft due to release on Xbox? No idea, mate. Not my realm, I'm afraid. No idea. Absolutely not crew. You're going to hold up the eye off Benos till you cry? Okay, mate, cool. That's fine. No problem. Good stuff to find. Thank you, mate. Hello from Yakima. Hello, Tim. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your day to tune into the live stream today, folks. If you missed it earlier on, we did a time-accelerated long haul. So we flew from London Heathrow to Nassau, where we've just left from. And during the cruise, we time-accelerated just so that the flight didn't take 8.5 hours. And then in real life, what the aircraft would do is it would turn around at Nassau and then head down to a couple of different locations. So British Airways do lots of these Caribbean shuttles to Georgetown, and today we're going to Providenciales right now. So that's exactly what we're doing. So this is a real-world flight that's actually being operated later today by BA. The real-world aircraft is on its way down to Nassau right now. I don't know how far away it is, actually. Don't know if we'll be able to see it on the map just yet. Probably not. There it is. So it's actually it's in its descent right now into Nassau. There you go. So there's the real aircraft. Just in its descent. And not only have we done a super long stream today with a time-accelerated long haul, but we were actually joined by a very good friend of the stream, who's a real-world 777 pilot. So he's taught us some really cool tips and some tricks and some bits and bobs about the 777 that I certainly was not aware of before. And it was awesome. So yeah, if you check back the VOD, either on Twitch or on YouTube, you can, review those kind of sections. We go into a lot of detail about the flight plan and Oceanic stuff, ETOPS things, all of those kind of really important things that you should know when operating a long hauler like this. So yeah, go and check it out. And we're just starting our descent now. So down we go into Providenciales. So we should be landing, well, to be honest with you, we'll probably put the seatbelt sign on soon. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and go for a fix. Hey, Heavy Equation! Hello, mate! Oh, nice! Smoking... Oh, it sounds like you've had a very good day. It sounds like you've had a very, very, very good day so far. I hope you've been enjoying the lurk. Enjoy your ribs. Enjoy the food, my friend, and happy 4th to you. Thank you, bud. Is it weird for a Brit to say happy 4th to an American? Isn't that, like, completely contradictory, technically? But who cares? Happy 4th! Happy Treason Day. Is that the thing to say, is it? Looks like we might have a nice sunset as well. 2 seconds, chat. Mama Chewy has very kindly brought me an this stream is not sponsored, but an Activia strawberry yogurt. Yum. I'll eat that on camera, I don't care. Oh, yummy. Very nice. How can I get rid of this again? After the outage, all your settings reset. Now I can't find it again. Oh, oh, it's the tooltips thing. Is it in general options MISC? And then there's like a tool, and then it's like tooltips or something, isn't it? Yeah, it won't be in assistance, it's in a different menu. Happy 4th to us as well with voting. Yeah, that's it. That is true. Yeah, we're celebrating the 4th of July for a different reason today. Oh, I just saw that Auto ATC gave me a squawk on VATSIM, so screw it, I'll put it in. Voted in your first ever general election today. Nice. I don't know. I can't remember how many I voted in now, to be honest. Getting a bit dark in the flight deck. Might need to put some lighting on. £300 worth of fireworks. I love it. Who did I vote for, Chewie? None of your business, that's who. Sorry to sound rude, but it's none of your business. You shouldn't really ever ask anybody that. I voted for the Chewie party. Yeah. Let's not get into politics here, please. Let's move on. I don't want to know who you all voted for. I don't care. In the greatest of respects. I mean that in the most lovely way I possibly can. I don't care. Unless you voted for me, you know. God, it feels like ages since I've had a yogurt. Yummy. Where can we vote for you? It's that button that says subscribe. No, I'm kidding. That's such a sellout. Right, seatbelts. Right. Is it the cockpit interaction system? You had a lesson while in the polling station, did you? Yeah, I don't know. What if I'm a Dalek? Well, I don't like Doctor Who, so I'm definitely not. You taught them everything you know about politics. So there's a blue party, a red party, a yellow party, a green party, a... Yeah, Campy, I've still got the same car. Chewie for PM of Jamaica. Oh, yes, please. I'd emigrate to Jamaica for that. Why not? What the hell does wives mean? What is that? Was that just a misspell? Turkmenistan. Love to see it. Mars, thank you for the autopilot disconnect chip. Thank you. Mars, you've been very generous with the cheers today, mate. Thank you, sir. Voting for a new king. Hey, iFly! Yes, it is.
I haven't been this high for a very long time.
Moz, thank you again. Let me neck, Moz. Thank you. iFly, 30 months. Yes, that is the voting button, correct. That is the official voting button for the Chewie party. I appreciate that. We need some sunscreen. Yeah, I'm just a little bit pale. I was on the Factor 100 in Vegas. Yeah, Factor 100 is the only way to live, right, for somebody like me. Mulak, hello, how are you? Thank you, Moz. I really appreciate that. Do I get a badge? Yeah, it's right next to your name. That epaulette thing. Right, I'm going to get some panel lighting up in here. Just to get a bit of better brightness. Don't actually know if that's doing much, to be honest, but looks a bit better now, I think. What? Oh, bugger! 2 secs, chat. That's why it's so hot in the studio, because my freaking air conditioning machine, the tube's fallen out the back, meaning that it's trying to blow hot air out the back of the machine and cold air out the front of the machine, but it's actually just recirculating hot air everywhere. That's why it's so warm in here. But thank you, Mama Chewy. Thank you. Right, hello. Sorry. Music is a tad loud. Oh, well, to be fair, I'm going to turn it off now anyway. Right, there we go. Even though that is a good song. We'll turn it off. Right, okay. So, is there anything else we need to do here? So just trying to review things. I'm just trying to remember everything that Fraser spoke about. I don't think there's anything much more that we need to speak about at the moment. We know how we're going to fly the approach. We'll watch out for the whole VNAV speed thing. See if I remember that. I'm definitely going to have to go back and review the VOD and write down some notes and remember some stuff from what Fraser talked about earlier. Definitely. Definitely. Because there was a lot in there. There was a lot of good stuff in there. You're going to review the VOD? Yeah, there's so much that's just action-packed and jammed in there. We learned all about RTA progress, ETOPS, Oceanic entry, you know, correct taxiing with the nose wheel being behind and the size of the aircraft. VNAV, like, you know, like how to do a proper RMP RNAV approach and everything. All those kind of things, yeah. Lots of stuff. There was a lot in there. Nice, John T. Is it out on Xbox yet, the 777? No, it's not, no. I do not know when it will be. So, I mean, I don't know. We might be landing after sunset at this rate. It's going to be awfully close. How long have we got? Yeah, we got about 15 minutes until we land. Not even that, to be honest. So it's going to be quite close to sunset. Imagine Dragons, you know that's not the case at all. The marketplace team have very much laid it out in explicit detail about why sometimes things don't come out as quickly on marketplaces on vendors' websites. There's a lot of checks and things that it needs to go through to be officially put on our marketplace. And a lot of the time it's actually with developer stuff as well, so yeah. Now I know you are, but I get that question daily, so I wouldn't say my patience for it is wearing thin, but I'm just used to people who are genuinely very narked about it when there's always a very good reason behind it, you know. We never deliberately leave something off the marketplace for extended periods for no reason, you know. Not the case at all. Marketplace team do an absolutely phenomenal job with it. Beautiful. It'll be out as soon as it's out, though. I'm looking forward for people getting it. I think it's coming to Xbox. I don't know if PMDG have even said if they're submitting it for Xbox. I can't remember, to be honest. I don't know, Joe. No idea, mate. Gonna use a touch of speed brake. Actually, no, I think we'll be alright. We'll see. I'm just gonna see that trend on the. Keep an eye on that. I don't want us to get above the profile. Bring down the display brightness a little bit as well. Where's the display brightness for the ICAS displays? I feel like they're in a really obvious spot. Oh yeah, here, yeah. They are in a really obvious spot. So we are a touch fast. So I'm just going to use a bit of speed brake. The 777 is very slippery in real life. I don't think I've ever flown on a 777i in real life and not seen them use the speed brake during the descent. Alright, so 10's check. And I'm actually going to put the logo light on now because it's not going to be long until sunset, so we might as well. And we'll clear ourselves down for the approach now. So, if we put that there, let's just set the altimeter. So, QNH 1014. I'll just pretend that ATC have just given us a an updated METAR. So, it's actually standard pressure now. So, QNH 1013. So, standard set. So, that's 1013 set, passing 9,000 feet. Now, and that's the approach checklist complete. So we can now actually wind this all the way down. So if we switch to 1,000 feet and then go down to auto, we're going to say that we're cleared for the approach and the minimum is 280. So we're going to move this down to 280 feet and then we can follow LNAV and VNAV. Then when we're below the go-around altitude, which today was 2,000 feet if I'm not mistaken, then we can set the go-around altitude. Cabin's ready as well, so right turn-off light goes on as a reminder. Providenciales traffic, speedbird 253 overhead trotter for the RNP approach runway 10. We'll report on final. I just see Alex is logged on. Nice. Hopefully there's a stand free. Ooh! Almost timed it with sunset, haven't we? Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So now we're really just keeping an eye on things for VNAV path. 26 miles to run. And so instead of opening up the speed window and getting us into VNAV speed here, if we wanted to start to slow down soon, we would just go to selected speed. But we're okay at the moment. 25 miles to run. Go around what direction is it? It's a right-hand turn to 2,000 back to Benos. Good. 80 plus for the clean speed. Yeah, so 80 plus on our VREF, so it's 220. Which exactly it is. Look, so init ref. Oh, Sutters, come on. So flap 30 is 140. You add 80 onto that, that's going to be your clean speed. And look, the aircraft's got it bang on. So this is the level of detail that the PMDG goes into. It's exactly correct. On Collimatter, have a look at our Zendesk help website, our portal. So let's go 220, which is our up bug. And that's actually going to slightly put us below profile, it's saying now for that. But that's just going to... Oh, actually, that's gone into VNAV path. Why has that gone into VNAV path? As VNAV speed. Now it's gone back into speed VNAV path. Fine. Right, flaps 1. Let's get a bit of drag going. To be honest with you, chat, I think we might have to use a bit more speed brake because that speed's not starting to trend down. Now, because I think we've got flap 1 selected, we should be able to open the speed window and it will stay in VNAV path. Yes, there we go. See, we're remembering things. So we'll bring that back towards the flap 1 bug, which today is 200 knots, 20 below flap 1. Max speed limit for flap 5 is 245 knots, so we could take it. We've got 17 miles to go, so I'm just using a little bit of speed brake. Just a touch. Alright, let's go flat 5, bit more drag in. This looks gorgeous. Bring back that speed brake now. Lower the nose. Luke, use both and see which one you prefer. Just at sunset. Beautiful. Ah, 12 miles, so all good. Green flash. Oh, from the sunset? Oh, probably not. Oh, there it goes. We saw it go. That looks so cool, doesn't it? Just peeking. That looks awesome. Hey, Flaps 15. Matt Lee, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome, Matt. Providenciales traffic, speedbird 253 on runway 10, 10 miles. Providenciales. Hey, we're actually going to pause those alerts for landing now.
Providenciales traffic, United 585 heavy, 5 miles from Adville transition for the RNAV Victor, runway 10. We're going to hold at the initial 6 until traffic's clear of the runway, United 585.
Perfect.
Providenciales
Sure
traffic.
we're out of the way and we'll call on Vatson when we're out of the way for them. Okay, so speed back to the flap 15 bug.
Radio altimeter.
So radio altimeter, gear down. Flaps 20. And then speed brake. We can arm. We're clear to land, so we'll put the rest of the lights on. Oh, this looks stunning. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Okay, and so we can go flap 30. So it's 145 we should put. That looks stunning. Okay, so landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. We're below that go-around altitude now, so we can switch this back to 2000 for the go-around. Okay, are you ready, folks? Not necessarily, Ollie. It depends where the flat bug is. So you in the 777, you can be flap 20 without the gear down. So you might be flap 20 depending on where the flap bugs are, but you don't have to be gear down. Anything below flap 20, so flap 25 and flap 35, sorry, flap 25 and flap 30 in the 777, you need the gear down, otherwise you'll get the config warning. Holy crap, what an approach! Look at these views! Slow, correcting. Getting a few wind shifts in. Oh, with 4 red. Technically, I think they would go around now. That felt like the wind just went crazy on us. Holy shit. We're actually unstable. I'd probably go around here, but just for the sake of... Actually, you know what? Because we've just got ourselves completely out of whack, I am going around. So, ready for the go around. We're going to hit Toga. Flaps 20. Yeah, we did get unstable there. Providenciales traffic, speedboat 253 going around, so you can continue your approach and we'll loop back in after you. Okay, so let's make sure we're actually going. Positive rate. Oh, that's my airspeed. Sorry, just waiting for the engines to go. There we go. Wait for that speed. Right, gear up. And then we've got that out warning, so that's going to try and level us off nice and quickly. So let's go around flap 20, positive rate, gear up. Now we're not going to have LNAV activate on this, so I'm just going to go heading select. So there's no LNAV on go around in the 777. Let's start to bug that speed up a little bit as well. And let's get the autopilot in. How are we looking for fuel? We've got 12 tons, so we're fine there. There's 2,000 feet. We're going to make a right-hand turn now. And we'll start to loop back around. We were definitely unstable there, so I think that was the right decision to go around, actually. Start to accelerate a bit more. Perhaps 15.
Providenciales traffic, United 585 heavy. We're going to go ahead and proceed on the RMAP Victor, runway 10. Providenciales traffic.
Providenciales traffic, speedboat 253. We're right turn 190 degrees now. We'll make sure we're clear of the approach path and we'll continue and call downwind and then base for the RNAV once again, speedboat 253. Right, just keep that going actually. Yeah, I mean, we were unstable there, weren't we? I don't know, there was a wind shift or something, or it just kind of caught us off guard. Didn't feel fun though, so I think go around was the best option there. So actually I should already be flat 5 really, shouldn't I? Flat 1 speed there. That's fine. Probably not textbook go around. I didn't like that airspeed low warning. So there's the traffic, so we need to watch out for them really. I'm visual with them. And we could just keep our speed here, to be honest with you, because we're not in a rush. Take some of those lights off. Oops. So, do I need to sequence anything again? Yes, we do. So, departures and arrivals, RNAV runway 10 via Benos. Actually, could we take one of the others? Could we go via Dapor now? Yeah, because then we can take a direct to Dapor shortly. So, we'll do that. I feel like that screen is way too bright. Even though I thought I turned it down. What's this, nerd? Oh, is that me on the go-around? Yeah. There we go. These things happen though. Disarm that speed brake as well. When's the next dev update? Later today.
Providenciales traffic, United 585 heavy, 5 mile final runway 10, Providenciales traffic.
Perfect. Right, let's sequence this a little bit better. So how are we looking fuel-wise? So reserves today 10.8. We're going to be landing with about 11 now with that. I don't know if I like that turn that we've got, but we should be okay. So we're going to be landing in another 7 minutes or so. My only worry is about Twitch ads, but hopefully it'll be okay. And one thing that would help, which I didn't do, was go LNAV. We've just been continuing on that heading. And then we should actually probably go and do a redirect to Dapor now, because there we are, there we go. I leave you alone for 1 minute. Yeah, that's it. Leave me alone for 1 minute. We have an unstable go around with low airspeed on the go around. Yeah. What else do you expect? Can't fly without you now. Genuinely though, we were not. It was all looking really good, and then it just got. I think the wind started shifting around. We got low on the profile, and it just was not looking good. We got 4 red, and it was just like, and then tried to bring it back, gained too much altitude again, and it was just like, yeah, this is not looking good. So went around. Right, we get to see the beautiful sky for a bit longer. Well, you guys wanted to. Somebody said, "Oh, Chewy, can we see a planned go around?" earlier, and I said, no, we're not going to do a planned go around, but that's not going to stop us doing an unplanned go around. So there it is. That was definitely. Well, you should always plan for a go around, but you know what I mean. Hey, nice iFly. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I was too busy looking at how gorgeous the views were. That's it. Right, okay, let's have a look and see how we're doing. So we've got 15 miles. So we're at flat 5, 200 knots. I don't think I want to be much more than that with these turns, to be honest with you. So I could even start reducing. The only thing is, no, we should still be fine. We should still get VNAV pass. So if I arm VNAV now, am I going to be able to arm VNAV? Yeah, there we go. VNAV path, and then I've got to open that. Yeah, I know. All right, buddy. All right. No. There probably was a much smoother way of me doing that. Let's reduce now back towards 180 because we've got to remember that the traffic before us is backtracking. So we need to reset MCP altitude, and then we can go back down to that minima of 280. Hey, Capitano, how you doing? Sorry, chat. I'm also being a pilot who's texting at the same time.
Providenciales traffic United 585 clear of runway 10.
Oh, nice. They're already clear. There we go. Ooh. Providenciales traffic 1.5 miles from Benos on the base for the RNAV runway 10. Will report on final. Providenciales. Just ordered the Boeing yoke. Oh, it's so good, Dylan. You'll love it. You'll love it. Just want to watch the pitch on the nose there, which is why I've gone flat 15. When we've slowed down, I guess. Insufficient fuel. That's fine. That's because it's saying we're going to be landing with 10.8, which is literally bang on our reserves. So that's checked. Clear the recall message. Right, let's go match up our heading again. If only there was a sync button for the heading. Right, looks like we're going to start descending, so I'm going to go gear down flaps 20 now. Just as it picks up that path. It'll go back to, oh yeah, of course, it'll go back to the after takeoff checklist. So let's do checklist override, checklist override, back to the landing checklist again. Just holding on the flaps. Okay. Is it like, yeah, no, it is as usual tonight. So everybody who's worked on the dev update is not taking a break for 4th of July. So I did my stuff for the dev update this morning and then stopped work afterwards. And then the other community managers who are doing their stuff for the dev update are based in Canada. I will be honest with you, I can't remember if there's going to be stuff like, I can't remember if there's going to be like a full marketplace update in the dev roadmap. I'll be honest with you, I don't know. So we've got a new VREF, so it's 144 now for our V approach, flat 30. So I'm not too sure if there'll be like a marketplace update or a dev update that or a dev roadmap that might have been sent yesterday. I can't remember. Do you know what? Because of those winds being a little bit crazy, I'm tempted to add a bit of speed on. Because they were pretty crazy, so I'm going to add a bit of speed on. Many pandas, have a look at the forums. We released a statement on the 707 yesterday, or the day before. Right, cabin's ready again. We're all good. It should have been ready the whole time, really. There we go. Providenciales traffic speedboat 253, 3 miles, RNP runway 10. Right, wish me luck.
1,000.
Check. Stable. There's that wind shifting all over the place again. That's not me doing anything. It's there. It's that sudden 17 knot change in the winds. And look at the speed. Oh, we've gone into VNAV alt. It's done it again. It did it on this first approach. I've not set the missed approach altitude, so that's fine. VNAV alt. I'm just going to take out the flight directors. This time I'm determined to catch it. It did exactly the same thing as it did earlier, didn't it? With the winds, and it just lost all the speed. Weird. Continue. Holy crap, PMDG auto thrust. God, look at what it's done with the speed now. Wow.
50, 30, 20, 10.
Come on. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about the go around altitude. That's my fault. So that's why we went into VNAV alt. Right, speed brakes up. Reverse as normal. That was interesting. Actually, no, the reversers haven't gone. Why haven't I got reverse thrust? There we go. Don't call reverse thrust if you've not got reverse thrust, Chewie, you idiot. Manual brakes. There we go, 60 knots. That's why you don't call reverse thrust without checking that you've got reverse thrust. There we go. Not as good as my landing into thingy-majiggy, but... Right, auto brake disarm. We'll let it slow down, just let the brakes cool off a bit. There we go. Yeah, so I forgot to set the go-around out. Silly. There we go. Where is the 707 statement? It's on our forums. All on our forums. Did you see that, though? That was really interesting. Like, so when the wind switched to about 17 knots across, the speed just lost. It went down to like 137, and we just lost all speed. Yeah, really interesting, that. Really interesting. So we were just losing a lot. Even though I set plus 10 on the VREF, and then the aircraft just really struggled. So tried to connection lost. Oh, am I still streaming? I am still streaming. Oh, okay, we're online. Okay, that was weird. God knows how you maneuver one of these turns in a 777. I am still live. God, it's all happening now. It was all going so well. How in the world do you maneuver one of these turns? That's fun. In the real aircraft. Hold the right brake. Yeah. So yeah, in terms of that, I'd like to go back and actually watch that VOD again offline with Fraser and see what he thought about it. Because that was really interesting, just the way that the airspeed dropped so dramatically with that change of wind, and obviously we lost quite a lot of altitude with that, even though I was pulling back on the yoke quite a lot. Now let's go and clear up. and then countering to that, it put in a load of thrust at the end when we were near coming over the threshold. It put in a load. How come your auto throttle don't disconnect when you landed? You don't take out the auto thrust in a 777 on landing. Right, so we leave the flight director in. That's fine. Providenciales traffic speedbird 253 backtracking runway 10 to vacate at Bravo or Alpha. Nerd, what stand are you on? There's the United. Are they waiting for us, or did they just shut down there? I guess they did.
I'm on stand 5.
Stand 5, lovely. Cool, so we're going to go Alpha for stand 6 then. Dubai Marley? Yeah, I'm sure we can do that at some point. Oh, I was just about to load GSX, and then I remembered. What I will do is I will unpause alerts at least, although I need to get through something. I don't know, Nato's here. I don't know. I've not had that issue before in the sim. What's wrong with GSX? It's being a pain. Right, so APU to on just to get it to do its own checks, but without actually starting the APU. I'm really annoyed I forgot to set go around altitude. That's like really pissed me off that I forgot to do that. It's like the littlest thing with everything else going on. It's really pissed me off that I forgot it. And I think we're good apart from that. So, yeah, we're going to go Alpha, because Alpha we can just go pretty much... Actually, no, we can go Golf, even. Yeah, no, we're going to go Golf, stand 6. Ah, it's the Any Builds team! Hello there! We used a particular London Heathrow scenery earlier on that you might be familiar with. Thank you to the Any Builds team for 21 months, blooming heck. Smile! Hello there. Thank you very much indeed for the 21-month sub. Yes, a lot of your sceneries are incredibly busy at the moment with particular aircraft that are releasing in the sim. Oh, God. Okay, I'm not reading out all of those names after a 7.5-hour stream. But Any Builds with 50 gifted. Holy moly. Chat, go wild. Let's make the turn. Go wild. These sub goals are dangerous. Well, you've hit it smack bang on. Was it a nice round number? It looks like it was. Or it's 705 now even. Thank you so much to the very, very, very kind team at Any Builds for a ginormously generous 50 gifted subs. Chat, give them some love. We all love this team anyway. But when they're super generous like that, we love them even more, right? Oh, God. I can't even freaking see what stand I'm on. So lights are off now. Taxi, I think, is that stand 6? To be honest with you, it actually doesn't even matter because of the fact that GSX isn't working, so we can't do anything anyway. So I'm just going to go in on this stand here. Thank you very much indeed. Honestly, that's absolutely ridiculous support for a group that support me and support us as a community enough as it is and do some phenomenal stuff. So thank you very much indeed for 50 gifted. Goodness gracious me. Chat, if you are one of the lucky 50, please give a thanks to the team at Innie. Oh my God, I can't see anything. I literally can't see a thing. Cabin crew, thank you. Disarm doors and cross-check. Yeah, I'm a good pilot. I remember these things occasionally. Who cares about the go-around altitude when you remember to tell the cabin crew to disarm the doors, right? Priorities here. Priorities. Right, you know what that'll do. Okay, so we're going to look for a number of things. So we're going to look for parking brake set. We are going to look for parking brake set on the ICAS display. Do not rely on this. Parking brake set. We're going to look for APU running. And then we're going to look for doors to manual. And then we can shut down. So shut down. And then we're going to go seatbelt signs off straight away because we know half the passengers will be up already. We're going to depressurize, so we're going to go back in that anti-clockwise direction. So we're going to start C2 auto, C2 air to off, C1 air to off, left elec to off, center 1 elec off, center 2 elec off, and then that can go off. Let's put the dome light on as well so we can actually see what we're doing a little bit, shall we? There we go. So that's the correct procedure there. Then fuel pumps off. Beacon can come off as well. Flight directors can come off. Standby onto here and 2000. And then I'll just go make sure like the chops and stuff go in. But there's so many tabs. And I think they probably leave it on the APU here because it's another quick turnaround back. So we'll just keep the chops in. And then we'll do the shutdown checklist, which with the parking brake as well is complete. There we go, folks. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? That was very interesting indeed. But there we are, we made it. We'll have to go and have a look at the go-around on Valanta. Let's have a peek, shall we? I'm going to move my yoke out of the way. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting to do a go-around today. But I'm actually really glad that we did get to do one, just because we got to practice it. And yeah, certainly not my best landing in the world, but it was a nice one to do. Or go around in the world, but yeah. Right, so there we are. So there's the approach. Yeah, I don't really do predictions for landing rates. There's the approach. You can see the moment that we initiated the go-around, just here. Kind of tried to go off what Fraser said about the fact, like, right, okay, let's make sure we go before we push the toga button. Are we good? Kind of worked. We just got the low airspeed warning, but everything else I think was fine. Then there's the go-around, and then we just took ourselves on heading select. We remembered that LNAV doesn't automatically enable on the BA 777s. So we just went heading select and then vectored ourselves in. And then made it in on the second time. Let's have a look. So, yeah, a little bit later down. We did float it a little bit, actually, once we managed to get the flare in check. But it was nice and central, still in the touchdown zone. Landing rate 245.24, G-force 0.95. So, definitely not stable. All of this section here was not fun, but we managed to get it in. Flight time was only 1 hour and 5 minutes. Clock 1 hour and 23. There we go. There we go. Butter residue on the runway. Defiant Prawn, thanks for your adaptive work there when we went around and you were doing some, you know, you were going to do a loop and everything, but you managed to get in before us, so there we go. So it worked out in the end. Beautiful. Right, well then, my folks, I'm so sorry that we're not going to do the return back to Nassau today, but it is 8:30, and normally I would still be streaming at this time, but we've done a 7.5 hour stream today, and it's been an incredibly busy one, and you folks have kept me busy. Fraser certainly kept me busy, and I'm quite tired actually, so I'm going to finish up there for tonight. Hopefully we'll be able to find another time where we can do like the reverse. So we can do Providenciales back to Nassau, and then we can do the long haul back to Heathrow. I don't know when that will be, but I would like to do it at some point. So yeah, you know, I took the afternoon off work today. I could have gone out, enjoyed the sunshine, or done something exciting with my life, but I much rather would have streamed for all you lovely folks, and I've certainly not regretted that decision. So thank you all so much for taking time out of your day to tune into the extended stream today. Whether you've been here for just one flight, just 30 minutes, or whether you've been here for the whole 7.5 hours, thank you very much indeed. Big thanks to all of you with all the support today, whether it's been just watching, whether it's been following, whether it's been cheers, whether it's been subs, gifted subs, and a huge shout out to the team at InnyBuilds for a ridiculous 50 gifted subs right at the end of the stream there. Certainly did not need to do that, but very much appreciated. So thank you to all of you. And then, of course, the biggest thanks of the day does need to go to Fraser, who most certainly did not need to come on the stream today to give us as much detail as he did. But in his nature of wanting to do things to the best of his ability, he absolutely went above and beyond, and hopefully gave you all some really great tips about how you can operate your PMDG 777s in pretty darn realistic operations now. And I'm certainly going to take some things away from it and recap things. So, yeah, Zachary's just come into the stream. Zachary, if you've just missed it, mate, we're going to finish up for tonight because I've been live for 7.5 hours now. But you can check out the VOD. There's loads to go through today. So, yeah. So, we will be back tomorrow for the last stream of the week. And we're going to be in the MD-11 again. Most likely with Lufthansa Cargo Ops. That might change last minute, but yeah, I think tomorrow I'd like to do some Lufthansa Cargo Ops, MD-11 out of Frankfurt. All right, so that's going to be the plan for tomorrow. And we'll be back to our normal time somewhere after 6 p.m. UK. All right, folks, really appreciate you all. Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for all of your awesome support as always. And we'll see you tomorrow for the last stream of the week. All right, folks, have a great rest of your evening. Good night. Happy landing.